Alright, let's get this shit started. Um, Wednesday night. I'm gonna start with the baseball as Michael Brantley went back to Houston. 2 years, 32 million. But this is the big deal. Okay. Wow. Wow. George Springer, 6 years, 150 mil with the Toronto Blue Jays. Okay. I love this trade. I love this acquisition by Toronto. Puts them back on the map. Let people know that they're spending money, which they are, and you know, love this trade for Toronto. I'm gonna tell you right now, Toronto. I'm gonna tell you the teams in the American League in order. They're going back to the five-team system to make the playoffs. So I got Chicago number one, prohibitive number one in the American League. And I will say this right now, they'll have the best record in baseball this year, bar none. Okay, they're one. Minnesota's two, but you know what? I'm gonna leave Minnesota at the bottom because they always choke in the playoffs. Here they are. Chicago's one prohibitive number one in the American League. Okay, they stay healthy, they'll win 100 or more. I got them at 105. Toronto's two. Um, Houston's three. Minnesota, Oakland. That's the American League, and you can throw in the Yankees. So put the Yankees in there. Yankees will win this year, but they won't win because of the pitching. I don't care about Corey Kluber. Doesn't scare me if I'm the Chicago White Sox. Um, Matter of fact, I'm gonna take Minnesota out. I'm gonna put Chicago in. Excuse me, I'm gonna put Yankees in. So Toronto Yankees in the East, uh, Chicago in the Midwest, and Oakland and Houston in the West. That's how I'll go in the American League. That'll be my five teams in the American League to make the playoffs. In the National League is easy: Dodgers, Padres in the West. Whoever wins the Central, who cares? Atlanta, and you could pick any of the four others. I'll go with pitching wise. You have to go with the Marlins with DJ's leadership, but I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna pick a stab in the dark. I'm going to Mets, Phillies, Miami, Washington. Whoever is second in the East will be the wild card because I'm not seeing it with so the fourth. The fifth team for the wild card will come out of the National League East. I don't know who it's going to be, but I know the Braves will win that division very easily. The Yankees and the Blue Jays. I think the Blue Jays have just as much as young talent, but I don't trust the Yankees pitching come playoff time. I just love the Sox. The Sox are loaded this year. The Sox are going to be loaded for a long time, folks. Get used to the most beautiful jersey, one of the most beautiful jerseys in all sports, that black white sock, which I will be sporting a lot once the weather gets warmer. The Sox are something else, boy. They're already sizing up Dodgers, Padres in the National League, Braves. right there. Braves are loaded, folks. If I had to, the Dodgers are gonna be tough to beat, though. I've been with the Dodgers the last 5 years. They finally got over the hump. How could you not like what you've seen, what the White Sox have done this offseason, and how they build their team? It's ridiculous. You got Edmonton and Toronto tonight. That will start in about 10 minutes. I'll be keeping an eye on that game. On the NBA, Philly, Boston's at Philly. Um, Phoenix is at Houston tonight. That's ESPN's doubleheader. If you want to check that out, I'm gonna check the football news today. Nothing new on Deshaun Watson. Everybody's getting ready for the championship games. Just came across the wire. The Dodgers are definitely interested in Trevor Bauer. Wow. Philip Rivers retired today in his tremendous career. It's a shame that Philip never went to the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes, I'll get back to Rivers in a second. Patrick Mahomes update. He limited in practice today. His foot's hurting him more than the concussion, which is good. You'd rather have the foot hurt more than the concussion. Aaron Rodgers feeling real good about his meeting with the Buccaneers this weekend. Devontae Adams calling Aaron Rodgers the GOAT. My good buddy Adam Kaplan talking about Mahomes, saying that he looked good. You know, him and Kaplan have a good relationship from um, Andy Reid's Eagles days. NFL Network report for the Lions interviewed the Ravens assistant James Urban for their offensive coordinator position. Dave Campbell, I call him Campbell because that was his nickname when he coached the Dolphins for 12 games. He got the Lions job. Good for him. Saquon Barkley and Odell Beckham rehabbing together, old friends and teammates. Trent Baalke picked his staff today down in Jacksonville. The Niners have a quarterback plan. All this going on in the NFL today. So there's a lot going on. Let me get out to Edmonton. I mean to Toronto. There we go. There's some good stuff here. Wow. What's up, She? In darkness. What's up, fellas? Um, not for nothing. I tell you, Rivers had a hell of a career. I know people don't like Philip because he never won the big games. And so I'm looking at some of the news stories up here. Why do so many GMs get second chances? Going around the league, got the Oilers and the Toronto Maple Leafs about to start. Trent Baalke, a buddy of mine, loves Trent Baalke. His boy is back in the league, and we're gonna see. No, Rogers is playing against the Buccaneers, bro. He's not going to the Buccaneers. Tom Brady's in Tampa Bay, fellas. That's who's in Tampa Bay. Tom Brady. They're getting ready to tip in Philadelphia. The Celtics are there tonight. In a few minutes, the nightcap is Philadelphia. Excuse me. Tells you what my damn mind is. Nightcap is Phoenix and Houston's the nightcap. It's going to take the Rockets some time, but the Rockets will get it together. I'm telling you, that trade to me, you get every Nets pick this decade. You get the flip flop and the odd years, and the even years. You get the Nets pick. Eric Bieniemy look like he's not going to get a gig. A lot of people upset about that. Robert Saleh got the Jets gig. Um, be interesting what it'll be interesting what the Houston Texans do within the next 10 days because I really believe they're not going to hire Eric Bieniemy. I don't, and I think Deshaun Watson will push all of his chips in and say it's time for me to get the hell out of here. His preferred destination is Miami. I think that can happen, but I think the other teams will have something to offer. Miami has everything you want to offer. The question is, do the Jets want to put their chips in? Word is that they're interested, but Watson controls the situation because he is represented by Rich Paul, um, Mick Telowitz. Those are the people from the LeBron group. LeBron Sports uh, represents Deshaun Watson. This will be the biggest power move in the history of the sport when he's traded. And the reason is because you're getting a player just turned 25 years old in 2 months, and he had a great year on a shitty team. Let's just call a spade a spade. So that should be fun once he announces he wants out. And with the LeBron group, they're gonna let you know ahead of time. This is not Tungala over his what was my man? Lee Steinberg and his brother leaking out that he was replacing Fitzpatrick in the starting lineup. No one cares. Except for the stupid Tungala over fans who worship his statue. I could see him on the Niners. I could see teams like Washington, the Bears overpaying, but he's gonna pick the situation. He already put Miami as number one, and I think Miami would be a good situation for him. Team is up and coming. You know the third pick is going back to Houston. I don't want to hear Dwayne about negotiations. No, third pick is already in play. Okay, already in play. You're not winning with Tunga. You can win with Tungala in Miami, but I think what the Brain Trust, and if you don't know, the Dolphin Brain Trust is the black brain trust in pro sports that from top to bottom is ran by black men. And I think nothing will make them feel confident that they're going to have a dynasty in Miami and bringing a young superstar like Deshaun Watson to town. I think the brother and sisterhood in Miami and the fan base, and I think you'll get if Deshaun goes to Miami. Let me tell you guys something right now. You're gonna see a lot of fine ass sisters this summer rocking that dolphin jersey around their waist and some tight spandex and some stilettos or some heels and gonna look good wearing it. I'll tell you that. Tell you that. All right, Philly and Boston's about to start. Okay. Now tell me it's an 8 o'clock game. All right. I'll keep an eye on Toronto and Edmonton. Oh, see what else is going on. I told you the baseball. George Springer ends up in George Springer ends up with the Toronto Blue Jays. I think that's a hell of a deal for Toronto. NFL Bleacher Report. Hold up on Mahomes versus Allen. Let's see what Deshaun Watson ends up first, because he's gonna have something to say about this. So hold your horses, NFL. Mike Florio was great as always. What else is new? Interesting. Looking at some of the news. So that's the news today. Let me get back to the let's see what else is happening around the NBA. Got some good games this weekend, folks. Get ready for it. Stories around the NBA today. Kyrie is starting against his old team, the Cavaliers. Blazers, Grizzlies canceled. NBA security. NBA security to enforce the COVID protocols. Levert said the trade saved his life getting out of Brooklyn. Interesting. Tonight, starting lineup for the Nets: Harden, Kyrie, KD, Jeff Green, and damn, Jeff Green. So they're all reunited. And DeAndre Jordan, as the Brooklyn Nets are very, very confident. And Brooklyn together, New York Lottery sponsoring the Brooklyn Nets. If Kyrie gets his head straight, this team will win the NBA title. I hate to say it, but if they do get their head straight, this team, Kyrie's on board, they will win the NBA title. I don't see LA touching them. And the Nets are deeper than people think. Let me go over there, see what time they play tonight. Oh, they're in Cleveland. That's when they're not showing the game. They're at Cleveland, probably can get ready to tip off right now. So the Brooklyn group are very excited as they show Harden, KD, Kyrie walking to the building in Cleveland, B Unit, as they call themselves. Oh, yeah. The Nets got their crew. Killian Hayes will miss 8 more weeks to recover from a hip injury. Mm. Those are the new Knicks right there. New York Knicks are playing very good basketball. So that's what's going on there. I told you. Let me just check out MLB real quick. There's nothing really happening in baseball, but so the Dodgers are going after Trevor Bauer. You know we lost a great one in Don Sutton, and the Mets general manager playing hanky panky, sending dick pics to a female reporter when he was with the Cubs. Those are some of the news that you hear about. Crazy, right? You know, KD looks better than ever. I'm looking at him right now from the empty house in Cleveland. All right, Cleveland's up to nothing. Yo, get up here, bro. Oh yeah, almost $10. Get up here, bro. Yeah, here's the link. Talk to me for a few minutes, bro, before you go do what you gotta do. Kyrie just shoved that poor kid in the throat. They called the foul. It must be great. Dating while pregnant. Best title by Roger Report. Oh yeah, he did dating by pregnant today. You know, I was tired. I was resting. I would have been up there to give mine. I was in Platinum Elite's room, and they was talking about uh, dating women in prison. You know, being a pen pal to prison women, and there was some pretty women in the list. But I wouldn't do it. Me as who I am, I wouldn't date a woman inside bars. I don't give a damn how fine she is. But I will say this: that beautiful sister that was behind. Oh God, she was this gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. My brother, gorgeous. Gotta watch the episode. She's the one with the short hair. Anyway, I know, I know that that poor girl. I know that that poor girl was put in jail for domestic violence. I'm pretty sure that the guy that she beat his ass was a bad dude. And if it was me, I would have. I will never gave that fine, beautiful woman never a problem. It's me. I know how to handle these women. You have to lasso the women in, pull them in. You know that tack, and you don't have a problem with. It. You know that, buddy. Well, anyway, uh, I heard that there are a lot of sad guys out there who are actually pen paling these women behind bars. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, I'm gonna get back to the sports in a second, gang. So don't leave. I just don't understand. Coming up, bro. Talk some NBA and talk some football. Kyrie don't care. He needs to retire. Well, he looks good tonight so far. As Cavaliers are wearing their old throwbacks from the early LeBron years tonight. Tack man is doing something. Yeah, women behind bars. Platinum Elite, who is now near 100,000 subs. Congratulations to Platinum Elite. You know, Platinum is a class act. And speaking of going on, I want to say hello to the beautiful Simone Love. If you get some time, just come in the chat room and just say hello to your boy Mace. Always give her a shout out. One of the more beautiful women I've ever laid my eyes on, of course. Um, the beautiful Shay Celeste, who stole the show last night in our business report late. She was up here last night. Um, Shout out to Mahogany, Roots and MJ, and of course Sheila E. Uh, Tamika Smith, hello to you, baby girl. Another one of my supporters. And of course the glamorous Tanisha, who I will keep under wraps. And the Nets, Jeff Green is still in the league. I can't believe it. He came in the same year as Durant. Brooklyn, I believe it's now 8-7. Cleveland, timeout. Edmund Toronto getting started. Okay. No, Embiid has played very well for Philadelphia this year. He's golfed. Doc Rivers got these guys playing in Philadelphia. 6-2 Boston. It has started here in Philadelphia. Mm. It's nice with the NBA told the coaches they don't have to wear suits anymore. They look better in warm-up gear. 9-4 Boston. You know, Brad Stevens, again, he's my favorite coach with Popovich in the NBA. I love Brad Stevens. You know, Thibodeau, I'll say it again, Tom Thibodeau has done a hell of a job with the young New York Knicks. I know it's early, but the young New York Knicks are playing good fundamental team basketball. Walker just hit a free. You know, Kimba's from the hood. Good to see Kimba. Okay. Playing sloppy. Jaylen Brown definitely walked there. All right, Harden got the ball. Bring it up. Nice. Nice. The DeAndre Jordan. Nice. Nets were down 8-2. They're up 11-8 now. And the Nets are averaging nearly 50% of the team. 11-10. Kyrie. Wide open. Kyrie for free. Good. It's like Kyrie never left. 14-10 Brooklyn. Jeff Green with the rebound. You could tell Durant got his boys out there, minus Westbrook. There you go. Beautiful. Alley-oop Harden to DeAndre Jordan. Looked like the old Clipper days when um, Chris Paul used to throw it up to DeAndre Jordan. Needs to be Lob City. That's why they never won anything. Stolen by Harden. Kyrie. There you go. Beautiful basketball. Yes, scoop. There it is, Ryan Eagle. And Brooklyn taking control of this game. That's what you should do. These are Cavaliers, bro. You shouldn't have a problem with the Cavaliers. You shouldn't have a problem with the Cavaliers. I mean, this should be a layup, walk in the park game tonight for the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah, I think Brooklyn's the team to beat in the NBA. I think that and Kara Kustak, one of the color commentators for the Brooklyn Nets, he can't contain herself. They're just taking it easy right now. Well, I tell you, DeAndre Jordan seemed rejuvenated. You know, Brooklyn's a good place if you like to hang, party, meet women. They got some beautiful women in Brooklyn. I can vouch for that. They don't talk to me, but I can vouch for there's some beautiful women in Brooklyn. Torian Prince in his debut for Cleveland.
What up, Mace?
Yeah, boy, the Nets look unstoppable right now. The Nets have hit every shot they've taken tonight. They're 10 for 10, and they're up very comfortable in the first period in Cleveland. I mean, this is a scrimmage for the Brooklyn Nets. This is a scrimmage. What's up, Zach?
What up, man? Just got off work. Came through to go get some food or whatever like that. So I'm in the restaurant. Let me get outside, man. It's a little noisy in here. You know what I'm saying? How's your day, man?
What'd you get yourself?
What I get myself, man? Oh, I got some air fried wings in a smoothie.
How'd that taste? Air fried wings.
I'm not even gonna lie, bro. They're better than the regular ones, man. They're not as crispy as I would like them to be, but I mean, dude, they're juicy, man. They retain a lot of the moisture, so they never dry.
Yeah, I wanted to buy me an air fryer machine.
Yeah, I
I
got
mean,
one at home. I'm just lazy today. I actually, man,
Yeah.
you just reminded me. I just wasted money, man. I actually got some wings at home that I could have air fried. I got an air fryer at home, so.
When you fry them in the air fryer, do you use flour on your chicken wings?
I have before, but I don't, because I'm really like health conscious now and stuff like that. So I just, I'll get some olive oil and get like a dry rub and stuff like that. Then I'll like toss them in the dry rub and then I'll fry them. Then after that, I'll get like some wet sauce, like a barbecue sauce or something like that. Then I'll toss them in that.
Air fryer?
Yeah.
So your recommendation is fry the wings first, put them in some wet rub, and then pop them in the fryer.
Oh no. Put the dry rub on there, fry them with the dry rub, and then after that, toss them. Sorry.
Okay, and they come out good, huh?
Yeah, man. They come out pretty good, man. But what do you think about this morning, man? What do you think about the inauguration?
I didn't even watch it.
I thought you were gonna go there to see your girl.
I cried today when Trump got on the helicopter. First of all, I was fearful for his life after what happened to Kobe a year ago. And I'm not
Yeah.
joking about that. I'm dead serious. I was fearful of his life. I figured somebody would sneak out and sabotage the copter. But once he got on Air Force One, I was like the people there waving my in my heart. I was waving my flag, saying thank you for what you have done these last 4 years for black men in America.
I feel you, man. It's crazy, Actually, so at a lot of places I'm around, man. Everybody, of course, I'm in Cali, so everybody really, was celebrating and things like that, man. But I'm not too excited for anything, man. But especially, man, I'm gonna be honest, bro. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be honest. If you look at like foreign policy wise, man, I would don't be surprised if we go into a war in the next 4 years.
I want to see my girl, see how she looks tonight.
Hmm. Yeah,
Bringing the,
she looked pretty good, man.
she was wearing white
Whatever.
today.
She aged pretty well. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah,
For like a
God, she
female
is so
politician,
good.
a lot of female politicians don't age too
She
well.
is gorgeous. Oh God, I mean, she's uh, Kamala's one of the most glamorous women I've ever laid eyes on in my life. It's hard for a
You know,
woman to get my. It's hard for a woman to get my attention.
yeah. Bro, she's a good mix. She's a good mix, man. That Indian and black man. That's that's a good mix, bro.
Uh, God, that's a beautiful, beautiful woman. I mean, God, getting losers like Springsteen and Tom Hanks to perform tonight. I tell you, the press secretary needs a bag over her head. I'm looking at her right now. I mean,
I
this
feel you.
white woman.
Trump had some had that the last one that he had that press secretary. She was pretty cute.
Uh,
I'm not even into blondes. I'm not into blondes at all. But she was a pretty cute blonde.
well, I'll tell you, the chick I was head over heels with, um, for a black woman and she's mulatto, she looks good in her blonde hairstyle. I'll tell you. But
Feel
this
you. I feel
woman,
you.
but this woman right here needs to put a bag over her head. She really does. Anyway, get back to it.
Yeah, bro, man. Hey, I got a year and a half left, man, to serve, and after that, man, I'm definitely making plans. I'm gonna get involved in stocks, man. Actually, so I'm gonna start paying attention more to stocks, man, because a lot of my coworkers, bro, they say they're making like pretty good bank in the stock market, except for today. But
Well,
that's what I'm gonna do for the future, man. I'm gonna get invested in these stocks, man, because hard times are coming, bro. For real,
well,
for real.
I had we had the beautiful Shay Celeste last night up in the panel for a couple of minutes, and she's investing into software for robotics.
Yeah.
Now, that young woman can afford $500 in stock just to drop in the hat, and she said she was going to do that today. You know
Yeah,
what?
I'm gonna invest in Match.com and a few other places because when things open back up, I think those are gonna be good investments, and there's gonna be more dating apps, and also, I'm gonna put a little money into Apple because Apple will be coming out with something like every other year, so
Yeah,
that'd
Black
be good
Wall
to be
Street
invested.
said that that is a good investment for you. He really liked that one that you picked, Black Wall Street. So that was a great pick that you made. You know,
That's what's up, man. Shout out to Black Wall Street, man. I like to have a one-on-one with him on my channel one of these days, and this
he'll
because I know
come up.
nothing about stocks, man. I know
He'll
nothing
come up.
about stocks. Yeah,
But
I'm scared of investing in
but
something.
if you want somebody, and I gave this recommendation to Gold Professor yesterday morning, go find Crypto Linnell. He is the hottest thing in the black manosphere right now. Everybody wants him for a one
Okay.
on one. He's into crypto, and this is a young guy. He's your age. He's a young brother. He's an investor, and does it for a living. But his specialty is cryptocurrency. If you want to know about that, he's your guy. You can find him. I mean, my God, everybody's now looking for him. He did a 4 hour stint on Bernard Riley's a couple of weeks ago. They told me he stole the show.
That's what's up, man. I'll check that out, man. So I had your boy NBA fan on my stream yesterday, man. He's a cool guy, but
Was he
you know
ripping me?
no, he's he was cool. He was giving support and stuff like that. He's a cool young guy, man. I had to delete that stream, man, because we're going to some really controversial topics, man. I ain't trying to get in trouble, man. I don't want my channel flagged. I just started this thing. You already know what we was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
I can imagine what you was talking about.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
imagine what you was talking about. I'm gonna leave that alone. And
Yeah,
let me
for real,
ask you
for real.
something on a serious note. And I want my audience to stick with me for a quick minute. Do you buy that 90% of black women want to be with black men, or you don't buy that?
I feel like 90% of them want to be with the top 10% of black men. Yes.
Just the top 10%.
Yeah, man. Because like, man, if you're the top 10%, if you like, you're built like Pookie and Ray Ray, you got money like, I'm saying, Ghost from Power, then then they want you. But I'm saying, like, or let's say you don't even have money, but you look good, they'll give you a chance based off of that because they control their relationship. That's the way I see it, man. Actually, a lot of girls these days. like just in America in general, they actually prefer if they make more money than their guys sometimes because they feel like they can control the relationship sometimes. That's my humble opinion, but it's especially in our community, it's
Yeah,
even
but
more.
when a guy, yo, Hulk, come on up. But when a guy is a guy that it's about him, don't pay them no attention, they don't want that guy.
Yeah, man. I just don't put like for real like the don't put them on a pedestal, man. I don't honestly I won't put any woman on a pedestal until she
Come
proves
on
that
up,
she's
Hulk.
worthy of that.
No, I'm saying that the guy that doesn't pay, like me and Hulk, we got this in common. We're the type of brothers. We're into ourselves. We stay on our purpose. We don't pay women no attention. Those are the type of guys women don't like, right?
Actually, you know what? I would. It depends, man, because a lot of the guys that don't pay any girls any attention, it's kind of like I see this a lot. This behavior in the animal kingdom with like cats, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm not a cat guy. I'm not a cat person. But every time I live with cats and stuff like that, I'm not a cat guy. I actually hate cats, but cats love me. You know what
It's
I'm
like
saying?
babies.
I think like the same thing with spiritual. What's up, my man?
It's like babies. They love
Hey,
me.
what's going on, y'all?
Hey, what's up,
Chilling,
Hulk? How
chilling,
you
chilling.
doing, my good man? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I just wanted to chime in on y'all good conversation. If I could add 2 cents,
Add whatever you want.
I would just say this. It's like this. We're not supposed to worry about what women think.
Exactly.
Men are supposed to worry about policy, about the
Mm-hmm.
legality, about what affects how we control our lives. We're
Facts.
putting too much energy on trying to control the irrational gender and not enough attention to like how the government is controlling our actual personal lives.
Thank
Women
you.
women are gonna follow whatever society allows them to get away with. That's just what they're gonna do. And because we live in a culture that glorifies sexual promiscuity and unaccountability, what do we expect women to do but just be manipulative and play their best hand? So we had to put all our efforts into changing policy, and if the policy doesn't change, we just need to avoid institutionalized contracts with women.
Facts. I agree with that, spiritual man. Real talk. So, I'm in the service right now, but when I get out, I'm not going to marry anytime while I'm in the service. But when I get
That's
out, I
right,
got like a
boy.
year and a half. When I get out, I'm going to just do faith based marriage, like exclusively. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's where I'm going.
and
Hulk,
you
let me
got
ask you a question.
sure.
Same topic, but in a different stratosphere.
Okay.
I was up in Platinum Elite's room this morning, and the conversation was, would you date a woman behind bars? And
Hell
he,
no, man. She, you already know. Hey, You already know what she doing behind bars, man. I'm just gonna leave it there, Mason. I ain't trying to get your channel flagged, but she ain't faithful to you. You know what I'm saying? She getting studied out. You know what I'm saying?
I honestly, the quick answer is no. But I tell men this, and this is the hard pill to swallow, that dating is not a logical thing for men to do in this current situation. Like if you let me break down what dating means. Dating means that you're spending your resources on a woman who's sexually free. So what men are doing is they're separating their resources from themselves, from their presence. See, the natural design is that women should have to prove their worth and value to be in a man's presence. So they have to show that they're willing to serve, to listen, obey. But when you date, you're trying the role is reversed, and you're proving something to a woman who is sexually free to do whatever she wants, while you sit there and pour your resources in her without a commitment. And see, without the government and the policy and legality to hold a woman accountable to have to be a certain way, they're never going to do that. That's why the relationship and divorce rates and infidelity in marriage and paternity test fraud and all this stuff is happening because, like I said, women are going to always get away with. They're going to make the worst choice if they can get away with it. That's just normal.
Yeah. I think too, and this is my personal opinion, bro. So, I want to find a companion just as much as the next guy. I'm in my early 30s. You know what I'm saying? So before I'm 40, man, I want to be like settled down. That's one of my personal goals, right? That's a goal I set for myself. That being said, I'm really disillusioned with the current state of dating because real talk, man.
I think a lot of dudes, it's kind of disgusting to me, right? Granted, everybody has a past, everybody has a history. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be a hypocrite and act like I wasn't out there dropping bodies and stuff like that back in the day, right? It is what it is. That being said, um, it kind of is gross that what guys have to kind of settle for. It's like,
Yes.
oh yeah, like yeah, man, bro. It's like I know, for instance, like guys, every guy I know, a lot of them they have to settle for a girl after she's had so much history with guys that
Mm-hmm.
like she's hooked up with your coworker, she's hooked up with your next door neighbor, she's hooked up with your best friend, and then after that, that's when she considers that you're viable as a partner. She didn't give you the best years of her life. She didn't give you when she was in her prime,
Exactly.
when she was fresh and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And that's kind of whack because on the opposite end, a lot of guys I know, you know what I'm saying, they don't have that same kind of history. Yeah, they're having that out there fun, but they're having like relations with people that this girl doesn't even know about. You know what I'm saying? Like, but females, they like to just dip their hand in the cookie jar, and after they get crumbs all over, you're supposed to lick them up.
well, here's the thing. First of all, men and women are not equal. Women, I would advise not anybody to be, that everybody should have self-control, but men and women are not equal. A woman giving her body away when she has a womb, when she has the ability to carry herself, is never going to be equivalent to what a man does, and that's the problem. This equality thing. Um, Also, women are not incentivized to preserve themselves because they their whole idea is, like you said, is to seek to control and manipulate. So they're busy trying to use men to be equal to men rather than to submit and serve men. And that's because that's what the culture and society is incentivizing women to do. You see, the policies and all that is incentivizing women to be single mothers. You don't need to have children. You need to get married. You can be your own boss. You can work. You can get a job equivalent to a man or better. So they're not even incentivized to even think of themselves as a wife. So the whole idea is, honestly, I would advise my advice to you would be for you to continue developing yourself and not even focus on them, and then find a woman who's focused on you while you're developing yourself. Because when you deviate off your purpose and your focus to entertain a woman's illogical mind, she's distracting you from your purpose while she's trying to extract your resources. So
Yeah,
the
you,
best
you know
thing to
what?
do is to follow is the when you're doing what you need to do for yourself, women will always look for men doing that.
Yeah,
I'm
man. You know
right.
what? That's real talk, bro. That's real talk, man. And nobody broke it down because one thing I think about women, right, is women are disingenuous, right? So
Yes,
they're
they
not
are.
going to tell you, they're not going to drop game on you, right? Unless
No.
she's like maybe your older sister or maybe your mama. You know what I mean? She's not really going to drop that game on you. She's going to say, society right now, the state of society is men have to constantly validate themselves by their
Yeah.
interactions with women or by being validated by women physically, sexually, whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? You're not a real man if
Right.
you're not getting a high body count. You're not a real man if you don't got girls sliding your DMs. You're not a real man if you're getting swiped up in Tinder and stuff like that. And I got caught up in that for like, most of my young adult life. You know what I'm saying? Like from like my early 20s, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I was looking for that validation. I didn't build shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, like, in my late
Yep.
20s, it was like the first time I was like, yo, man, you know what I mean? I could have done this. All these girls occupied so much of my time I'll never get back. All these girls occupied all this real estate. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're thinking about females all the time and you're chasing them. And that's just a waste of time, bro. You know what I mean? I wish I had, was headstrong and was thinking with my big head, not my little one. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why the design is like that. But remember, the biggest issue is the sexual freedom. Women are trying to use multiple men at the same time. They can get the guy they want and the guy that has money at the same time. And the culture actually supports that. So imagine that you actually get a woman can choose who she's physically attracted to, and she can choose who has money because she women are trying to do both at the same time.
Yes, I
So
agree with that.
so you have to be careful because even if you're the one she likes, women will say, I can have sex with you, and I'll use marriage as a backup retirement plan. And
Oh,
that's why marriage has been taken out of context where men had legal authority and rulership, and it's been placed on this backup plan for used up, washed up women who have wasted the best years of their life and just want to do to clean it up.
I'm going to get back to something. I tried to talk to you last week, Coke, about, but it's too much traffic. But now more smoke is coming out about
Hmm.
this. Why were so many simpish black men between the ages of 65 and I'm going to say 30, 40 in the last 35 years towards women with children, bro? Were they that desperate to be next to a warm body in their bed, bro?
Yep.
Well, I
You
could t-
goddamn right they were, man.
I could tell you what it is that see a woman in those situations is looking for a dude, the cleanup dude.
Yeah, the
So
cleanup guy. Yeah, there you
so
go. The
what so
cleanup.
what they're doing is they'll sell these dudes a false narrative. They'll tell them that they'll be all these things just to get these dudes linked up, institutionalized, to play a certain role. And then once they get them bonded in a contract, then they flake on them, and then you understand why she ended up in that position. And see that it's called it that fake femininity. Like I'm a fake and pretend to be a qualified woman until I get locked in contractually with the legal system, and then I'm gonna show you who I always was, and then you'll understand why I was who I was when you saw me. Why I need a cleanup man. So guys have to realize that women are gonna fake the funk most of the time, and
Yes,
they're
again. Yeah.
looking for dudes who are gonna play it, who are so consumed with trying to please them that they'll start believing anything instead of just realizing that the man's purpose is to maintain sovereignty over his life. That's what you got to do. Focus on maintaining sovereignty of your life, and then any woman that gets near you will have to be in that under your sovereignty. So
Yeah.
she won't even try to seek to institutionalize anything with you. She won't even seek to try to do anything but that will threaten what you built, because she understands the only role that you will allow her to play in your life, and that's a role where she's serving you, and that's the role she's happy with. Not this, I'm trying to do a partnership, or I'm trying to get legally tied to you. See that's what women are doing. They're using the current culture and system to tie themselves with men so they can basically use us. And once you once you restrict that thing from them, the only thing they can do is be with guys they like. Because
Now
why
let
would
me
a
ask.
woman?
Hey,
Because
hey,
why would why would a woman even get with me if I created no system where she can exploit me, but the only thing she can do is add to my life?
Let me.
hey,
Let,
hey, so actually, I got to give a little pushback to both of y'all, man, because Kuda had this good devil's advocate, like, what I'm saying, like, counterpoint, right? He said, in the coming years, bro, we already know what kind of things are being pushed right now.
The bachelor
You
attack.
better hope you better hope she has a kid already because, like, she might be a man. You know what I'm saying?
well,
Oh,
I think what's going to end up happening, sadly, is because women your age is the biggest problem, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see us. I see us like I always use this analogy, like Canada, where you have the northeast corridor is all French speaking, and the rest of the country is Americans. I mean, Canadian, like they speak English. I see the black women here going their own way. I mean, permanently, while we will go as American black men, we'll go our way because their ideologies are too much focused on white supremacy, especially the educated ones. Those are the ones that you could forget it, bro.
yeah. Facts,
that's
bro.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
That's it.
it's kind of sad, man. I never thought I would see it this bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm gonna go, in my own best interest, man. Anybody's a fool, man. I see some of these simp YouTubers, bro, out
Yeah.
there basically bootlicking for black women, bro. And I get it, because it's like other races of men, they protect their woman. I get it, but they don't put their woman on a pedestal where they think they're freaking the Virgin Mary or something like that. They realize they're human beings, and they have, what I'm saying, at the same time. And if they're not down to cooperate, then they're out of there, right? So
My question,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, my question will be moving forward for black men in this country, especially that Kamala's in office now with Joe Biden, and you know how they both feel about black men. Um, where would black men go? Would they stay here or would they explore? I think they will explore getting out of this country for good, bro. See
Yeah,
if
I'm thinking about
you
becoming an expat myself, man. Real talk.
see
I'm
if
gonna do
you
my service, get out.
yeah if you have a specialty that you can give to another homeland, they'll take you in because you making their product better for their country. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like
the only
clean.
reason The
Yeah,
only
go
reason
ahead.
I would say, yeah, the only reason I would say, yeah, and then I'm gonna go on mute for a little bit because my food's about done.
Yeah,
So I'll
you
let
go
y'all
enjoy
y'all
your
top it
food,
up.
man. Yeah, go enjoy
Yeah,
your
yeah,
food. I'll be here. I
yeah,
get started.
yeah. So the reason that I said the only reason I would stay here is just to help other young brothers out, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what it's like being a young black man, especially being me wanting to be a history teacher, right? I didn't
Yeah,
have nobody black teach me history my entire life, and I grew up
yeah,
in a
of course.
majority black city for most of my life, bro. It
Yeah,
was nothing but white people that taught me and everything like that. And of course, you know what kind of history that you're learning when you have those people teaching you,
yeah,
right?
of course.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So I want to pay it forward and be there for people like me, you know what I'm saying? Young brothers, you know what I'm saying? By leaving, I feel like I'm abandoning them. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I would stay. That's the only reason. All the money in the world couldn't keep me in this country, bro. Like at this
yeah,
point.
man. I feel you, bro. Go ahead, go enjoy your wings. Hope.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
What do you think of
absolutely.
what do you think about what I said about the split with us and them, black women,
What?
black men in America?
Yeah, that's inevitable. I mean, men are going to inevitably choose what's in their best interest. That's just a natural, logical thing to do. If like we're not going to be where we're being exploited and unappreciated, that's just not going to happen. So there's two things going to happen. Men are going to go elsewhere, and men are going to be more self-disciplined and sexually disciplined to not even be focused on women at all. Doesn't mean we don't desire them. It just means that we're not making them our focus and we're not seeking relationship for a woman to even be in our lives, she's already putting herself in a position of servitude.
Yeah, right now the number is 52%. 18 to 65 black men are unwed and childless. I believe that number will go up to about 75% come for 2030.
Exactly. And what women have to understand, this is not about them. This is about sovereignty. This is about men controlling their lives. It has nothing to do with women. Men naturally going to always want women. So that it's never been in question of women. It's just that men are not going to put themselves in bondage to be legally extorted. And this is where women want to ignore. They know what we're talking about because they're not going to give away their best hand. See, women act like women know exactly what they're doing. They pretend like they don't want you. It's something that we need to do and negotiate. It's never a negotiation. The issue is they don't want to give up their unaccountable free sexual freedom that they have to do whatever they want and still think they're available to come back later for a dude to clean up. So that's why they just play dumb. They play dumb about they know all about the stats. They know all about why dudes are stepping away from them. They know this. It's just that they want dudes to keep hope alive while the legal system will always tell them the truth. And so men need to stop listening and paying women attention and focus on the legal reality of how the law allows us to deal with men. I mean, deal with
Yep.
women as men.
What's
You
up,
know,
Cortez Smith? What's
the
up,
law,
bro?
yeah, the law is our issue. Women are going to work out when the law works out for us because men need to control their position in life. And so it's like I tell dudes, it's focus on how women steal your power. They steal your power by signing you into institutionalized contracts. That's why if you notice that women are always the ones pushing babies and marriage.
Cortez wants you to look in the chat.
Okay. Um, it's not that men don't want children and we don't desire to have a woman. It's just not smart. And
I
women
agree
don't
with that.
and women have to understand it's not about what we want, it's about what's smart. Men are not supposed to function emotionally. Yes, having children is a desire. Yes, having a woman at home that actually wants to be a wife is a desire, but it's not smart to do in the current culture and legal system. So I don't care about my feelings. I care about what's wise for my life and what's in my best interest to survive and thrive in such a world. And in my best interest is not to put women in a position to use the legal system to leverage over my life. That's in my best interest. So what I urge men to do is just stop focusing on trying to do that. If you want a woman, she's going to be there.
Facts.
The more you improve your life and yourself, you're naturally going to attract and draw the best of everything in life. That includes women as well.
Well, I think the problem is now, and I do believe this is it's going to be the biggest split among us. I'm talking about black men, black women. This is going to be, I believe, the deal breaker. Men are getting wiser now, and they're going, I wonder how many. I wonder how many dudes she's been with. What's her body count? That's what's gonna like see what to do. What's up, Pete? All right, Pete. See you soon. That I think once the body count is gonna be the big difference. I think that that's going to be the deal breaker for the men.
Yeah, there's nothing there's nothing. Women are not incentivized to stay pure anymore because
Yeah,
that's why they started slut shaming and like, oh, I can do whatever I want. They're trying to take away the stigma of being a prostitute and a whore, while everything they do is being a prostitute and a whore. And they're
exactly.
eh,
And I'll go a step further with this. I would like black men for once, speak up. I mean, damn, don't black men get tired of being clowned by everybody else?
you would think they would.
Oh my God, they never speak up. And then they wonder why the women they worship can't stand, can't, I'll put myself in this category too, can't stand us, bro. They wonder why.
Yeah, bro. Look, as long as men play a weak position and men care more about what a woman wants and a woman thinks than about him and about what's in his best interest for his life to be a man. Like, you'd be surprised how many young men I talk to, and they're more focused about having children and getting married before they even have a place to live for themselves. Priorities are out of
It's
place. Why are
crazy.
men focusing on women and they don't even have a place to live? Why are men focusing on women and they can't even secure the basic needs in life? We have to focus on survival and being able to thrive in society before we even think about dealing with a woman who is empowered legally to be unaccountable and to extract resources from us at a whim. All the woman has to do is change like the weather, and she can take all you have if you're in a contract with her. That's our priorities are all messed up, and that's why they flood the media with men seeing women and all you think about is, oh, I want a woman, because men don't focus on making themselves sexually disciplined.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, I can honestly sit here tonight and tell you, every day I've been on this earth, I woke up in my own bed alone, and every night when I go to sleep, I go to bed by myself alone. And trust me, it's nothing happening in between. I'm making money in between during the day. I don't have time for the foolishness. Me and
Yeah,
you are very,
this is what I tell dudes.
yeah.
This is what I tell men.
Mm.
Take all of that horniness, all that lust, and let it motivate you to work out, to expand your career, develop your mind, just build yourself. All that horniness and lust is pure energy. Take it and use it to do better things. Women are not going nowhere. But I tell you what will go somewhere is time. You can't redeem time. You waste time that could be used to build yourself, you'll never get it back. Women are going to be there. They're going to be there when you're broke, and they're going to be there when you make it. But if you deal with them when you're broke and you deal with them before developing your mind and your body, you're always going to be dealing with women from a weak position
I
where
totally
you're
agree.
where you're trying to prove something to them instead of them trying to prove something to you. The better we are as men, the more that women have to prove something to us to even be in our presence. And that's what I try to get dudes to think about. Develop yourself, and then a woman has no choice but to prove why she needs to be in your life.
Again, the best thing I ever did was shut myself down 9 years ago. Best move I ever made in my life. Guys don't understand how good it is to have no women in your life, no children in your life. You have a clean slate and you don't even think about them, and it gives you a good, great peace of mind. And unfortunately, we are the only species that don't see it that way. Every other species, they realize that when you get a little older, in your mid to late 30s, develop hobbies and find something other than women, your life will be a lot better. Your mind will be clear. You feel good when you wake up in the morning. You feel good when you go to sleep at night. You don't need a piece of ass next to you every night when you go to bed. It's ridiculous. Don't get it.
Well, not just that. Like that's why I like your shows where you encourage men to think about investment, to think about their finances, because that's how we should be developing ourselves. Women are like breathing. Breathing is important, but you don't have to think about it because if you're taking care of your body, breathing is going to be automatic. But if you neglect your body, then you're going to be struggling to breathe. And women and sex is the same way. If you don't take care of your life, when you take care of your life, sex comes easy and so do women. But if you neglect your life, you're going to compromise everything because you're going to be in a weak position. You should never. There are actually men who rather live with a woman just to have sex with her. You're going to give up your position and your sovereignty in life just for sexual access.
That's
And
crazy,
so
man.
and so you're going to be her slave. She's going to make you give up all your authority as a man and just for what? Some sex that a lot of men have already gotten for free.
Yeah, that's why I'm so glad. And I was up in Platinum Elite's room this morning talking about prison women, and I was glad that I said the one thing I don't do and I don't need to do is trick on these women. Because to me, once you start tricking on women, paying for sex and companionship, you're gone, bro. To me, you're weak and pathetic. You agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I strongly tell men don't ever leave with your wallet and you don't have to do that. Here's the thing, if I already got my own place, my own career, and I'm doing my thing, what do I need to prove to a woman on a date? What do I need to prove?
Exactly.
I'm already established. I already have everything I need. There's nothing I need to prove to her. She has to prove everything to me.
There was telling a story a couple months ago about the guy was at a female's house, and her fat ass friend came over, and she was one of these black chicks that because she works under the man's thumb, that
Right.
had the feeling she could talk down to the brother. And when the brother told her his career, he was in nuclear engineering, making very, very good money. She still tried to talk shit to him. And the guy said, you know what? I just looked at her, shook my head, and didn't pay her attention anymore.
Wise man. You need to see women like that like you would see women like that, you should treat that just like you would treat a dog barking. You hear it, but
Exactly.
it's just noise.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't try to talk to it because you know what it is.
Yeah, I
And
totally
and
agree
and
with that.
that's the secret. That's the one thing that men have to embrace. Our power to not care, our power to walk away, and our power to ignore things that are beneath
Mm-hmm.
us.
Yeah. With me, I totally ignore women. I live here in New York, bro, and I ignore women. Because I already figured out their mentality and their mindset, you know. And then the
Yeah, I don't even have to
stories.
get mad.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even have to get mad because why am I mad at something that's irrelevant to me?
Exactly. I
It's not
mean,
even it's irrelevant. Like I don't miss what's not good for me. And
exactly.
that's what men have to understand. If you know it's not good for you, then why are you even mad? You shouldn't want it anyway.
I mean, because, guys get on me. They get on me here in the Mansfield saying they was getting on me today about, let's say, Mace. Wouldn't you want a nice woman? And but I said no, because I know these women are paying the asses. You know what I'm saying? I know they are. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Fantastic? How you doing, sir?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, we'll get that Kobe Bryant kicking.
What's going on, Mr.
What's wrong
Fantastic?
with you? You got it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
but yeah, man. But seriously, man, I think it's crazy and fantastic. I'll bring you in this because you've done many topics on this topic about how these women, in my opinion, are too toxic. But you just have to avoid. What's your comment about that?
Just in general, or
In
relationships?
general, in general, in
No,
general.
man. Yeah, you definitely gotta be careful. And deal with them wisely. at the just be smart about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna help qualify. Like, here's the thing: a lot of men need to focus on themselves first. Like, I'm just saying, like,
Mm-hmm.
priorities. You should avoid women when you are struggling as a man, to, and that's mentally, physically, financially, spiritually. You need to focus on being who you need to be before you even think. A lot of guys neglect all developing themselves on those levels and just think about their base function, which is lust. And we need to get over that because that's the tool that women are using to manipulate men who are not developed enough to see these things. A lot of us wasted a lot of our youth. We wasted a lot of our time playing the wrong position to even deal with a woman instead of realizing that when we are in our rightful position, a woman's going to prove something to you. A lot of guys don't even believe that when you're focused and you're too busy being, developing yourself to your fullest potential, women will find you. If you think about the top tier dudes who are out there, who are focused on their life, you think they have to go look for a woman? No, women are looking for them.
That's I see that every hour on the hour up here, bro, in New York, bro. Every hour on the hour. When you stay on when you stay on your purpose, good things happen to you. That's a fact. I mean, when you do you, you don't have to worry about anything else. Let everything come to you if you want that. That's just a fact.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, dudes don't believe it because they haven't been told to invest in themselves. They've been told that you don't matter until a woman says you matter, rather
And they
than
want their validation.
yeah. That's why dudes don't believe that a woman was going to see them at their best because especially if you've been raised in a matriarchy, you're going to be fed to the wolves to say your highest function in life is to go find a woman to get married and do all these things instead of just no. You need to draw out yourself to your fullest potential, and everything in life will draw itself to you. Women is just a byproduct, but everything in life, like I said, is comparable to taking care of your body. You don't focus on breathing. Breathing is important, but you don't focus on breathing. You focus on taking care of your body so that breathing happens naturally. Same thing with women, man.
I agree with that, man. I totally agree with that. I mean, I don't have no problems with that. I'm just glad. I'm going to speak for myself. I'm just glad that this taking care of business at hand is sometimes better than driving yourself crazy over something or someone who doesn't give a damn about you. Agree with that, fantastic?
Yeah, man, that's the most important thing. Like you said, that self preservation is a natural instinct, and like Hulk said, man, a lot of the times, we definitely aren't taught in just this society in general, but especially as black men, about what I'm saying, us mattering. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of dudes find out, and it's a really unfortunate part about it is you grow up thinking that people are for you, then you come to find
Hmm.
out like the whole world is quid pro quo, and most of the people, even those people closest to you, just want you for the benefit you have to them. So that's a really hard.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That
man. I mean, it's just sad, man. Because I've seen a lot and I experienced a lot. And don't forget, guys, you two, because you guys are a little younger than I am. When I first lost my weight 10 years ago, fellas, it was like, bro, everything changed for me, man. But when I started figuring out how these women were and they didn't want to go by my standards, I said, you know what? No more. Let me just go my own way. I didn't know like the SYBM 9 years ago. Nobody knew. But when I got into the manosphere, listen to guys like you, Fantastic, and Hulk, and O'Shea, and a couple others, I came to realize, bro, the fuckery. I said, I can't deal. I'm glad I got out of that, man. I'm glad, bro. I'm glad. People are watching. Right now, we're going to switch and get back to the sports. We're going to get back to a particular player. This Sunday will be a year that we lost one of the greatest professional athletes that ever walked the face of the earth. He's a young superstar that God took him and his beautiful daughter Gigi and 7 other passengers on that helicopter. It'll be this Sunday that was a year, which I was shocked, stunned, and I still can't believe he's not with us. I have one of the biggest Kobe Bryant fans, probably the biggest Kobe Bryant fan in the world, up here with me, and the great Mr. Fantastic. I'm honored to have you, Mr. Fantastic. When I think of Kobe, the first thing I remembered with him was that dunk in Game 7 against Portland in 2000, where he threw an alley oop and Shaq dunked the ball, and it came back from 15 the fourth quarter. I saw his game, the 81-point game, because I used to have the N.B.A. League Pass back in those days, in the early 2000s. I saw that game against Toronto. I saw his last game when he scored, 62 on a bad leg when he retired at the Staples Center. When I think of Kobe Bryant, I think of a young man that was a basketball savant. Why don't you tell the people out here, because people are popping in here now. Tell the people.
First off, greatly appreciate you, Mace, for considering me for this, man. Man, yeah, like you said, rightfully so. When I was claiming to be a fan, I literally went by the moniker of first Kobe fan, man, for the for the longest. Way before YouTube and even first starting into YouTube. Kobe Bryant was my Michael Jordan, and
There you go.
from a guy that wasn't, a Jordan fan at all. I never liked Michael Jordan because he was always winning, and I was a poor kid and I couldn't afford his shoes. So, but lo and behold, Kobe Bryant came along, and I'll never forget it because I think it was in the either the 7th or the 8th grade, when Sports Illustrated was doing the coverage on him before he went into the draft. And I'll never forget it. This is when he had the bald head at Lower Merion, and he was doing like the Bruce Lee imitations after I think it was either a dunk or a score. So yeah, from that point on, man, even him as in the high school, that was like my big brother. That's why I love the game of basketball. Kobe Bryant was the reason why I really dedicated time to and fell in love with the game of basketball. So yeah, man, it's one of the few times in my adult life that I actually cried. You know what I'm saying? When I heard it, because I thought at first it was just some crazy rumor or whatever, what have you. But you know what, you shouldn't be a fan or idolize men. I understand that, but even once you grow past that and you have like a connection to somebody from just inspirational reasons, because that Mamba mentality, man, with me, regardless of what I may consider or be understanding about him, that helped me so much. You have to be your own biggest fan. You have to believe in yourself like no one else will. You know what I'm saying? Even when it looks like it's something you can't do, and use all of the failures or shortcomings as fuel for the success that you're capable of. So yeah, man, excuse me, that was really really tough time when Kobe got up out of here. Especially the way it happened too, like I said, with his daughter Gianna. That was even more saddening. But it's something that can be learned from everything. And the most important thing, like I said, when it just goes to Kobe, man, Kobe was like the ultimate competitor. Like I said, if I was ever to say um, the drive or the insane genius that came from Kobe Bryant, it was that unbelievable competitive nature that a majority of people do not understand. And that's one thing in which I'm like in a kindred spirit with him. Like anything that's a challenge, if someone challenges me, I do take it personal, and I never forget, and I use that as fuel for way way down the line to be like like remember when you did this to me. So if and when you know how to use that and cultivate it as fuel and turn a negative into a positive, it can be a very very powerful thing.
Hulk, I know you like Kobe too, don't you, Hulk?
Yeah, man. It's funny, Mr. Fantastic said exactly why many people who are true Kobe fans, we admire him, and that's his warrior mindset. Like him trying to he seeks out competitors. He doesn't see, most people don't realize like the difference between, when you think about LeBron and Jordan, I mean, LeBron and Kobe, is that they're both are talented, but we don't see that competitive nature in LeBron that we see in Kobe. With Kobe, he elevates himself by trying to fight the strongest. He goes to seek the strongest competitor and then try to just try to win. He's not just trying to create the easy circumstances to build his stats. He has that true warrior mindset where he's looking for a challenge. He wants to fight the greatest. He wants to challenge the greatest. And like
I
Mr. Fantastic said, many people who actually have that natural mindset, we see that. We all value that trait.
yeah, I saw. Ironically, the Friday night before he died, he was here in town. He was at a Brooklyn Net Laker game with his daughter. And that Friday afternoon, if you ever watch Up in Smoke, that's the great job that Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes do. And they bring back the players of their era. They did Iverson, which was terrific. They did Kobe Bryant. And I watched that episode that Friday night. And that Friday afternoon, I'm like, I didn't know Kobe was like this. I figured Kobe was one of these guys that he took himself so seriously that he dismissed everybody else. Then I saw the friendship interview he had with McGrady. Him and Tracy McGrady was real close. They played AAU together. And then that Saturday, LeBron, I think, passed him on something. I forgot what it was. And LeBron was just praising Kobe. And then I was in someone's site here on YouTube that Sunday, and he typed in the chat room, "Did you hear about Kobe?" I said, "No." He said, "He died in a helicopter crash." I was stunned. And the first person I thought was, believe it or not, was you, Mr. Fantastic, because I know how much you love Kobe. You used to argue with guys 2 years ago about how great Kobe was here on YouTube, and used to hang his jersey up in your studio room, and I thought of you, bro. And then when I started this platform, I said to you when I caught you one day, I said I would love to do an interview with you about Kobe Bryant, and you said you would love to. I appreciate you coming here tonight. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
You know, when tell me your opinions. Let me put him on mute. Let me put Zach on. Zach, you got it all the way good. Let me
Yeah,
ask you a question. The Kobe Shaq relationship. When you look at Shaquille O'Neal now, fellas, and this is for fantastic anybody who loves Kobe. When you look at Shaquille O'Neal now, he has to live with himself the rest of his life. That him and Kobe didn't have the best relationship, and I really believed that with um with if they would have gotten along better and they never traded Shaq, maybe they would have won five. What do you think about that? Fantastic.
Yeah, I definitely could have seen them getting at least one more championship. And because Shaq showed that again when and as challenged as D Wade was no Kobe. I mean, he just wasn't. He didn't have the overall skill level. He didn't have the experience. But it was just two bulls in the same pen, man. So had Shaq stayed there, I definitely could have seen them or would have seen them go that following year, even after the whole Detroit debacle
Hmm.
and get one more chip.
Yeah. What did you think of Kobe after Shaq, the first couple of years before he got Artest and what's his face?
Hey man,
Uh,
I was down like four flat tires, man. I all the way in. I was all
yeah,
the way in because being that I followed Kobe since his rookie season,
yeah.
I I was getting into argument with people, and I'm just like, oh man, he's this and he's that. The same arguments we get now. Look at his stats and look at this one. Look, man, do y'all understand? Like this man was literally playing behind like one of the most dominant players of all time, any era. Like and we came straight out of high school. A lot of people don't even understand. Like for KG, Kobe and T Mac, they were like the trendsetters for LeBron. Had they not had success as they did in their early stages, there wouldn't have been a LeBron James. There wouldn't have been a Dwight Howard. And even but since they were still in the 90s and not the 2000s, even they, you know what I'm saying, had to pretty much like, you know, wait their turn, so to speak. Because I think KG started his rookie season,
Yeah.
but didn't start all the way. And same thing with T-Mac. They didn't even Toronto didn't even believe in T-Mac like that. And you saw what exactly happened to him as soon as he went to Orlando. He had his own team. So yeah, man, it was just it's what any Kobe fan, you know, as a kid was always waiting for. We was waiting to see what this man could do when he finally got his own team. The only bad thing about it was, you know, initially what Phil Jackson left. You went from Phil Jackson leaving to Shaq leaving with a whole bunch of nobodies, Kwame Brown and Smush Parker and this stuff, man. And
Yeah, Smush is from here.
And what was the I'll never get that white dude we can never get rid of. I can't think of his name right now, but just like, you know, a whole bunch of you know, C to D rated players at best, you know. So yeah, man, I was loving it. I was loving every bit of it when he finally got his own team.
Yeah.
You know what? When I was coming up, man, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. You know, I hated Kobe when he was alive. Not like as a person, right? I mean, like his personality and things like that, but because he was always killing, you know, all my favorite teams. You know, I was a Texas guy, so I mean, we never had a chance. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be honest. You know what I mean? Every time we played the Lakers, it was just a gun. It was pretty much a blowout. You know what I'm saying? That being said, bro, as I did like research into his life and his just motivations, his drive, I think that he was like a star, not only a star athlete, but just a star man. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these new athletes, man, they don't have the spine that Kobe had, man. You know, I see a lot of these players pandering to this, pandering to that. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to be celebrities and stuff. Kobe was just, in my opinion, he was like an athlete's athlete. You know what I mean? And that's one thing I always respected about him. And especially for a man with daughters, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I never could imagine, you know, being a parent, you know, to, you know, pretty much he never had a son. He had nothing but daughters and stuff, but he gave his daughters just as much love and support that he probably would have given to a son of his. Like they both were involved with basketball, you know, and were about his legacy too. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, he was a good, upstanding guy, man. And especially, I really liked how he bounced back from that case, bro. If that would have existed these days, I think that it would have been a wrap for his whole career. But he had a good heart, man. And I think people really saw through that. You know what I'm saying?
Hulk, your opinion?
Hey, so you got Fantastic up here. Hey, Fantastic. You know what I'm saying? As a guy also in the service, man, you know what I'm saying? I salute you, bro.
Hey, same to you, bro.
Yeah. I'm a United States Air Force, but you know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, that's me. Y'all got the good life, bro.
Yeah. Man, we really we're talking. We be bitching about the most mundane things. We be complaining about air conditioning and shit. Y'all niggas out there fucking on a boat all day.
Tell me about it.
Hey, Hulk, any opinion? I guess Hulk is busy. Lou, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, Mace?
Good, man. How you feeling?
I'm good. I've been meaning to jump on. Fantastic told me about your channel. I subscribe, so I've been
I
wanting to get on.
appreciate that. What do you think? Your feelings and your opinions about Kobe Bryant, my friend?
You know, man, I've been a Kobe fan majority of my life. I saw Kobe play. I'm actually a Memphis Grizzlies fan. You know,
Okay.
and I actually watched him play. We smacked that ass, but you know, I always had respect for Kobe because one thing about Kobe, man, I mean, he really was probably the most hated on player, and I would say more than Allen Iverson in a lot of ways because, you know, I know you guys remember the Chris Paul trade.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? Like that I mean, that's just unheard of. You know, LeBron can get, you know, 7 Hall of Famers on his roster, but Kobe can't get Chris Paul. You know, and there's stuff like that. And you see how he got snubbed an MVP over what was it? Steve Nash beat him.
Yeah.
Steve Nash got it over him. That was
that second one. That second MVP, man. That was political, man. That was all PC. That was the year he went crazy. That was the year he scored 35 points per game, and you know, pretty much dragged the fucking Lakers to the playoffs as a one-man band.
You know what's funny about that year, the 05-06 season you talking about? Fantastic. Dude, a lot of people were averaging crazy numbers. Like Gilbert Arenas was averaging crazy numbers.
Yeah, you're right.
That 05, I don't know what was up with that year. People was going bananas.
You know what it was? I'll tell you what it was. To be honest, I used to go to a lot of games live and saw that era of players. What it was guys was just too damn talented, bro.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, you're right. Because it makes I'm sure you remember, or if everybody on the panel, was that the year that the All-Star game was in Vegas?
yes.
It was. Okay, bro. That All-Star game was out of control. They had T-Mac, Kobe, LeBron. I mean, it was just Allen Iverson. It was just Carmelo. I mean, that was like probably the greatest All-Star games ever. But back to Kobe. I think that another thing too, man, Kobe also left his mark on the league that LeBron will never do. Like, because you look at like Devin Booker, Kawhi, Kyrie, Jason Tatum. You can just see how they emulated his game because he put so much time into his craft. You know what I mean? Everybody got that code. When you shoot in the barbershop, Kobe. I mean, that's just. I mean, he solidified in the game.
Well, you guys know NBA fan, right? You bumped into him a few times in your platforms. NBA fan.
Yeah, man.
One night early when I started doing my platform, they was talking about MJ. I had Kareem and LeBron, and what I noticed was nobody talked about Kobe Bryant. And this was a true story. Before Kobe left us too early, about 2 years ago, Kobe was miffed about how come he was never mentioned as one of the greatest, while LeBron was mentioned every second to the hour. And it was when LeBron went to LA, and he was taken aback by that. And I told young guys in here that Bryant I felt is better than LeBron, and the Kobe Bryant fans came in here in force and gave the LeBron fans a lot of pushback. And I think Kobe, the one thing I will say, I used to live on the West Coast, and when you go to to Southern California, Kobe is their Jordan. They love Kobe. I talked to Elise about this after he lost his life. Shout out to the beautiful Elise. I talked to her in the chat room and I asked her, how devastated is Southern California? And I don't give a damn how many titles LeBron wins in LA. He'll never be Kobe Bryant. What's your opinion about that? Fantastic.
Yeah, man, nothing close of it, man. And like I said, unfortunately, like I said, it's literally like a ghost now or a spirit that's gonna always be with that team, man. So
Exactly.
yeah, it's it's tragic, but at the same time, like you said, it's kind of fitting for the lifetime Laker and the gloat, as I say, the greatest Laker of all time. Every other Laker has even before he died. This wasn't just something they said before he died, while he posthumously. But Magic Johnson said it. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar said it. Like I said, for you to have a 20-year career, man, 5 championships, and do so much for the game of basketball that you did and accomplished in a Laker uniform, man. I don't see how. It's very few players that even play 20 years. Not to mention play 20 years for the same franchise of the Los Angeles Lakers. There's no doubt about it, man. That's no downplay to LeBron, but there's no way he could ever fulfill that. You know what I'm saying? In like maybe 2 more seasons he has versus a 20-year blood, sweat, and tears dedication to the Lakers.
Talking to the great Mr. Fantastic, the great spiritual logic Hulk. Citizen Lou is with us, and good man. People watching this in droves now. I appreciate all you people in the audience. Lou, when was the first time you saw Kobe pick up a basketball in the NBA? So he didn't play college.
Let's see. So I'm 27.
Oh, you're a young buck.
Yeah. So I so I remember.
Young.
So I didn't get into basketball like that till around like 2002. That's when I started, playing Pee Wee and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So now I kind of started watching basketball, and I always liked Kobe because he had that confidence, and coaches be like, you got to shoot with confidence. You got to have, you got to, because if you don't believe you can make it, then the other team ain't gonna believe you're gonna make it, right?
Facts.
So about 2002, and then I was flipping around and I found the Grizzlies because that was the closest team we had around that time.
Well, you
And
got a special player there right now, boy. Oh,
oh
that
yeah,
John
yeah, John
Morant is
Morant. Yeah, he's
special,
something
bro.
serious.
Oh God, he's special.
Yeah, he's something
God,
serious.
oh yeah, he's serious, bro.
That's
God,
a true point guard for real.
oh God, he's special. Now, ignoring me.
No, you good. But yeah, and then it was just a lot of things with Kobe, man. And I just wanted to say, man, I don't think that I think that right now the league is experiencing, a grief period because we see like they're trying to make LeBron the face of the NBA, and it's not working. You know
No,
what I'm
it's
saying?
not.
It's not working because, like I was saying earlier, I mean, he don't put time into his craft. He don't like Kobe did. He can't shoot like Kobe. Can't dribble like Kobe. He don't got post moves like Kobe. He's not the killer instinct like Kobe. I would say Anthony Davis. Me and Fantastic talked about this before. I say Anthony Davis is the best person on the Lakers right now. I
Yeah, I
see that.
agree. Yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know
So,
what you're
so I just think that we got about 3 more years until we up out of here, and then the NBA will be in good hands with Ja Morant, Luka, LaMelo Ball, Trey Young, Steph Curry. Got a couple more years, about 5, probably 7 more years. So yeah, but yeah, shout out to Kobe, man. Him, Jordan, Kobe, they took the league to a new level.
I
You got,
totally agree with that, by the way.
you get what I'm saying? Like
Seriously, I do.
when I was in the Philippines, man, I remember I walk around, hey, Kobe. They'd be called, right? I mean, it's better being called the N-word, right? They'd be like, hey, Kobe. They'd be
Yeah.
like, make a little shots and stuff like that. So like what Kobe did for the game, and I don't think. let me stop. I'm gonna get up off LeBron. But yeah, man, shout out to Kobe. I'm past the mic.
Hulk went out for a minute. Fantastic. Let me bring back something you would love. How did you feel, Fantastic draft night when he took the Hornets cap off and put a Laker cap on?
Man, I was excited, man. Because I tell y'all all the time. The crazy thing about it was I was a Laker fan like as a kid, and the funny thing about it was I became a Laker fan because my uncle gave me a Crown Royal bag, and I saw him on TV, and I thought that the Lakers were playing their away game, whoever they happened to be playing at the time, in fucking Crown Royal bag. I thought they told I like the team because of that, and the fact that they had Magic Johnson. And Magic Johnson was like like the friendliest guy in the world, and he sort of kind of resembled my uncle, so it reminded me of him too. So I was originally a Laker fan, you know what I mean. So when he got traded over to the Hornets, I was like, hell yeah, man! Like yeah, most definitely, because I'd already started following him from high school. So I was like, yeah, man, this shit is like perfect, that he's gonna be on the actual team that my actual favorite team. So I was loving it, man.
The Laker team the year before, which folks don't realize, was a pretty damn good team in 1995. It was Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Sabalos, Eldon Campbell, and Vlade Divac. That team won 55 games. I think people don't realize that or remember that. And I like that Laker team before they got Kobe and Shaq. They got them as a tag team. When Shaquille O'Neal left Orlando and went to LA, what was your feelings about that? Before they drafted Kobe first, then they got Shaquille O'Neal. What did you think when they got Shaq?
Well, when they got Shaq, man, I was just thinking about Shaq attack and Shaq. What that was like maybe a couple years after Kazam, and just what he had did in Orlando, and I was kind of I guess it was a little different because I wasn't fully used to Shaq being outside of Orlando. I really liked Shaq in Orlando because Shaq was like the whole big kid. He was a big kid, he was a big kid and the fun guy. But it's like when he went to LA, it was all business because he had been in the league for like a minute then too. Because Shaq came in 92, I think.
Yeah, 92.
Yeah, 92.
The Olympic year.
That would have been 4 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it was just a whole new thing.
Yeah,
and
he went
back
for
then, I didn't really have an understanding. I didn't have an understanding of the game fully, because I was still a kid. But it was everything. Yeah. Everything was just lining up.
Kobe, the image that he was a selfish player. We all know he's the biggest nut in the history of basketball, no question about it. I mean, he makes Lloyd That's how much of a nut Kobe was. That said, the one thing I think people, and I want all you guys to answer it, but I'm gonna go with always fantastic first. Um, the one thing about Kobe that I think to me stood him apart from players in that generation. I call it the Iverson generation with Tim Duncan, McGrady, Vince, Steve Nash, and Dirk. I believe that Kobe was very unappreciated outside Los Angeles. You agree with that? You guys starting with fantastic. You agree with that?
Oh, most definitely, most definitely.
Yeah. What about you, citizen?
You said that you feel like Kobe was unappreciated.
Yes, across the country except in LA. LA, he's a god in Southern California. Trust me, I used to live in.
Mace, I don't know. I don't know, man. Because when remember he went on that farewell tour, his last season, man, they was packed. You know what I
No,
mean? The
what I mean
stadium
by
was.
no, what I mean by unappreciated is I said a couple of minutes ago that in this platform, a couple months ago, right before the NBA Finals, it was a Jordan versus LeBron, and I threw in Kareem. Some guys threw in Olajuwon, and I said not one mention of Kobe Bryant. And then the
Oh,
Kobe
that's.
Bryant
Oh, okay.
fans
I see
was
what you mean.
watching, and they came in droves in to support Kobe. I think he was very unappreciated. I
Oh, I see
really,
what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, okay. I thought you meant. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Because you got little ESPN, little Sports Center. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? They tried to. What we've seen the last, especially what 5-7 years, they've actually tried to destroy Kobe's legacy.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Yes,
Yeah, I
exactly.
see what you're saying. Okay, I thought you meant especially from the media and these ridiculous voters. These NBA reporters.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They always try to like any way to you have to tear Kobe down to make somebody else look good. That's kind of annoying. So I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I really believe that Kobe had a phenomenal career. I think what hurt him was that the years after 2010, he was getting older, and I think the NBA was LeBron's time. Also, they never hooked up. I think they never hooked up to play in the finals, which everybody wanted to see back then. I think 2009 was the best year that happened. Cleveland, LA, but we all know Orlando upset them, the Cavaliers. I just believe in my heart watching him. You was watching a basketball Mozart. You agree with that, Mr. Fantastic?
Almost definitely, man. What Kobe did for the game of basketball was a work of art. The way he approached it, like I say, he took it serious. He put time into his craft. He learned every level of the game. He had inspiration from one of the greatest, if one of, if not the greatest of all time, in Michael Jordan. And like you said, it was documented by his teammates as to where when everybody else would go out to the club or go out to team dinners and all these other things, Kobe would be in the gym. And like he said, man, I don't know if people remember it when he finally had his interviews, and he was like, "Hey, man, friends are temporary, but championships and those banners are forever." And he dedicated himself to winning. And I think if a lot of black men took that same philosophy in life and understood at certain times, man, people can be fickle. People change every day. You're gonna lose friends and things along the way, but your accomplishments and the things that you know what I'm saying, that you'll never be able to you know deny that you've done. That's going to be forever. That's your legacy. And
Totally agree.
if you focus on legacy and you put the time in order to achieve that or achieve whatever goals you set, man, I mean, when it's all said and done, you're able to sit down and look back on it. It'll all be worth it. It'll make sense.
I usually read the chat room, so I'm gonna do it now. Shaq went from making bad music in Orlando to making bad moves in LA. That was from Aegon Stark. Aegon, welcome to the family, my brother. Long time no see since I've been doing my own shows. Cortez Smith been great contributor all night. Yeah, Kobe was hated on and loved. It was a mix of both. That's true, but you're absolutely correct. That was Kobe's fault because his personality started rubbing people the wrong way. Okay, Agon. Agon, if you feel that way, why don't you come on up? I'll drop the link. You know, come on up and speak your piece about Kobe, bro. Lou, go ahead, bro. Uh, Kobe was a wizard on the floor. What you think about that?
Yeah, he was. I'm glad you touched on that because I know y'all remember how when he went to work with Akeem Olajuwon
Mm-hmm.
and he actually got worked on his post moves and he actually got it and you could actually see the progression in his post move and then he started that trend where Dwight Howard was lying. Dwight Howard was lying about how he was working with Akeem Olajuwon because I seem like
Yeah.
Kobe's the only one who effectively learned from Akeem Olajuwon and yeah, it's just like.
Footwork.
Yeah, the footwork. Yeah, the back to the basket. Because at the end of the day, I mean, that's the most important part of the game. If you can post up and get that bucket. But yeah, like Kobe had every fundamental, every level of the game mastered, and I don't. We see that now in like Steph and stuff like that. But a true skilled player, that's just something you always got to just you got to appreciate. Not somebody who just run around and just offensive foul and push people out the way all game.
It's great to see this man back. It's been a while and fantastic. You're a big Lakers fan. This man usually gives the Laker team address, but it's good to see him up here.
Hey, what's up,
Coach,
Mace?
what's up, my brother? How are you? Happy belated
All
New
right.
Year. It's been that
Yeah,
long.
yeah, yeah. No, it ain't
Um,
been that long, Mace. I was just here the
it's
other day. What are you talking about?
You wasn't here there. I haven't seen you in a hot minute, my brother. Anyway, this is
Me?
right up your alley.
Oh
Yes,
my
you. But
God.
this is right. But this is right up your alley. Your remembrance of Kobe Bryant's brilliance on the court.
Listen, there will probably be another like him. There will be some that will come close, but as far as a total player, in my opinion, the will to win, there only been, I could say, in the modern era of basketball, two players who had that will to just will a team to win that I've seen, and I've been watching and playing this sport for a long time. Kobe and Michael Jordan. That's why I say you cannot say that there is one overall the greatest in the game. You can't do that because when you do that, you slight too many other players. There's too many different positions. And now you got the big men who step out and shoot threes. You got KD, who's actually should be a center by all accounts because he's 7 foot fucking tall, but he does things like a guard. So when you come, you say, this person's the greatest, or that person is the greatest, or this person. You got to look at eras that they played in. There's so many different nuances to looking at when you try to decide who's the greatest. Kobe, true Laker fans. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you from an LA boy. True Laker fans, we don't give a fuck about the name on the back of the jersey. It's all about the name that's on the front of the jersey. Lakers, like I said before. If you can find 5 midgets who were dominant and who could play the game, we put them motherfuckers on the squad. Period. Point blank. If we knew that them motherfuckers could compete for a championship and we had a chance to draft them motherfuckers, believe me, we would do it. Now, the next thing. Kobe Bryant was a special, special, special person. I'm not talking about the off the court antics that he had and all that other shit. I'm talking about him as a basketball player and as a man. His belief system and his will to win and the way he approached the game. Mr. Fantastic just said something that really prompted me to come up here. It's all about the legacy that you leave behind. When you look at the great players that have graced NBA arenas and courts and teams, when you look at the great players, how many can you look at and say they actually left a mark on the game? I can think of Shaq, Kobe, Magic, Bird, Kareem, uh, and there are a few others.
Iverson.
Michael, can't leave. Of course, Mike. Who?
Iverson.
Yeah, Allen Iverson. He was one of the main ones with the hip hop style of dress. He left a mark on the game. He was the one who caused the NBA to put a dress code in play. All right. So other than that, you got Durant who's eclipsing. He's got to win a championship now on being on a non-stack team. and then he will be solidify himself as one who's left a mark on the game. Shaquille O'Neal calls them motherfuckers to change the rules. No more camping out in the lanes on defense. You got defense in 3 seconds now. That's how you leave a mark on the game. Your people will only going to remember you for what you accomplished. All right? That's it. They're only going to remember you for what you have accomplished. That's when you look at it on the micro and on the macro level. When your family look back after you're dead and gone, they're going to look at what did he do to embellish the family or embellish the family name. All right? People that know you in your community, they're only going to look at you and say, well, what type of person was he in the neighborhood? You know, he was kind to others. He did things to help people. He was always there. That's how life is. That's what life is all about. Kobe, the reason why LeBron James will never replace Kobe in LA. I'm sorry. That motherfucker can stay and win another fucking 5 championships in LA. He'll never take Kobe's place. Never. Not with true Laker fans. He'll never do it. He'll never do it. The Davis boy, Anthony Davis. He can stay there and win another 6 championships in a row. He'll never become that guy in LA. He will be looked at as one of the greatest Lakers of all time. People will admonish him for the things that he did for the team and the organization and the city. But as far as him replacing Kobe, no. Kobe had a hard time. I'm telling you, he's still in the hearts of real, true Laker fans. He never surpassed Magic. Truth be told.
No, he never did. Don't go.
He never surpassed Magic Johnson because true Laker fans look at the names on the front of the jersey. It's the name on the front of the jersey.
I agree with that.
Magic came to LA. He never left. He never went to another team. I'm not talking about all that other shit that happened, HIV and all that other shit. Talking about him as a basketball player for the organization, for the Los Angeles Lakers. That's why Magic Johnson is so well received in LA. Even Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal, for those of you who don't know and have not been in LA or don't know that much about the city, Shaquille O'Neal was one of the only Lakers. he and Kobe both. They were the only 2 Lakers with all their money and superstar that could go to the hood. They could go. He always had the damn Superman truck down in El Segundo, down in Compton, down in Linwood, down in Inglewood. He was always riding through the parks and shit. Always. That was something that, Michael couldn't do because he was on a different level, but they did it. They went to the hood. Shaq would show up with no security by himself, solo, badolo. That's just how much the city revered and respected him. The city of Los Angeles. This is how much they love this guy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I believe that, man.
Name some other players, not necessarily that could do that, but name some other players who carry themselves in that manner.
AI. AI.
AI was a different guy. He was in that category that I just named. I called his name out as one of those players who left an imprint on the game. He's well received in Philly. They love him in Philly. They love him in Virginia. He can go anywhere by him goddamn self, and nobody will really fuck. These other people
Dwayne Wade.
I don't think so.
The Nets are good, bro. Contemporary, Domain, and Jesse. But I was gonna say, good.
The Nets have a chance now. Now that they're talking about bringing, now that Kyrie is talking about coming back into the fold, and I told you, you heard it here first. I think it was last week that I told you this. I told you as soon as the trade was made, Kyrie is now going to go back because he knows that they have a legitimate chance with the team that they have to make a push for the Eastern Conference Finals and a title. He knows this.
Hey, Primetime VA, what's up? Fantastic. I want to get back to you, and I'm going to do Lou, then back to the General and Hulk. What the General just said, I said it to you a little earlier. In Laker lore, where would you put Kobe, Mr. Fantastic?
Number one. Number one. Hands down. What you talking about?
Number one?
Number one.
See, I know you're a Laker fan, so you're You gonna put him above Magic?
Magic put him above Magic.
No, we're not talking about. We're talking about you. I mean, Magic. Of course. Listen, this is how the game goes. There are a few athletes who understand what humility is. Okay. Do you remember there was? I'm gonna give you an example, and then I'm gonna go back to the topic. Do you remember on Arsenio Hall show when he had Muhammad Ali on? He brought out Sugar Ray Leonard and he brought out Mike Tyson. Yep. What did Mike Tyson say? And Mike Tyson was the undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, the youngest. What did Mike Tyson say? Mike Tyson said, "Oh no, this man, right? He's the greatest." I mean, he was speechless. You understand? So that's called humility. That's called humility. In today's society, what takes place is ego. Floyd Mayweather has an ego. That's why Floyd says, "I'm the greatest to ever do it." No, you're not. Stop it. You might be the greatest to ever do it in your weight class because you're undefeated. And like I said before, 2 or 3 of them fights can be goddamn discussed as whether he won or lost them motherfucker straight up. That's just my opinion. Now, humility. Of course, Magic is going to say, because Magic is the ambassador of the game, he understands that he has to pass.
Come up.
Just like when they went to the Olympics and he and Michael got into it, they were on opposite teams and they got into it, and he told a story. He said, "Man, after the game, after the practice, I had to look over there at Larry and say, man, that's a bad man. It's a new sheriff in town." And he said, I knew then that this motherfucker was the next coming. He was the man. He had taken my place, Larry's place, and everybody else's place in the game. That's called developing the league. So of course, Magic is going to have some humility and say, "Yeah, okay, put a young Magic on the court with that motherfucker in his prime. Put both of them on, and I bet you Magic wouldn't say that shit."
Oh, hey, fantastic! You said that you would put Kobe #1 Laker ever. Did you say that?
Yes, hands down.
Wow.
I disagree.
Well, I disagree, Jim. You know who my guy is.
In Laker lore, Magic, I will put them at 1 and 1 alpha in Laker lore.
Oh, I gotta put Kareem over
All-time
Kobe.
Laker lore.
I gotta put Kareem over Kobe.
And that's because Kareem is a New York guy. Come on, man. Alcindor is a New York guy, so I know why you're gonna put him over. I know why you're gonna do that. When you look at the total body of work,
we were kids back then, man. You know how I suffered in the late 70s.
Right, but let's look at again. This is how you come up with overall greatest to ever do it. Let's look at his record. What was Alcindor's record in high school? Was he not a 4-time high school champion?
Yeah, every level. He never lost.
Okay, no. He only won 3 championships at UCLA.
Yeah, because back in those days, freshmen didn't play, but he still won. He didn't lose.
Right? Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, so here go a guy who started in high school 4 years, 4-time championship. Here's a guy in college at one of the most historic programs in the NCAA basketball, UCLA, 4-time championship. Here's a guy that wins 6 N.B.A. championships. So if you're going to count motherfucking championships, look at their overall record. Let's go to Michael's record. Michael, I don't even think Michael won a high school championship. Matter of fact, he didn't make the team freshman and sophomore year. He didn't make the team until he was a junior, and he made JV. He came out and had a standout season in his senior year. Then he went to North Carolina and won a championship as a freshman. He stayed for 2 more years, left as a junior, went to the N.B.A. It took him 7 years before he finally got an N.B.A. championship. So when you look at the total body of work, you got to look at an athlete total body of work.
Well, but listen, we're not talking Hall of Fame. We're not talking career. We're talking Lakers. I can't count. I mean, Kareem is great. I'm no doubt about it. I have him #2 in my all-time list. But what he did in high school and what he did in UCLA has nothing to do with what he did for the Lakers. He isn't a lifetime Laker. Again, he won a championship with Milwaukee. He got traded. He got traded to the Lakers, but then he came to the Lakers and he got 4 more chips with the Lakers. Oh no, 5. Excuse me, 5 more chips
You
with the
got
Lakers.
5 more chips with the Lakers.
Five
Yeah.
more, five more chips with the Lakers. So
Uh-huh.
so again, I understand that, and I understand his greatness in you know, the game of basketball and for the Laker franchise. But you got to think, like I said, his prime years, his prime years were in Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? He might have had what, and I know he still dominated way past his prime.
Fantastic. Excuse me, bro. His prime time years were in Inglewood, California, bro.
Yeah, they
Because
were at
you
the
only
Great
play,
Western Farm.
you only played 5 years in Milwaukee, bro. When he got to LA, he was winning the MVPs, bro.
Yeah, but he got an MVP. He got an MVP in Milwaukee too, and
he got one, but in LA he was collecting multiple, bro.
And his best numbers were in Milwaukee.
Young man, do yourself a favor. Take it from your Uncle Macy.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you want, okay, like I said, I still say the majority of his prime years were.
I appreciate your support, cause I know you respect Kareem, so I appreciate you, bro.
Milwaukee,
I do.
Well,
but like
the,
the
thought process is when you look at. I understand where you're coming from. So back then, you were not considered to be in your prime years until you were 24, 25, until you had at least 3 to 4 years in the league. Now, guys come out and those prime years have been pushed down, right? Because those guys are in their prime when they're in their early 20s. By the time the way the game is constructed now, by the time you're 27, they look at you as, unless you're a superstar and you're able to maintain your level of play, you become a journeyman by the time you're 27. Those guys were in their prime at 27, 28, 29, 30. So you're looking at a timeline. So the timeline of being your prime was earlier in the earlier days of the NBA. Now, it was later in the NBA because most guys in the league at that particular point in time, it was unheard of for a guy to come straight out of high school and go to the NBA. Most guys, on average, went to college at least 3 years, 4 years at a minimum. Most of those guys came from big time college program, collegiate
Gordito,
program.
here's the link. Come up.
Now you have the one and done deal with guys, and then some, in most cases, name the players that came straight out of high school went to the NBA.
Moses Malone.
You talking about like all time, the general?
Yep.
Okay, so KG, Kobe, LeBron, T-Mac,
Moses Malone. Who else? Who else was a high school guy?
I want to say Julius Erving for some reason.
He played.
No.
Oh, the ABA. Okay.
And he did go to college. I forget what college he went to, but he went to college. Who was another one? I'm forgetting somebody in the 80s.
Daryl Dawkins,
that's what it was.
Daryl Dawkins, Moses Malone, KG, Kobe, T-Mac,
LeBron, Dwight Howard.
There
Sean Kemp, Astro.
Josh Smith.
Sean Kemp.
Yeah, Josh Smith. Lou Williams.
Yeah, Lou
Williams.
Monte Ellis.
Monte Ellis. Yep, that was one of the best high school teams ever.
And this guy named Blue Edwards. He came out of Las Vegas.
Yeah, went to Utah. Yep, went to Utah Jazz.
Kwame Brown.
Kwame Brown. Sean Kemp.
What we already called. So you got about 12 to 15 players that in the modern era of the NBA that came straight out of high school.
Jermaine O'Neal.
Now name me a player prior to 1970 that came straight off the high school court onto the NBA court. Name one.
None. I put the link in, you guys. Astro, Agon, Young Swift, Wayman Brown. Welcome to the family. And you guys gonna come up. Andrew Bynum. Yeah, we got some good boys. These guys in the chat room, boy, they're really contributing, man. I love
I've been waiting for an NBA stream. I ain't gonna lie.
So the truth of the matter is, again, when you talk about the greatest Laker ever, Jerry West, Mr. Logo, we want to forget about him.
I love West. I love West.
We want to forget about it.
He's not even top 3.
Yeah,
Don't say that in Southern California.
He's not top 3. All those people that think he's top 3 are long gone. We'll just say that.
No, they're not.
You
they're
cold, man.
They
Me
are.
and the
Or
general are
close to
still
it.
here.
or close to it. Listen, I'm looking at Kareem. Hold on, I'm looking at Kareem's stats, right? Like I said, so Kareem's highest points per game were in Milwaukee. He did get his highest rebounds per game his first year in LA in 76. But his numbers literally declined every year after that. So that's what I was saying.
But
So
they were supposed to, because
Good on your part.
that's what I'm trying to tell you though. My prime years theory, I was on point. That's what I'm
He
saying.
was on point. Yeah, give it to you,
five-
bro. I admit when I'm wrong.
Okay.
He played 5. I was saying he played 5 years into Milwaukee.
But you can't say that still. Everything was going to decline. Why? Because he had more talent around him.
In Milwaukee.
In LA.
No, LA, not really until 79.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, the year before Magic, that's when he had a bomb squad, bro. Me talked about it a couple weeks ago.
Mage, you're missing the point. He had more talent in LA than he did when he was in Milwaukee. Because
I know what you mean. My bad. I know what you're saying.
So after his first year,
I'll be right back.
Remember, Magic came. Remember, they had Jamal Wilkes. Remember, they had Norm Nixon was over there.
Norm Nixon. Yep.
Remember, after that, they brought in Byron Scott. After that, they brought in AC Green. So this is why his numbers went down, because they shared the ball more. He was the focal point of the NBA. And the NBA was changing. It was changing. It was going through an evolution.
I'll say it again, and me and the general talked about this, Mr. Fantastic and Citizen a couple weeks ago. That 79 Laker team, the year before Magic, had a starting lineup of Kareem, Mark Landsberger, the best player, Kareem, so you ever played with Adrian Dantley. A young Michael Cooper coming off the bench, Lou Hudson. Amazing. General, when we think back on it, how the hell that team didn't win more?
Well, the reason why that, look at the NBA at that particular point in time. That's how the hell they didn't win more. Look at who was still around at that particular point in time. That's what you got to look at. And the league, I would have to tell you that I would say, from my knowledge of being around and watching the game and learning the game and all this shit, 79, I was in the thick of it, going through a program.
Thanks, Hulk.
Getting ready to go into a high school program. So you have to understand that the competition was more spread out at that particular point in time. Except for when Boston was winning all their championships. Then the league spread the competition out.
Yeah.
You see, every team at one point in time had one superstar and one star, at least. Every team from 79 forward. And then they had the creation of the Big Three. That all started with the Boston Celtics when Paul Pierce and KG and who else went over there? Ray Allen went over there, and they formed the Big Three. That's where that term originally came from. There was no such thing as a Big Three until that happened.
Yeah. Fantastic. I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to love this one. Ready, Mr. Fantastic? Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
I got this one. Getting back to Kobe Bryant. How did you feel the night Kobe Bryant won a title without Shaq? I'm curious to hear this.
Hey, like I said, it was the ultimate goal, man. Because like I said, everybody had been. I heard all the jokes by that time, man. I heard all the the Denver jokes, the he ain't shit without Shaq jokes, all those things. So when he finally won that one without Shaq, man, it was great. You know what I'm saying? And it had been so long, and especially for it to be, after the year before where we lost to the Celtics. Man, from the comeback that next year and get it, bro. It was like finally.
What about you, General?
Well, see, here's the difference. It wasn't about those of us, the Laker fans that are from LA. We look at it differently. It was about the chip. We didn't give a fuck about who was there, and I reiterate it again. It was the chip. But yes, it was for me as a fan of Kobe, as a fan of the Lakers. It was an exhilarating thing for him to actually get the chip so that it could put that argument to rest. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See that? And here again, let me add something else real quick. Now, could Michael do it without Scotty? But we want to label him as the GOAT. But the truth be told, could Michael have done it? Stayed in Chicago and Scotty left. Could Michael have done the 3-peat?
I don't know. Wayman Brown, welcome to the family.
I'm asking
Yeah.
the rest of your panel.
I'm gonna give you an answer in a
Wait,
second.
you said could Jordan do it without Pippen?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's the
No.
question.
No, absolutely not.
What about you, Fantastic?
Nah, no way.
So
When Scotty averaging like 27, 7, and 7?
No. He never averaged more than
He
20.
never averaged that much. He averaged like 27
No,
and 7.
when Jordan left. When
Jordan left,
when he had that 1 year.
Yeah,
He never
94?
averaged more than 23 points per game.
in 94.
Wait, you
yeah.
sure?
Yeah,
Positive.
he knows. But I know he did 7 and 7.
So my point being, hence is why you can't necessarily. This is why I say 1A, 1 and 1 alpha. That because you look at Kobe's total body of work, look at Michael's total body of work. Yes, he has one more championship. Yes, he has 2 3-peats. Yes, he has all the individual accolades. But when you break it down and say, okay, he's the greatest to ever do it, could he do it without his running mate the way Kobe did it?
This young Swift
Kobe
boy.
had a running mate though.
No, not like Scotty and Michael. No.
Well, your question is this: since you said that, and Lou brings up a good question, who would you rather have in their prime, Scotty or Pau Gasol? As
I'll
a
take.
wingman.
Oh, I would take Scotty. I mean,
Scotty,
Yeah,
hands
you
down.
got.
yeah, I'll take
You
Scotty.
got to take Scotty because you're looking at
Okay.
number one. You're looking at two different positions, and then
Yeah.
two. Remember, we talk about imprints on the game. What imprint on the game did Pau Gasol leave? 0. What imprint? They created a whole new fucking position. The point forward position was non-existent until Scotty came. He left an
Right.
imprint on the game.
Both everybody up here would like this. This is from Spiritual Logic Hulk in the back chat. He said, "Great stream. I'm listening in the chat. I'm a Kobe fan, so I'm biased. I appreciate the greats of old, but Kobe evolution was unique to me." What a nice thing to say about Kobe Bryant. Wow. Little Rock 2517, welcome. Young Swift, you got so much to say in the chat room. Why don't you come on up? I'll drop the link. Anybody could come up and give their opinions about it. In my opinion, one of the most unappreciated, great, all-time great players in Kobe Bean Bryant. This Sunday will be a year, and it's hard for me. I'm holding back my feelings right now. I can't believe he left us so young, 43 years old and 42 years old. And like I say, he's one of the greatest players to ever touch basketball. Fellas, the night he re-signed with the Lakers, that was back in the summer of 2008. Rumors had he was going to Chicago. How relieved all you guys up here were. How happy that he got the job done afterwards, starting with Citizen Lou.
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember they were gonna trade like 3 people for him. It was like Ben Gordon, Lou Alding, and I forgot the other person. I mean, like you said, I'm glad it didn't go through because I mean, like I told you earlier, Kobe was bar none probably the most hated on player by the media and that I've seen in my own eyes. So yeah, to watch it, to watch him like go through all that and still get the the repeat, the back-to-backs, that was pretty cool to see.
Fantastic.
Yeah, the same, man. I don't think people were, everybody on the outside looking in was like, mad at Kobe or whatever for being frustrated for the whole thing, because that's when the whole Andrew Bynum thing was going on or whatnot. And it was just like, he was like, hey man, I need some help. He's trying to, he did been 2 years back to back, getting, smoked by Phoenix, and he was trying to, and he wanted the Jason Kidd trade. He wanted Jason Kidd from, I think Jason Kidd was still with the Nets at the time.
Yeah.
And they just wouldn't do the thing, man. So like he went on this whole thing, just where like, and I remember he went on whatever the radio station was. Actually, it was Stephen A. Smith interview where he was like he'd rather be playing on the moon or whatever, what have you. So when they got it did, man, it was just like I said, it was just yet again like a beautiful thing, especially if you follow the whole Laker Kobe saga. It's just like everything coming together.
Would you say it was 20 years of brilliance for you? Just watching it?
Yeah, for me, like I said, man, I watched it his whole entire career, never ever, going away from it, because like that was my guy. That's who inspired me for the love of the game of basketball. So I understand, the Lakers were my team, but you resonate with an individual, somebody that gives you perspective and philosophies that can actually help you in real life, as far as approaching things. It's just, adds that little bit extra to it.
It's all yours, General. That's why I saved you for last. I know you got a lot to say. General.
Yeah, so
it's all yours.
So you have to understand that as a Laker fan, Magic was the one who inspired me. You understand? So it's the same thing. This is why I won't, like I was speaking to you earlier, I won't be lean to one side or the other, because I'm of the mindset that you cannot just say that one player is just the greatest. But when you talk about individuals that play for a specific franchise, in my mind, I would have to lean towards Magic, because Magic came off of NCAA championship, came to the NBA first year, boom, championship, changed the franchise around, brought it back to prominence.
Yeah, I cannot. Jerry, we're about the same age. I cannot argue that is as true as it gets. We talked about Magic a couple weeks ago, how much he meant to me and you in our childhood and our teenage years, how much that we saw young Magic got robbed against Kentucky back in 1978, came back and won it for Michigan State in 79, beating Bird and Sidney Moncrief along the way. And he was a great player. But anyway, yeah, Magic to me, look, me in general from a different generation. I understand where Fantastic is coming from, because you go to Southern California between 1997 to the day Kobe retired. He is Southern California to the good people out there. Magic is there is right number one always, but Kobe is their 1A, like General said. It's just hard to believe that he's not with us no more. Fantastic. I'm gonna bring back something to a good memory. Remember the game in San Antonio back in 2001 at the Alamo Dome?
The Derek Fisher shot game? No,
the one when Kobe saved them, when he did the and one late in the game. I think it was game 4 of that series. It was a Friday night. That was the year the Lakers were just so dominant. It was their second title, the Kobe Shaq combo. The game-winning shots Kobe hit. That one was one of them against San Antonio. What did you think about when the Lakers were top dog? Kobe Iverson. Tell me about that. Your opinion.
Oh, Kobe versus Iverson, or you just
2001?
So the series.
Yeah, that one.
I remember that, man, because and I watched that, and I was so intrigued into it because of the whole Iverson thing. Again, like you said, man, being a kid, and then like you guys said, talking about Iverson was a trendsetter, man. I remember everybody wanted to do the Iverson crossovers from the Reebok commercials. Like that was the only reason Reebok was even like relevant or existed still, was like on Allen Iverson. So when they met in the finals, and he went off for that first game, man. It was crazy. But then, like you say, once you start learning about basketball, and they put Kobe on him for the rest of the series, man. And I remember that one game, bro. He still scored, but Kobe just made it so much more difficult for him, bro. It was just like night and day. And that was the that was the back to back. It was just crazy, man. Like I said, especially once you get a better understanding of how basketball is actually played and the strategy behind it. So yeah, man, him versus Iverson was a beautiful thing, and I remember that too when they was when they was going back and forth about it, and that again that last era of true competitiveness in basketball, like no buddy, like hey, you're a lion, I'm a lion, and even if what I'm saying I am on my own, what I'm saying when we out here, it's no friends. So yeah, man, it's like you said, actually seeing stuff like that real time is kind of crazy.
Isn't that great?
Yeah,
In real time, seeing stuff like seeing history
yeah.
of front guys, NBA greatness with Kobe, Iverson. What did you think of the Kobe? This is a great one. The Kobe, um, Manu, Parker, Duncan wars with Kobe and Shaq. What do you thought about those back in the early 2000s? Really started in '99 when Duncan closed out the Forum, sweeping the Lakers that year before they got fell. What do you thought about those wars in the early 2000s?
Like you said, man, that was the only team that Lakers fans even cared about. That was the only team that even we really truly considered. I mean, Portland was fun. That series, those series were memorable. The Sacramento and Portland, but everyone knew, man, it was like pretty much like a 2-team hunt in the West. And it was going to either be us or the Spurs that was going to be in it to win it at the end of the year. So yeah, man, that was some classic games. Like you said, you was talking about. I'm pretty sure that was that 2000 or it was either '01. No, that was either '01 or '02 when they had the shot between Derek Fisher and Tim Duncan.
Oh, 04, yeah.
Yeah, the .04 second shot.
Yeah,
That
back
is
in 2004,
crazy. Yeah,
when the
that was crazy.
Lakers ran off the court. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Manzano? You want to come up here, bro? Here's the link, Manzano. Yeah. Oh, he's up. Okay. Watching the life and times, the remembrance of the great Kobe Bryant. It will be a year this Sunday. Mr. Fantastic was gracious enough to come up today because he's taking care of business over the weekend. The great generals here, Manzano, this popped up. Citizen Lou has popped up. Any of you guys want to come on up and talk about Bryant? Come on up. Lou, let me ask you a question. Citizen Lou,
I'm
you
here.
was a child then. I mean, you was a child then, man. You're so young, my God. um, the Orlando series. Tell me your opinion about that when they beat Orlando to win his first
Oh,
title over.
I'm so glad you asked that. Oh
Hey,
man,
man, I gotta get
I'm
something
so
in your range.
oh man, I'm so glad you asked about that final
Welcome.
series.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Orlando Magic will never win a championship ever again until they openly and publicly apologize to Rafe Alston. What they did to Rafe Alston was a travesty. Rafe Alston brought them to the NBA Finals, and then Jameer Nelson, fat ass. Excuse me, I didn't mean to curse. Sorry. Then Jameer Nelson came back. After missing half the season, and they started him over Rafe Alston, and they got swept because of that. I
No,
mean,
Rafe Alston, God bless his soul. He died 3 weeks ago. You know that, right?
what?
Yeah, Skip Tulu. Yeah, he died 3 weeks ago, guys.
Wait,
If you
what?
didn't know that. Yeah,
What?
he did. Seriously. Yeah,
Brad,
Rafe
He
Alston.
died?
Yeah.
No fucking way.
No,
What?
seriously. Yeah. I'm not joking. Yeah, died like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, well, so that's what I'm saying. So yeah, that's another thing. In Orlando Magic, they need to do right by that man, bro. They did that was absolutely disgusting. That was despicable. That made no sense why they did it. I mean, he was I think he was averaging about 12 points. I want to say like 7 assists, about 2 steals. I think he was Jameer Nelson's fill in for the All-Star game. I mean, the dude was doing numbers, from N.B.A. to the N.B.A. and the way they did him. I know this about Kobe. I'm sorry, but it is not take away from the Lakers. The Lakers did exactly what they were supposed to do. They took advantage of Jameer Nelson, who was undersized and overweight and out of shape, and they did exactly what they were supposed to do. Dwight Howard had no post moves. Paul Gasol was eating them up. Kobe couldn't be stopped. What's the name? Turgaloo, flat
Yo,
foot.
Turkoglu, yeah, you bringing back some memories, man.
Yeah, I remember that finals. I remember that vividly.
You're a kid. That's why I brought that up.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. Cause like I said, man.
Can you guys tell me, with the Lakers championship teams, can you guys tell me who they always talk about? Kobe and Shaq and Paul Gasol all the time with those championship teams. Can you guys tell me who was the overlooked player on those teams that
Lamar
contributed
Odom?
so much? I would say Derek Fisher.
Oh, that was
Derek?
Fisher came back. He went back to the Lakers to steal rings. Yeah, he was back then. Yeah, Fisher. That bastard.
Lamar Odom was a pretty big piece too. I mean, that was he was very focal in that triangle offense. A lot of people don't give him credit for that. Being 6'10" with the handles.
With the first three-peat with the Shaq years, it would have been a combination of
Ryan Shaw, Rick Fox.
No, I wouldn't even said them as much as being an intricate role. I would have said would have been Rick Fox, yeah, but Horace Grant, Rick Fox, Glenn Rice, those would have been the biggest.
At first, Glenn Rice, yeah. I remember Glenn Rice.
Glenn Rice was huge, man. And then of course Robert Ory, but outside of the post Shaq years, Lou is right. It's definitely Lamar Odom, man. Lamar Odom was so versatile. Especially the year I think he won 6 man. I think he won 6 man of the year they lost in 2009. But those next 2 years, man, and him like pretty much getting the real feel for the system that he needed to run as far as with Pau Gasol, for them to have that extra year.
Egon said Devin really George.
And with you, Mason Fantastic. Mason Fantastic. How old does it make you feel that you see Tim Hardaway Jr., Ben Rice III, and all these kids kids of guys who you saw play when they were in their prime? How old does that make you guys feel that you see young guys?
I'll give you an answer for that for one particular superstar in the league, because I love this father, and I think he as a player, and I think his mom is one of the most gorgeous women I've ever seen. I am very happy for Stephon Curry, because his dad was one of my his dad was one of my favorites. I kind of like those Hornet teams with Muggsy and him and Glenn Rice. I mean, not Glenn Rice, or LJ, because I'm a UNLV fan for life. And LJ was there with Mourning. I kind of like that team a lot, and I hated the Knicks. And I still do.
And they say,
Egon, come on up, bro.
They say,
go ahead.
DJ, Derek, the guy who used to play with the Celtics in the 80s, Dennis Johnson, was one of the more overlooked players on that team.
Yes, he was. He was one of the great players. And I'll tell you something. Just how old I am. I'm sorry to date myself. General will agree, because he's from General's neck of the woods. DJ was one of the best young two-way players with that great Sonic teams at the end of the 70s. I know you guys wasn't even in existence. That was that N.B.A. final to me. Sonics Bullets, the first one, 1978, in my lifetime, was by far the best N.B.A. finals I've ever seen. General. I guess General.
Yeah.
Would you agree? What's up, Shay? Good morning. Good evening, baby girl. Would you agree, in your opinion, in finals that went 7 games? Would you agree Washington, Seattle, the first one, was the best ever, along with Lakers, Celtics in 84?
But I didn't concentrate on other teams on the West Coast. The only team that really mattered to me was the Lakers. Period.
LA. Yeah,
that was it. I didn't concentrate. Yeah. Well, I like the Sonics when they had the Rain Man and they had GP.
Did you like them when they had DJ Sycamore and Gus Williams, the Wizard, when they won the title?
I like them too, but at the time, the only focus for me was my Lakers. Period.
Because he asked the question this young man asked was, Yeah, because he's from
But
your neck of the woods.
yeah, but Dennis Johnson, he was probably one of the premier two-way players in the league
Oh, you so
early on, as
oh
far as
God,
his
you're so
ability to play defense and run a
mm,
team. Uh,
mm.
doing what a point guard is traditionally supposed to do. That's a point guard's traditional job, is to run the team and to key in on the point guard from the other team. That's his job. It just so happened that as the game evolutionized itself, that point guards became scorers.
Yeah,
So
Like
you think
Kyrie.
so you think a guy like Dennis Johnson, if he was still around right now, he would be considered an old school, like traditional point guard, like he would be overlooked because of guys like Steph Curry and Kyrie and stuff like that?
no,
Well, no, because of the rule changes, you see, a lot of things happen. See, back in the day, you couldn't play zone in the NBA. You had to play straight man to man. It wasn't no goddamn we gonna zone up because KD can shoot the rock or Steph can shoot the rock. So now we're going no. You had an assignment and you had to do your job. Then the rules changed and they're like, oh, okay, so we're gonna allow, the NBA to play a little bit of a zone. Not like they do in college, the traditional 2-3, 2-1-2 zone, not like that. But what happened was they allowed the NBA to go to what they called a three-man zone, basically.
what's up,
And that
Adrian?
was due to they wanted to speed the game up,
Hey,
make
what's
it more
up?
exciting. They wanted more scoring in the game.
Yeah, and that's what happened in the early 2000s. Earlier, Lou asked the question: why were these guys scoring like they were scoring like Gilbert Arenas, Agent Zero, and all these guys? It was because they changed the rules,
They
man.
changed the rules. They went to
What
zone.
and what you saw in the early 2000s, I call it the Iverson era, the Kobe, Shaq, Duncan. What you saw was guys like Steve Nash become MVPs. That's what you saw. In all seriousness, I mean, Iverson
Yeah.
was as good as it gets.
What you
Fantastic.
saw was
Well,
guys like Steve Nash still MVPs. Not
There
to
we
yeah.
take
go.
away from his game, he was a great player, but there's no way he should have got those MVPs during
Back-to-back
the time when
MVP.
Kobe Bryant.
I would have gave him the first one, but that second one was completely and totally political, man.
I would have gave it to him the year Dirk won.
Was that the same? What year did Kobe dunk on Steve Nash? Was that the second year MVP?
Yeah, that was the same. No, that was a little after that. I think that
Oh, it was
was
a little. Oh, okay. I thought
yeah,
it was
that
the
was
same
after.
year.
Hey,
Well,
folks, can you hear me?
Yeah, how you going? Go ahead. We hear you crystal clear. Welcome to the program, my friend. Welcome to my platform. It's good to see you. It's been a hot minute. How you
Hey,
doing?
what's up, guys?
How you doing, bro?
bro?
Go ahead, give me yours, Adrian.
I want to make sure y'all don't get me confused. I know it's another Aegon, and I'm the opposite. I'm a different guy. I'm not
Oh
the.
yeah, it sound. I'm about to say, damn, it definitely sounds.
Yeah, I was
No,
tripping.
no. But I would say Nash deserved the second one more than the first, because remember the second one he didn't have Amari Stoudemire the whole year. The first one he had a stacked team, so the second one he deserved that one a little more because Amari was gone the whole year and it still wound up with the best record.
Yeah, the year that he didn't win, that was the year Kobe should have won his second one, 2006.
They only won like
2007,
games that year, man.
Nash was the best player in 2007. They gave it to Dirk, and Dirk got knocked out by what's his face, Jason Richardson.
Kobe
and,
averaged
and Baron
they
Davis,
only
right?
won like 45 games that year. You can't give him MVP on that.
Yeah, but no, what you talking about, bro? That's the year he had 35. Are you crazy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that year was crazy.
But
That
the
year
Lakers
he
only
averaged
won like
35 a
45
game,
games that
yeah.
year.
He was a one again.
Who
This is the
who
same.
had the
One-man
record for
game,
highest
bro.
average?
Hold on, real quick. What they did for Westbrook when Westbrook scored the triple double was the same thing that Kobe did. It was just the fact of the matter that, like I said,
I'll be right back. Let you guys rock the room.
way back in in that era, and it was like when they were strictly on some the best. You got to be the best team with the best record in order to do it. Which again for Kobe it should have been the exception because man, the dude was playing lights out just to get his team to the 7th seed or whatever it was. It was crazy. It was bananas. So it was the highest scoring average since Jordan, and that was the same year he had all the 50-point games. He had the 81-point game. It was just so many things that went. It was like a historical season, man. And like for them to give it to Steve Nash, and it was that was strictly political. It was because it was too close to the whole Denver situation. Everyone knew that was Kobe's MVP, man. That was Kobe's MVP. No doubt about
it. See that's what I like about, like, I know we're talking about basketball. That's why I like how baseball determines their MVPs and like Rookie of the Year awards is by the team who actually the player who's means more to their team, like not the player who has a stacked team to get to the playoffs. It's the player who the team relies on the most to get to the playoffs. That one player that the team has to be carried by on their back and stuff. Do you agree? How like baseball, that's how the NBA should determine the Rookie of the Year and stuff like that, and these like awards like the MVP and stuff, to determine, it should be determined on who the player who's balling out, but if they have to carry the team themselves to the playoffs or something like that. Do you agree?
Is that for me?
You guys are, yeah. No, the panel in general. Do you guys agree with that concept, like determining the MVP and the Rookie of the Year awards by the stats, and if the player has to be carrying the team, if they're the only main scorer on the team, like in Allen Iverson, he didn't really have to. Allen didn't really have a lot of decent like role players around him, but he didn't really have a superstar next to him.
Hey Anthony, I gotta interject you on that one.
Yeah,
that's been debunked.
Yeah, that's bad.
that Allen Iverson didn't have any help. That's already been debunked. Allen Iverson had the defensive player of the year on his team.
Coach of the year.
Thank you. The coach of the year and the sixth man. Exactly, bro. And he still lost, bro. We can't do this idolized thing about AI, bro. Like, we gotta hold him accountable, bro. He wasn't that nice. Like, we gotta stop doing that, bro.
Man,
like,
you gotta stop with that.
What?
You gotta stop with that.
Bro, he's the most inefficient scoring champion of all time.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Name me another player that did what Allen did.
What, that lost the finals with the defensive player of the year and the sixth man and the coach of the year?
Right,
they did that?
Right. But so what you gotta understand is you gotta look at the thing from totality, right? You're going off of he had the defensive player of the year, the defensive player of the year, right? Who was the defensive player of the year? Mutombo. All right. Now, when you match up Mutombo against centers in the fucking league, where does he rank?
At that time, he was top five.
Yeah, I'm saying like he was top. He was a top center though. I mean, are you saying that like?
No, but okay. So you got a center. Listen, man, where does he rank? Out of all the centers that
when you saying all, you saying all time, or you were saying for that era?
That's what I'm saying.
For that era,
he was
definitely top 5,
top 10, bottom 10. He would have been bottom 10, but he would have been top 10.
So now let's look.
Yeah, he would have been top 5. He would have been top 5 because you got Shaq. You got Shaq at 1. Who was what? When Vlade Divac.
No, Vlade Divac was trash. But no, bro, you had Shaq. You had, and that's why I say, because still, David Robinson was still playing then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm saying
90s.
At that time, he was better than David
You
Robinson.
talk about the 90s?
No,
you're talking about the 2000 when Allen Iverson got swept.
David Robinson didn't retire to 2004, man.
I'm a bird fan.
But y'all saying bottom 10, Mutombo.
Hold on. This is why we saying this though. Are you saying big man or are you saying center?
He proposed the question. I don't.
Okay, well, if you're saying center, even he's like number 5 because all he gave was defense.
Yeah.
All he gave was defense, but I mean, you didn't really have too many centers back then. You still had fucking the Flying Dutchman in the league, bro. You had what's the dude for the Pacers? Rick Smith, Rick Smith, and who else? I mean, that was like Shaq.
Alonzo and stuff.
Yeah, but Alonzo Mourning wasn't even scoring anymore. He was a defensive guy too. He got switched over to a defensive guy because I think that's around that time was when I think he started having those kidney issues or whatnot. I think he started having health problems.
Yeah, you can't count. You can't count Greg Ostertag, bro.
It's just the Allen Iverson excuses.
Far between, man. Like in the early 2000s.
What you was around then too?
The early 2000s. You have to put in Yao Ming, bro.
Oh yeah, but y'all was always
wasn't there yet.
So
y'all wasn't in the final.
It would have been Shaq.
But we're
Yao.
not talking about just the final.
Yeah, you talking
we're
about the league though.
the in the league at that time, the complete.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
would have been.
Yao Ming, bro.
So
It would
you
have been like
telling
Shaq,
me?
Yao.
So you telling me that you got Shaquille O'Neal, David Robinson,
Mhm. Yeah.
you got Dwight Howard, a young Dwight Howard.
No,
Yeah,
Dwight Howard
Dwight
wasn't in the
Howard.
league yet.
Dwight Howard wasn't in it.
Dwight Howard didn't come into the league until like 08,
2002.
No, Dwight Howard came in 04.
Would you consider?
04, yeah.
Wait, would you guys consider Duncan?
Yeah,
a
okay,
center?
4 years.
No, he's a
Look,
power forward,
Yeah, that's
bro.
what I'm saying. And then he got the power
Why?
forward
And that's why
argument.
Wait a minute, y'all. Tim Duncan was listed at the center position. He moved over to the forward position. It was in the change.
No,
Well, he did power forward because David Robinson was there.
Yeah.
You see how this confusion happens when you make
Right,
excuses of
so-
Allen Iverson?
I'm not making excuses. I'm simply
AI was a bad boy, man, and I didn't like
Bro,
AI.
Bro, look,
Listen, AI got rid of all his help. AI had Jerry Stackhouse. He didn't want him there. They got rid of him. He had Larry Hughes. He didn't want him there. They got rid of him. He had who else? He had somebody else too that I can't remember. He had there was one more other person than Larry Hughes, but he got rid of him.
Smith.
He wanted to be a one-man band, bro.
Yeah,
He wanted to be a one-man show.
He loved it, bro.
So what you're telling me is that the N.B.A. Mutombo was a better center than Olajuwon.
Hell no.
By that time,
Whoa, let me get it out, man. I'm just gonna go down the list.
go ahead.
You're telling me that the N.B.A. Mutombo was a better center than Alonzo Mourning.
Yes, I'm telling you. Then that's what I'm telling you. Elijah, you gotta think, General. All these dudes were dudes that was in either the early 90s. They were like 15 years into their seasons, bro. Elijah one was on the end of Toronto's bench by that time. He was
In the early 2000s.
he was on his way out the league.
Yeah, he was.
Alonzo Mourning started having those kidney issues. I don't think it was to the point where he needed the transplant yet, but he had started having serious health issues. And then everybody else was just aging out. Like I said, bro, you had like Rick Smits. They was going away from Rick Smits to I forget who they got. I forget who the Pacers replaced him with, but what's his name was done too.
They replaced him with Jermaine O'Neal.
Patrick Ewing was done. Jermaine O'Neal wasn't there yet because Jermaine O'Neal was still sitting on Portland's bench.
He was behind some.
How about Ben Wallace? How about Ben Wallace from the
Wallace was trash. Ben Wallace wasn't even recognized as a defensive specialist yet, man. Ben Wallace was a journeyman until he finally settled down with Detroit.
See, what wound up happening in that period right there, what you saw was they started phasing out the center being
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Center was being a defensive player getting rebounds at that time, so that's why.
You know what's messed up? It was because of Shaq. They had to get rid of the center and go to the stretch big just for Shaq because it's just like you got to get Shaq out the paint. As long as Shaq in the paint, everything's crowded. And like you said, you're not gonna have any what's name. That's why you guys said what happened to the big explosion of scoring and everything. And what was it, 2006 or what?
05, 06.
Yeah, like you said, they changed over to and they started allowing his own defense bullshit, and you no longer had a legitimate center rim protector. The 90s centers were the last era of true bigs. Yeah. Then that's when you saw KG explode even bigger. Tim Duncan started got even more impactful. They started doing all these things. Dirk was coming into his own. You had all these stretch bigs. Nobody really, Chris Webber and Rasheed Wallace. Mm-hmm. Nobody really worked from the post anymore. All that post shit was dead.
Yeah.
So, what's your guys' opinions on Ronnie Cycli?
But hold on, Anthony. Hold on, Anthony. We got to get back to what General talking about.
Yeah.
So the point is, individual accolades were good, but when you look at the competition they had around the league at that particular point in time, compared to what other teams had, he didn't have enough. Period. You had a defensive specialist who won Defensive Player of the Year because he blocked a lot of shots. He gave you nothing on offense. He gave you little to nothing rebound wise.
Mm-hmm.
That was
he was averaging a double now.
That was it.
We're talking about Mutombo. He's talking about Mutombo.
Yeah, but it was like 9. Yeah, it was like 9 and 9. Like
it was 12. It was 12 and 12.
He had 13. He had like 13 rebounds or something. So he's leading the league in rebounds and blocks.
Right, and then like 3. Yeah, exactly.
But he had to go against Shaq. It was sad, man. It was like he had no chance.
Exactly.
And I see that point, right? But look, John, let me just say this real quick. I mean, okay, I give you the Mutombo part, but I mean, what about What about Kobe versus AI? I mean, Kobe was cooking him. I mean, it was just that matchup alone. I understand what you're saying, but he didn't even show up to that.
Okay, so there are a lot of little nuances that go on in the game of basketball, right? If I'm playing on a team and I'm at 6'2" and a half, and I'm the biggest guy on
excuses. It's always excuses with Allen Iverson. It's always an excuse with him.
I don't understand why you want to go. I'm not making excuses. I'm giving you my point of view. There's no excuses. The guy simply to win a championship, he had enough to get out of the East, but he didn't have enough to win a championship. They could have put damn near. It was 3 other teams in the West at that particular point in time that damn near was the Western Conference champions. They wouldn't have beaten those teams. So I'm not making excuses. I'm telling you what it is.
No, earlier Anthony was saying he didn't have any help, right? And then that's where we came on and we were saying that's Biddy, but he had help. And then you were saying
the Lakers, to go against when you say we're talking about that 1-7 game series, we're talking about the championship series. Compared to the roster the Lakers had, he did not have enough help. Michael Jordan didn't have enough help in Chicago until they got Scotty, and later on, fucking Dennis, and later on they brought in fucking Dennis Rodman and Scotty and fucking what's my man name is that Cleveland? Ron Harper. He didn't have enough help until then. Motherfucker, what 7 years?
But I'm saying though, but I thought Allen Iverson was that nigga. I mean.
Well, no. This is what I say. This is what I say. I'm not gonna say he didn't have enough help. It's like I don't think there was. I know there wasn't any help that he could get that was gonna beat that. This is a three-peat. This is a three-peat dynasty team, man. It's only been what in modern basketball only been 2 teams to three-peat, only 2. So again,
it was a great team.
Even if you would have put anybody next to him, tell me anybody to put next to them, and I still don't see them beating the Lakers. I don't see it. This is a Laker team. This is a Laker team that beat teams like we were saying that beat Portland teams, Sacramento teams, San Antonio teams, early Dallas Mavericks teams to get to the finals in the West, which was definitely the tougher playoff series anyway. And then when they got through to the finals, they just fucking steamrolled everybody.
Right, and they steamrolled Allen Iverson ass too. So
he's
not who we thought he was.
On that team, they had Raja Bell. He turned out to be a pretty decent player later on. Defensive, played a lot of good games against Kobe. You had Rodney Buford. Who the fuck was that? Matt Geiger. I remember Matt Geiger vaguely when he was in college. When he played at Auburn, and later he transferred to he played at Auburn first, then he transferred to Georgia Tech. He had ugly ass Tyrone Hill. Tyrone Hill couldn't make a jump shot to save his fucking life. Jermaine Jones, who the fuck was that? He had an
which year is this?
2001. That was
2001. He had an old ass Tony Kukoc that was done over the hill. He had a young George Lynch. He had Todd McCullum. He had an old ass over the hill Vernon Maxwell, Mad Max. He had Aaron McKee over the hill. He had Rashad McLeod, who was the washout in the N.B.A. He had Anthony Miller. He had Nazir Muhammad, washout N.B.A. Then he had Dikembe Mutombo. Yeah, baby.
But they did have Anthony Miller, didn't they?
Then he had old ass Anthony Miller. Then he had Kevin Ollie, washout N.B.A. Theo Ratliff of the Ratliff brothers. Then he had Pepe Sanchez, washout, who was a hot kid. He came out of Temple, Puerto Rican dude. He was nice at Temple. Then he had Eric Snow. That's it.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me get this out. What help did he have on that roster?
Okay, but look. Okay, hold on. I'm finna look. I just pulled it up.
You can blame the front office. Actually, I can counter that.
Look, I just looked up the Lakers, bro. Kobe and Shaq was the only people. They was the only people averaging 28 points a game that year. Derek Fisher was at 11, and everybody else was trash. What I'm saying is, bro, the matchup. Look, I see what y'all saying, right? That Mutombo was not fucking with Shaq at all. But at the same time, Allen Iverson was not who we thought he was. He's not who we say he is. The man.
Do you like AI? Do you like AI?
I mean, he's cool, man. I'm just saying, bro. Like, it just when every time the AI argument come up, man, it's just always, oh, he had no help. But it's like the Lakers, Kobe and Shaq was the team.
But you could give that same argument. My point is, you could give that same argument to motherfucking Michael Jeffrey Jordan when he finally made the finals and finally made it to the Eastern Conference Finals and got his leg broke by Detroit. You can make the same fucking argument for him.
Well, no, this is what I say, man. Allen Iverson, I respect him. I like his game. I watched him, but Allen Iverson is when they talk about how selfish Kobe was, Allen Iverson was selfish, and he not only showed it like in his play, but he showed it when he got traded and he didn't want to. That's why he got traded so quickly from
Pistons to the Memphis.
Yeah, not Pistons to Memphis, but from
Denver to Pistons.
Yeah, Denver to Pistons to Memphis. Because he refused to play his role, man. He refused to be. He couldn't. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say that I saw Iverson live when I used to live out in the West Coast. I saw him at the old Seattle Key Arena, and that was when he was traded to Denver in 2007. And what I didn't like about him, he changed my opinions about him that night. What a player! What a effing player that guy is. My God.
And he was carrying.
I mean,
nah, come on, man.
Dude, what is your whiff? What is your riff with AI, bro?
Man, he was carrying too.
Mace,
what's up,
Manzano? Did you ever go to games in the old Saddle Dome where Phoenix used to play when you were younger? Like, did you ever go to the games?
The Saddle Dome?
Yeah, the Saddle Dome where the Phoenix Suns used to play before they had their current stadium.
Oh, you mean the old? You're thinking about San Antonio with the Alamo Dome?
No, the Phoenix used to play outdoors. Their stadium was outdoors, I think. The Saddle Dome. The Saddle Dome was in.
Fucking Laro, practice. Yo, talking about practice. I didn't go to a Suns game in Phoenix, if that's what you're asking me. No.
When the Lakers or other teams would play against your Lakers, who's your team?
Portland.
Yeah. When Portland used to go to games in Phoenix, did you ever go to games?
No, but back in 1990, when Portland, that was the year they went to the finals. When they came to the East Coast, I went to 4 of the games. I went to Washington, I went to Jersey, the Knicks, and I went to when they were on the East Coast. Atlanta.
Okay. And when you guys see the N.B.A. expanding to more teams, do you guys?
No, I don't. Yeah, it expanded to a lot more since then. It's been 30 years, young man. A long time.
All right, so
where do you guys
go ahead, John.
I just want to go over this. I just want to go over this roster that they had to compete with, that the 76ers had to compete with. You had Kobe Bryant. You had Derek
28 points a game.
You had Rick Fox. You had Horace Grant. You had a still young, bad knee Ron Harper, who later went to the Bulls and won championships over there. You had Big Shot Bob, Robert Ory, Shaquille O'Neal, Isaiah Ryder, Mr. Dunkathon, and Brian
What's up,
Shaw.
Mr. Miami?
You telling me he had enough help to contend with that fucking team?
No, what I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying, General. General, give him a third wheel. Who you gonna give him? Give him Ray Allen, give him Vince Carter, give him whoever you want to give him. I don't know who you giving. They not beating the Lakers.
Not with that roster. No, I understand.
But I'm saying, this is what I'm telling you. Even if you had, let's say you had Mutombo still as the anchor, as defensive anchor, right? And then you gave them another all-star caliber player. Anybody in the East, just take your pick of whoever the best player outside of Allen Iverson that would have been in the East, and that would have been arguably either.
Wait, when did Tracy come in? When did Tracy McGrady come into the league? Was that
98?
98, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, give him Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter.
Well, you can't give him both. You got to give him one more. Not
McGrady has a chance.
Even
Okay.
if he still don't got a chance with McGrady. He still doesn't have a chance with McGrady. He doesn't. That team doesn't beat again. And then you're just looking at it's not just the roster or the players. It's also the coaching system. It's the system and the coach. Again, I told the reason why Mike Brown was able to beat the Lakers with the Pistons team was that he knew and he figured out that formula. He learned the harsh lesson through losing to the Lakers in the finals with Philly. You're not gonna beat that team with having a guy that scores 30, even 40 points per game. That's not how you beat the team. You have to beat that team by slowing down the pace, by having a well-balanced offensive thing to where you keep the ball out of their hands as much as possible. You keep the ball out of the hands of Shaq and cut down their possessions as much as possible. You let Shaq eat all you're not gonna stop Shaq, so don't even try. Let Shaq get his 37 how many points per game, but you gotta cut Kobe's head off, and that's what they did. They and everybody talk about how Tayshaun Prince shut Kobe. No, motherfucker, it wasn't just Tayshaun Prince, bro. They actually have clips on here where you can see, bro. They will double and triple teaming Kobe Bryant, man, on the trap to get the fucking ball out of his hands, where like he literally didn't have anything to do. Like I said, yeah, was Tayshaun Prince an excellent defender? Did he make it hard on Kobe? Yes. But to act like it was just him by himself, man, get out of here. That's the reason why the only one game they did win was because of Kobe.
Let me get this real quick, General, real quick. So I'm looking at this I'm gonna do this shit slow. All right, I'm looking at Allen Iverson stats. Okay, 42% from the field, 32 shots attempt, 32 field goal attempts, 32% from the three. I mean, just horrible ass, efficiency.
Okay, I want you to compare. What I want you to do is I want you to compare his stats to Steph Curry's stats.
Oh, bro, Curry is 90, 50, and 40.
Yeah, it's not going to be close, General.
It's not even going to be close.
Yeah, it's not going to be close.
So how long? What's the timeline between that?
This you talking about this season I'm looking at right?
2001 would have been like 15 years. It would have like 14, right. 15 years.
So
you say okay? So you saying at that same time frame, the same amount of time? Look at it. Okay, I'll do that right now.
We can say that Steph Curry. We can say that Steph is an anomaly, much like goddamn KD is, right? But what I want you to do is I want you to look around at the guards that were in the league at the time and tell me the other premier point guard stats.
Like to my Iverson's time?
Yep.
It would have been Jason Kidd. It would have been Jason Kidd. It would have been Baron Davis. It would have been
Steve Nash.
Oh, wait, I thought Allen Iverson was a shooting guard.
Yeah, he was a two guard.
No, he was a two guard.
Yeah, so why are we talking about point guard?
Yeah, Iverson was the point guard in Philly.
So look at the two. Eric Snow was the point.
Yeah, he was the two guard.
Yeah, Eric Snow was the point.
Okay.
So we
got to compare him against other two guards. So Kobe.
Yes, look at other two guards and look at their stats.
All right, I'm looking at Kobe's right now.
Yeah,
right, Kobe had a higher field goal percentage, lower 3-point percentage, and a higher free throw percentage.
D-Wade. What was AI still playing? Well, I have a question. Was AI still playing when D-Wade came into the league, or was he already retired by now?
Yes, he was. He was in his prime. Yes, he was.
In 03.
Yeah, he was in his prime.
Three years out of Marquette.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Did AI? So AI was still playing, is what you're saying when D-Wade came into the league? Yes,
he was in his prime. That was like his 7th year in the league. Philip Rivers retired today. Yes, yeah. AI was in the middle of the league. You know when AI slowed down because he had too many hits on the floor, bro. Slowed down about 2005.
Yeah,
that's when you begin to slow down a little bit.
Can I get in on
it? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Agon, you ain't said. Yeah, go ahead.
What we doing is really a matchup thing. What General is saying about not having help, he's saying not having help against one team. If you get it as a whole season, the Philadelphia 76ers, what everybody ran against that whole year except for the Lakers. So
that's true.
He had plenty of help. We're just talking about matchup for the Lakers. He didn't have help.
Right.
Plenty of help for the rest of the league.
And that's what Fantastic was saying. That it didn't matter who.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
I agree with that point I was talking about in the championship series. Now, we moved the conversation forward, and we went back and we want to talk about his stats. Name me another fucking player who was barely
okay, bro.
I'm sorry. Name
No,
me
it's good.
another player who was barely 6 foot tall, 190 pounds, that did the things that Allen Iverson was able to do. Take a team.
How tall was Isaiah Thomas?
6'1", 6'1".
Yeah, about the same
I mean,
height.
Isaiah Thomas didn't have no problem getting those rings and being a part of that.
Isaiah Thomas had help.
Yes, he had a squad, bro.
Yeah, he did have Joe Dumars. He did have Joe Dumars.
Isaiah played with what, three or four Hall of Famers. So yeah, that would be a bad example.
Are you serious?
The general, we off it now. We already lose.
Well, no, this is what I'm saying, and yeah, this is what I'm saying, General. I'm trying to tell you, I don't care who you gave them. I'm with you with saying it wasn't a fair balance, it wasn't a fair matchup, or not, what have you. You took the next best player that you could think of, and you put him on that Philly squad. They still get beat either 6-2 or 4-3. Then you're not beat.
I don't disagree with you, because we're looking at the squad that the Lakers had as well. That's why I did that. I don't disagree with that. I don't.
Yeah.
And you got this Allen Iverson conversation. Do you think we should blame the front office for not giving him help?
What's up, stranger?
No.
Let's go Buffalo.
That's what we told you, bro. They gave him all the players, but he got them out of there. He did not want any help. He wanted to be the only man. He wanted to be the only offensive option. That's why Eric Snow is the point guard, bro, and his next scoring option was fucking Eric McKee as a sixth man.
Exactly.
My whole thing is he overrated.
Ergo the bullshit. Allen Iverson admitted to it later on. I've watched several interviews. He says, you know what? If I had done things differently, I would have no doubt been an NBA champion. He took responsibility for him not being a champion. Not like Charles Barkley, who cries every time he gets an opportunity to cry.
I mean, to be fair, Charles Barkley did go against Jordan. I mean,
no, he had no chance.
It was a wrap. Like,
and
he was the Suns, wasn't
he? They were the year they were supposed to beat the year they went up against Houston, they got smacked. So
wait a minute, the Suns didn't get smoked by the Bulls. Now they lost.
Yo, back up. Phoenix, player for player, was better than that Bulls team, bro.
Exactly.
They just didn't have the heart to win it.
They went to game 6, and in game 6 they lost by a game with a shot.
You telling me you have a team? Yeah, me and you know, because we like Western Conference basketball. You telling me when you bring in a Richard Dumas or Cedric Ceballos and an Oliver Miller off the bench with what's his face, Danny Ainge? Are you kidding me?
No.
With that starting five,
and what's the result?
That's right. That's why I said they didn't have the heart.
And like you said, Fantastic, they did lose to the Rockets too.
Yeah,
we do forget that too.
No heart. That's proving my point. Phoenix had no heart.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But like that's on Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley, that was your MVP year where you go to the fucking the finals to play. You know what I'm saying? The greatest player ever. And then, like I said, you got Charles Barkley saying some shit like, you know, hey, God played for the other team. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that like is I don't think it was like the hard thing. I just think, you know,
he was scared of Jordan.
When it came to the psychological warfare, bro, Jordan is one of the most, you know, cerebral assassins, fucking serial killers there ever were. And, you know, Charles Barkley's never been a big mental guy. Plus discipline. Like I mean, you know, even looking at Charles in his later career, he was that's why him and Shaq always go at it so much. They're the same way, just conditioning and shit like that. He just, you know,
two fat niggas always arguing.
And for me, the most overlooked teams in that era with Michael Jordan dominating the East were the Heat, the Knicks, and the Knicks, because the Knicks and the Heat had good teams, but they just couldn't beat.
I wouldn't say
the Bulls. I say the Pacers.
I would say the Heat. Yeah, the Pacers were definitely higher than the Heat. Yeah. The Knicks got their due, but the Knicks got their due because they made it to the finals and got smacked, of course. But then the Pacers was the one that was really suffering because Reggie Miller was too, man. Reggie Miller was another guy that was just lights out, and that Pacers team was extremely well coached. But like you said, man, you just had to come up against fucking the Bulls every year, like shit.
So you guys don't think the Heat teams were good? You guys don't think the Heat teams were good? You guys don't think the Heat teams of the late
not to be mentioned,
early-
not to be mentioned in the echelons with those Bulls teams. I mean,
What team did you say, Anthony?
The Heat, the '90s Heat with Hardaway, Dan Marley, and
Oh
Mashburn,
hell
and
no.
no.
The Heat waved their own flag. Their biggest competition was the Knicks. They wasn't even thinking about the Bulls. They was more worried about the Knicks. They were like, we got
The only other team that was over there in the Eastern Conference that could have goddamn given the Bulls fits at that particular point in time was the Penny Hardaway and goddamn Shaquille O'Neal Magic. With
that's true.
To me, Indiana too.
That was the only other team that if they had kept that team together, that could have gave the goddamn Bulls a run for their money.
Jerry, you do know that Indiana was the only team that took the Bulls to a Game 7.
It's true.
That was the big reason why Shaq left though. Shaq know that team wasn't built for that, and
they couldn't beat Jordan now that Jordan was back.
But Penny them injuries though. That's what got Penny Hardaway.
No. Well, not just that. They on top of that, they killed Nick Anderson, bro. Nick Anderson was never the same after he
psychologically destroyed.
Yeah, he destroyed him, bro. He admitted it. He even admitted it.
Sad. Yeah, he did.
He even admitted it, bro. He wasn't the same anymore after missing those fucking free throws in that series, bro.
They gave him Shaq money and he had to come off the bench. They gave him that big contract. His mental state went down so much he had to come off the bench. It was crazy.
He was done.
See, that's what I don't get. Isn't there certain players you guys agree don't deserve who
You said what?
are given money, a whole bunch of money, and they don't deserve it, and when they get the money that they think they're better than they actually are, and then when they finally get to where they have that much money, they either, it's not choking, but they regress.
Well, no, they choke. No, they
choke.
get
comfortable.
It's not even getting comfortable. Listen, man. Like it's the same thing that we're seeing now with James Harden. You've seen the same thing with Russell Westbrook. You seen the same thing with who else was another person? Like, the dude
they gave Cat a max deal.
But no, Cat actually has the talent to do it. But damn, I can't think of his name. Joe Johnson, bro. Joe Johnson was the first person to get a max deal.
Yes, he was.
Joe Johnson was the first person to get like a super max deal in Atlanta. Atlanta gave Joe Johnson at the time some crazy, hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever the fuck it was, right?
Robin
Joe Johnson was not a lead guy, bro. He was never a team leader franchise guy, but they gave him that money. He literally played the rest of his contract out in the league off of that same fucking contract. He was extremely talented, but to make him the number one
come up and join the conversation
and give him that kind of money, crazy. Same thing they turned around and did, even when they gave some of these mid-level high contracts, they did the same thing. Turned around and gave Josh Smith a big ass deal. Atlanta was king for a minute. They're king of giving fucking bad contracts. Same thing with what the Knicks did with Allen Houston. Allen Houston, my bad. Allen Houston, they gave the Knicks was notorious for that too. Same thing they did to Stephon Marbury. There was a lot of people, man, that got just
really forgetting.
My bad. Go ahead.
Steve Francis.
Yeah, Steve Francis is another great example, man. A lot of these dudes are just talented, but you can't pay a person just off of talent if they don't have the leadership ability. And again, Houston didn't learn their lesson before, and now they're doing this again with James Harden. James Harden got 200 some odd million fucking dollars, and I promise you, James Harden is going to get bounced around the league off this contract. He's never going to get another big contract again. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if he'll get. Well, he will definitely still be in the league and get another re-signing. But his next contract will be one of the fucking lowest and shortest contracts ever. They're going to
come up.
I wanted to add this real quick too.
Yeah,
Rashard Lewis was also the second.
Yeah, he also got a ridiculous contract.
Yeah, he was the second highest paid player in the league at one point.
Is Mike Conley still the highest paid, making $43 a year for Utah?
Mike Conley? No way.
Yeah, he was the highest.
Yeah, bro. Memphis, we the worst at giving contracts, bro. I swear to God. Man. We all we do is fuck that up.
A year, bro.
All Memphis do is fuck it up, bro. We drafted Asheem to beat over James Harden and Steph Curry. We drafted we got Gilbert Arenas, sorry ass. We got Allen Iverson ass. Gilbert Arenas ain't sorry, but he was sorry then.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You got a superstar now, bro.
Yeah, hopefully all that pain, that 2012 season where we was
Yeah, I remember.
getting pushed out by the oh god.
I like Ja though, but Ja definitely needs some help. Ja needs some
God
help.
damn,
He
I love
do,
that.
man.
Yeah.
But
God
we're
damn, I
paying
love
we're
that
paying
kid.
Chandler Parsons
Ooh.
$80 million to be in Iceland vacationing when he supposed to. All right,
Oh man, he's the worst of all time. Man.
I hate Chandler. If I see Chandler Parsons right now, it's on site.
Yeah, he got 2 max deals and never even played. Man.
Ain't even
Crazy.
played, bro.
He got it from Dallas too.
By the way, let me say this to all you guys up here. You guys have been phenomenal tonight. I mean that, all of you. General even makes it better. Fantastic. I'm gonna let you guys keep talking. Fantastic. You're tremendous. Lou, Agon, Manzano. You guys keep up. The chat room is lit. NBA fan, get your ass up here. Chat room is lit. You guys can continue with your NBA talk. I'm just a moderator.
So
They had-
I have a question. I'm a Heat fan. So you guys think it was smart with the Heat did not trade a whole bunch of picks or give up like Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero for James Harden?
That was smart. Yeah, I'm not getting, bro. Listen, James Harden is not winning you a chip. He's not doing it.
Yeah, that's titties over titles.
Yeah, listen again, bro. This shit right now. This is Kyrie's first night back. So we listen, bro.
Great. 37 tonight. Harden had 21 points, 12 assists, 10 rebounds, and KD had 35.
But I'm telling you, when it comes down to being coached, man, and playing defense in those last three minutes of the game when it matters, and you gotta playoff basketball and regular season basketball, two different things, bro. Miami did the smart thing. Miami still has a chance and time to get another big player to put next to Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? Process by trade deadline, or even wait till, because the whole thing was talking about Giannis. So I could definitely see them trading, but trading for James Harden, I wouldn't do it.
Mr. Fantastic, you had to be in here when it was it was NBA Finals time, and I was just killing the Laker fans, having some fun with them, and killing the Heat fan because I don't like Jimmy Butler personally. So I was going on and on about how Jimmy Butler has done nothing, and they were like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "The two white guys, whoever their names are. I know one is Hero,
Duncan and Tyler Hero.
Yeah. I said those are the reasons why the Heat's in the finals. You guys don't realize that? Oh, did they kill me in here, man? About Jimmy Butler, man.
Honestly,
hey, niggas love
I'm
Jimmy
a Heat
Butler
fan.
now.
I
don't know why.
Niggas love Jimmy Butler.
He got a max deal to average 15 a game.
Niggas really love Jimmy Butler.
I don't know why though.
Okay, now here's why. He does the dirty work, but he's also willing to assert himself when it's time, and he doesn't mind being the gold.
By the way, what's up, guys? By the way, what's up?
Hey! Shout to all the panel. I'm driving home watching Heat win, also watching Brooklyn Nets debacle, which I've been telling people about. But let me get on Jimmy Butler because I think he's a very interesting. He's to me is arguably, and I can't think of too many two-way players who be a difference maker. It was one game in the finals where he shot. I want to scored over 40 points, and he didn't attempt 1-3. So Mace, no disrespect to you and the channel, we brothers, but Jimmy Butler is one of those guys who want to go to war with. That's why. Now, the problem with it is that
I agree with you.
That's all he's really about. No, go ahead.
Did they trade tonight? Let me see.
I will say this though. If Chris Paul didn't get hurt and he played at game 6,
been telling me that.
I don't want to hear that shit.
James Harden probably would have beat the Warriors for real.
No, they wouldn't have, man.
Bro. The game before that, Chris Paul put like 30 on Curry head.
It don't matter. And listen, the next year, when they was completely and totally healthy, everybody healthy, no KD. Again, you held somehow, or not even you held him. Steph Curry was invisible for the first fucking half of that game. Then he came out the second half and he hit their ass for 32 or whatever the fuck it was, and they closed him out in 6 with no KD. I don't want to hear it, bro. No.
I'm talking about that game. No,
I know what you're saying, but
the momentum was riding.
I'm gonna read them.
Go ahead, fellas. Keep talking.
And for me, honestly, I'm a Heat fan, and I agree with Mace. The two guys that did most of the work for that team were Duncan and Tyler, to be honest, and Bam Adebayo too. Bam was doing pretty good. Bam Adebayo he's gonna be the next big superstar at the big man position. Don't you agree?
I
No.
don't, because Anthony
Hell
Davis
no.
ate him.
Wait,
Anthony Davis ate him
wait,
alive.
Wait, what? No, bro. Brother.
Anthony Davis destroyed him.
Hey, Anthony Davis, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Cat, Joel Embiid. Who else? We missing? We missing somebody else. Jokic. Stop it. No, bro. He's not top 5.
No,
he need top 10.
And he's undersized. I mean, he's good. You know what? To his credit, bro, he did this dude did a whole lot better, bro. He improved tremendously between I guess it was the sophomore year to last year. Tremendous improvement, bro. But listen, bro, even Sabonis, shout out to NBA fan, bro. Sabonis is
NBA fan know what he's talking about.
So man. I'm sorry, Bam is good, but Bam doesn't even make it'd be you'd argue to make him in top 10, bro. What's buddy name down there?
John Collins,
DeAndre Ayton.
he's playing tonight. Ayton.
I would get Zion over Bam.
I like Wiseman. I like Wiseman over Bam. I like
on the Warriors
over Bam.
Who said they like Wiseman over Bam?
I said that. Fantastic. Said that.
Why?
Because have you seen him play, Mace?
Yeah, I've seen Wiseman. Yeah, Wiseman good. Yeah, he's
Wiseman
good.
Is nice. Wiseman is nice. Big man. He has a legit stroke from 18 feet out to 20 feet. He's mobile. He's extremely good on the defensive side.
I don't know about that. Fantastic. Because I don't know about that. Fantastic. I
gotta watch it, bro.
Amir Simmons, you want to come up?
He seems like a 7-foot guard to me.
Yo, you gotta watch him. I'm telling you, but he also gets down low in the post. He gets boards, and again, he blocks shots and he does all those things. It's just he's not being used as a scorer because of the system and because of the team he's playing with. But dude's
I agree with you over Bam. I do agree with you on that, but I was saying as a top player.
I'm just saying over Bam. That's what I'm saying. So
okay. I got you.
If we saying Bam,
see, this is why I'm a Heat fan. Can you guys explain to me why people overlook Bam? Because he's honestly
he's undersized, bro. He's what? Bam is like Bam is like a 6'10" center, man. He's undersized.
Yeah, I like Bam a lot though.
Yeah, he has good energy and he has good work ethic. He has all those things, but he's an undersized big man. And again, whenever he has to guard any of those people, Anthony Davis ate, bro.
Destroyed.
And the only reason he didn't eat as much as he did because he got hurt in the final. He was injured.
Yeah, that game. Yeah, he did. Yeah, the game.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Bam can't do anything with a legit big man, because he's undersized. Bam is like 6'10", man, and he might not even be 6'10".
I know. Yeah, I thought that was 6'9". You're right, bro. He not even. Bro, Anthony, I understand. You said you don't understand what is Bam? What is his? You know what I'm saying? What would you call him?
Position. To me, he's a 4.
Yeah, he's a 4 at most. But they got him playing center because of the system they're trying to run. So,
if he was on Phoenix, he'll be the perfect 4 next to Ayton.
Yeah, next to Ayton, exactly. If you gave him a legit big, and you move him to 4, then I think Bam would be possibly an elite 4. But as far as a center, no way. The big man, the anchor for the defense and scoring points and getting buckets, I think he might be averaging 15 to 10 or something.
Yeah, right now he's averaging 19 and 9.
Welcome to the family.
19 and 9.
Yeah, 19.5.
Yeah, Amir, come on up, bro.
And 5 assists. That ain't bad.
If the Heat don't move into 4, they're gonna do exactly what the Hawks did with Al Horford all those years.
And run him in the ground.
Facts
for all those years.
Facts, bro. Yeah, I agree.
My little homie Young Swift, what's up, brother?
What's good?
Yeah, young fella talking all that shit on the great AI's name, man. What you?
No, I was with Young Swift. I'm with Young Swift.
Kyrie,
I'm talking about Young Swift. That's what I'm talking about.
Kyrie is more skilled.
He is more skilled, but to say he's just overall better, that's a hard sell, man.
Yes.
No, Kyrie is better than AI.
Not a hard sell, bro.
KI is better than AI.
Bro, he's not joking, bro. He has never did it on his own. He got to do it on his own. Kyrie got to take a team on his own, bro, and put it on his back.
That's
Kyrie,
right.
Allen Iverson ain't take nobody nowhere.
Yes, he
AI
did.
didn't take nobody nowhere.
Finals,
He made it to
bro.
the finals. What
By
you talking
himself.
And they lost and they got swept.
Yeah, they lost,
Yeah,
but again,
they
he still
lost.
Manzano, come back. Yo,
Listen,
Amir Simmons, come on
listen,
up,
he
bro.
still, bro. He still cleared out. He still cleared out.
It's okay, Amir. Thank you for your contribution. Welcome to the family, buddy. Have a
He
great
did.
night.
He still cleared the Eastern Conference, man, and made it to the finals again versus dynasty
They
team.
lost, though.
Yeah, of course everybody lost. Everybody lost. Again, there are only 2 teams to three-peat in modern basketball, bro.
I don't want to hear y'all.
But it's
okay.
it's not like Kyrie's game
All
is
right.
him being
So
by
y'all
himself.
talking all this shit. I don't want to hear shit this year because Kyrie got 2 elite players. They have a
He
big
definitely
3
gonna
now.
get smacked.
I
He
don't
got 2
want to
MVPs.
What?
I don't want to hear shit.
He got KD and
Yeah, he got
Harden.
2 MVPs.
So we finna see what he can do with the help
Yeah,
that
they're making it to
he
the
has
championship.
over there. We finna
And they
see.
still lost to Cleveland
No, they're
tonight.
making it to the championship easy.
Yeah,
Hold on,
bro, they
lost-
finna run through that
Cleveland?
East.
They didn't lose.
Yeah,
to
they
Cleveland.
did, yeah.
Yeah, they
Oh,
got. They
wait.
lost.
So,
Yeah,
wait.
they
Hold
easy
on.
Wait, the Nets lost today?
Hold
Yeah,
on.
they
No,
lost
wait.
tonight. Yeah, I was
Eight
watching the
players.
game. They
You
lost in
said
overtime.
35. Hold on. You said 35 and 30 and then 20, and they still lost.
Well, yeah, I'll give you the numbers again.
Cleveland?
Harden had 21, 12,
you
and
said it was
10.
a regular.
Kyrie had 37, and Durant almost had a triple double. He had 35,
And they lost.
and they lost to Cleveland. Yeah. Who's the point guard for Cleveland?
Fantastic. You with me now? You know why? You know why they lost? You know why they lost? Because number one, the only defensive player they got on that team, and he just came that way, is KD. KD plays D. Guess who doesn't play D? James Harden. Guess who else doesn't play D?
No. James
Kyrie.
Harden been playing defense now. James Harden averaged the most steals in the NBA before.
Listen,
Steals is not a defensive.
Hold up. So wait. So did Allen Iverson. So did Steph Curry. Passing lane equals steals, brother. Come on, you know that he's not no lockdown defender.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Steals is not a parameter for
Y'all like he a cone on defense. Who gives some effort now?
Because Curry get cooked on ball a lot.
Yes, Curry will get cooked, but
he led the league in steals twice.
That's what I'm saying. So that lead the league in steals is not a parameter for the defender.
Well, thank you very kindly. I'm glad you admitted it. So, like I said, neither one of them motherfuckers play any defense over there. They all want to score.
Yep.
No, I'm with you. I'm just saying he's better than Allen Iverson. That's what I was on.
I
don't know about that, bro.
You can make the argument. You can make the argument, but it's definitely an argument, man. Again, is he a champion? Is he a champion? Yes, he's a champion.
I'm not even gonna put the ring argument in there, brother.
You got to. That's the only way you're gonna get it because he's not beating AI in any other metric.
Yes, he is. And like we can look at free throws, we can look at points.
Hold on, he's not even more efficient than AI is. Their numbers are probably about the same when it comes to efficiency.
No, let's look. I'm looking at it right now.
Look it up. Look at it. I promise you, he's not that far off.
Less than AI.
Kyrie versus Allen Iverson.
Oh hell no, AI better than Kyrie.
Hell no, Agon.
Y'all tripping, bro.
Y'all,
DeAndre had a nice couple of dunks tonight, my
all right, look, all right, I'm looking at it right now. Fantastic. All right, so Kyrie field goal percentage is higher, 3-point percentage is higher, and free throw percentage is higher.
By how much though?
Okay, so Kyrie's is 46% from the field, 39 from the three, and 88 from the free throw.
So what is Allen Iverson?
I got you. I'm on Iverson right now. So we're talking career, right? We're talking career.
Yeah, I with the career. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Career for Iverson would be his percentage would be field goal percentage. Where is it? There we go. Field goal percentage for Iverson career is 42.5. 42%. Where's Kyrie at? 44.
46.
46. Okay.
Really 47.
And again, you gotta look too. Like I said, he did have a dud year. What's the name?
Yes, sir.
But let me see. And you said his free throw is what? I think his free throw is higher, definitely.
Yeah, Kyrie's is 87.8, 88.
Well, Iverson's free throw is 78.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying earlier, bro. Iverson is the least efficient scoring champion of all time.
We comparing different eras now.
Yeah, that's a big.
It was a lot bigger and more defensive.
But Kobe, even when Kobe got his he averaged 35, his efficiency wasn't that low.
But again, what you have to understand is the rules to the game change.
No, but
Can I finish the statement, brother?
When Allen came into the league and was playing, it was man to man. It wasn't this zone bullshit that they're playing now. It wasn't this no hand check now. Could Kyrie Irving do what he does now if they were playing under the same rules where you could hand check, where you had motherfucker it was no zone?
He's the best ball handler of all time.
Yeah, because Kyrie don't carry like Allen Iverson did.
Okay, that's
fine.
I hate.
No, it's AI facts, Mace. That's what it is. Not hate. It's AI truth. Y'all just ain't used to it because you know what I mean. Everybody got this Allen Iverson. You know what you call it, like revisionist history. Like this man wasn't shooting 40 shots a game and
history, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is revisionist shit. Excuse my language. I ain't cussing at y'all. I'm just getting. But I'm just saying, you know, this revisionist stuff, man. AI was not that nice.
Bro, AI was a monster, man.
He took 32 shots.
Hey, okay, so let's
N.B.A. fan, why don't you come up?
Hey, this is what I want you to do, young man. I want you to tell me what is Kyrie's what's his height? Kyrie is what? 6'3",
6'2", by 6'2".
No.
He's 6'2".
Okay.
Yeah, he's 6'2".
So you're going to compare a player in the NBA that's 6'2" against somebody who was barely, if that.
Nah, he's 5'11". Yeah,
5'11",
5'11". I seen him in real life.
5'11", 6 foot.
Yeah, I seen him in real life. He's
Right.
5'11".
Fantastic, you like 6'9", ain't it?
I'm 6'5".
Yeah. Oh.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take and you're gonna say, okay.
My fault, gave you a wrench too, bro.
So you're gonna act as though that's not a factor. Now they're both great ball handlers.
No, that is a factor.
But see, this is the same. I was just waiting to hear somebody say that because this is the same argument that you guys was just having about Bam Adebayo. This is the same argument.
No, well, no, because Bam don't really have moves like that.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily like we're talking about the same situation.
It's the same,
and it's different position.
Bam Adebayo cannot play against the elite centers at that position in the NBA
no problem,
because he's undersized. You just said it a minute ago.
No, I was saying like, what is he? I know what you're saying, right? But that's not. We're talking about different position. You're talking about the forward position. We're talking about the guard position.
Right. It's the same fucking thing.
No, it's not.
No, it's different, General.
It's different, bro.
No, it's totally different when you get the guards from the big man. But
it's not totally different when you get it.
You're not getting back down.
It's not.
Because there's 6'9" power forwards that have been successful in the league, General. So they don't.
Right.
Make sense.
There are 6'9". How many 6'9" centers have been successful in the league?
Hardly any. The last one was Wes Unseld, and he was 6'7".
I'll wait.
What was who?
Wes Unseld, way before your time.
Way before your time. I'll wait. Name me a 6'9" center. Name me a center that was 6'9" who was considered to be an elite center.
You're helping our case though.
No, I'm not.
Because he's saying because General is saying because Allen Iverson is short that we should look over all his transgressions.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm telling you what I'm telling you is the rules to the game changed. Could Kyrie do the things Allen Iverson did with the hand checking rule?
He could do
and being in play.
So wait a minute. Let me ask you a question, General. All right, give me a history lesson. Okay, so when was the hand checking rule stopped? Because y'all say it was the 90s, and then y'all say it was the 2000s. I'm confused.
Yeah, no, hand checking stopped like right at 99, 2000 or something like
that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
98.
Yeah.
No. So
there is proof to prove General's point out there.
So that's my point. Could Kyrie do the things he's doing now at that particular point?
But Iverson wasn't even at that point that we talking about.
Could Kyrie?
Iverson came in 96.
We came in 96. Okay, but we talking about I was talking about the 2000 era. That's what I was talking about because that's when he was.
No, he's talking about full body. So General's talking about full body work. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to get.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Listen,
by the way, Lou, you've done a great job bringing facts, bro, and stats. Good for you.
This is the thing, though. So, like General was saying, you got to pay attention to the style of play, the era of play, and stature has a big part to do with it, man. Like I said, there's a reason why you only have guys, very few guys under 6 feet or at 6 feet tall that are able to dominate the game. That matters a lot. Even Iverson and I mean not Iverson, but with Kyrie being able to do what he does, is phenomenal. Same, y'all forgetting about Tony Parker. Tony Parker was hell on wheels, bro. For I think he led points in the paint like 2 years back to back when he was in point. He led points in the paint. Okay,
yeah, with that little floater. Yup.
So
that little floater was
Man,
hell.
come up, bro. The link is right there. Come on up, NBA fan.
But this is what I'm saying though. So when you're saying that Kyrie is better than Iverson, when has Kyrie ever had to carry the team on his own? Kyrie had to carry the team on his own, bro. His team wasn't even making the playoffs.
Look, let me get on.
It's not like Kyrie wants to do that. Allen Iverson wanted to do that.
Right. Yeah, but even regardless of whether he wanted to or not, this is what I'm saying. When Kyrie had the opportunity and the team was his, it was all his by himself. He been drafted there. And he had the East was weak, just as it was, and the East was definitely a whole lot stronger in the early 2000s than it was in the late to mid 2000s, right? So
I really want to. My bad. Keep going, fam.
And then even with the Celtics, Kyrie didn't. The team did better without Kyrie in the playoffs. With him,
you talking about the Celtics?
No, but he
got smacked. So that's what I'm saying.
It's two things that Allen Iverson is known for: scoring and the way he played, always hitting the floor. Kyrie is fragile. If he played in the era, man, he'd be out the league in 4 years. He'd be gone. There's no way he'd be playing.
And that's what I'm saying. Like that's that revisionist stuff, bro. Y'all adding durability to the conversation now.
No, we're talking about players. Comparing two players, bro. So that's a part of the discussion.
The durability of it, like if somebody could go through injuries.
Because look at it. I mean, if that wasn't the case, if you didn't consider that, Penny Hardaway would be one of the greatest. Grant Hill would be one of the greatest. Brandon Roy would be one of the greatest.
Brandon Roy, that's a sad story.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So those things have to be taken into consideration when you compare two careers.
No, but we can see them.
Kyrie would have 2 rings if he wasn't hurt. He would have 2 rings right now because he got hurt in that first series with the Cavs and the Warriors. They would have won that series. They had Kyrie, but the injuries matter.
Let me ask you a question, young man. Since you're so high on Kyrie Irving, okay? Who's better, him or Chris Paul?
Kyrie, man.
Yeah.
Are you talking about right now?
I think you're talking to you, sir.
Period. Kyrie is definitely better than Chris Paul.
Wait.
Wow.
Oh, bro, I don't know, man.
I don't know about that, man. General, you got anything to say, man?
What? Okay. So what? Hold on. What has Chris Paul done?
That's true.
Get crossed.
What has he done?
Choke at the last game.
He's choked every time he was a leader. He choked in New Orleans. He choked when they was
in LA.
Favorites. Yeah, when they were the favorite for the Clippers. He choked in Houston.
Yep.
So what is Chris Paul doing?
I agree with NBA. I agree with NBA fan in the chat. He said Chris Paul.
You crazy? What has he done? What has he done? What is Chris Paul
Kyrie
done?
now though? He said Kyrie right now.
Kyrie for the career. Listen, Kyrie's accomplished everything that Chris Paul accomplished.
This record now though.
And he has a ring.
But that's just longevity.
Just come up, bro. Come on, get into this conversation. Here, grandson, get in here. I don't care you get mad at me. Get in here. Get in here.
Chris Paul played with his best player was David West, man, with his New Orleans.
No, he had Blake Griffin, Agon.
Yeah, he had Blake Griffin and DeAndre Howard
and James Harden.
Yeah, DeAndre Jordan. It's all right, fantastic. Everybody's been great tonight, man.
Yeah,
I'll tell you one player I like in today's NBA, boy. I love Devin Booker. This Phoenix team, General. I know you had doubts. Boy, this Phoenix team is playing well, General. They are playing.
They coming.
I hadn't heard. I hadn't heard anything about it.
They always play good at the beginning of the season, and then they always do trash towards the middle and end.
Hey, you know what? I actually wanted to bring that up real quick because y'all were talking about Western Division earlier, right? Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think that the Western Conference? Yes, I mean, sorry, the Western Conference. I'm starting to think that Western Conference is super strong. Is kind of a fallacy.
Oh,
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Let me get my thesis out.
Yeah, this finna get good.
This gets turned it up. Okay, so let's look at the Golden State Warriors division. What you say, Mace?
Okay. No, go ahead.
Okay, let's look at the Golden State Warriors division. It's comprised of Phoenix, trash.
So hold on, wait. Are we talking currently now? Or are we talking longevity? What are we talking? What's the time frame we talking?
Okay, that's good. Let's say last 10 years. Because we're talking about Kobe too. That's a good point. So 09 to 2019. Let's do that. Okay.
Okay.
So let's look at the Pacific Division. That's the one that Lakers and the Warriors are in. So it's the Lakers, Warriors, Clippers, Kings, and Phoenix Suns. Right. So you play every team in your division 3 times?
3 times.
So that's what? That's the Kings, the Suns, and the Clippers at that time. That was just that's an easy 12 games. Or nine games. And then the Lakers then the Warriors are trash. So actually that's 12. Yeah, easy 12 games. So when you look at it, right?
No, wait. Because Kobe came into those young Steve Jackson. Yeah, Steve Jackson, Steph and Clay team was played against Kobe. And Kobe was the first one to call him a babyface assassin. So Kobe played against that team, those Warrior teams. They won a couple of those games.
Well, let me ask you this real quick. So you know how this is the last point I'm gonna get out, and then we could. So you know how they say the West, you got to be over 600 to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So but if you play more Western teams, that means you get more wins, right? So wouldn't that mean the West is trash? If you get more wins in the West?
Listen to this.
All the lower teams were in the Eastern Conference, bro. People were making it in the Eastern Conference with losing records up until like maybe the Miami era for LeBron. Up until that, even sometimes after that, bro. Go back and look at the playoff teams of the last 10 years in the Eastern Conference. I guarantee you 6, if not 7 out of those years, the 8th seed, and I think it was one year where even the 7th seed had a losing record, bro.
Bro, it's true.
Yeah, and remember, just for context, remember that year when the first year that Westbrook was a one-man band, bro, both of those teams were over 500. It was them,
right? And they were playing Utah. They were playing all those weak ass teams.
No, they weren't playing. Man.
Yes, they were, bro. That division is trash. The one the Thunder's in. Portland, Denver.
But listen, look at the. No, you gotta look at the teams that are there, the powerhouses that you gotta play. They had to play Dallas. You had to play the Lakers. You had to play not Houston, but Houston, because I didn't even know Houston made it to the Western Conference Finals back when they had Dwight Howard. You had to play Portland. You had
the
to play
year you're talking about, that was 17, right?
No, I think it's 16, 2016.
No, 2016 when Westbrook won the MVP, right?
Yeah, Portland made the Western Finals in 2019.
Yeah, and then think about it too, man. It's a lot of good teams in the West, man.
There's a lot of good teams in the NBA West, man. The Spurs.
But that's my whole point though. Like y'all are saying that the West is good, right? But there's but y'all are so y'all didn't name how many teams y'all named. There's so many more garbage teams in the West than y'all named.
I'm telling you, it's not even if it was when you make it to the playoffs, bro. Listen, it was more
Dolphins tomorrow morning.
Okay, let me ask y'all this: if that's the case, fantastic. Why was the Warriors sweeping through it then when they got to the tomorrow morning?
Dolphins. Look, listen. Just look at all them years that Philly or Cleveland had the number 1 pick, bro. Why did Philly and Cleveland have multiple number 1 picks like back to back? But
because I mean,
the worst records in the league. The bottom teams have always been in the East, bro.
But hold on, wait a minute. But the Western teams are down there too, is what I'm saying. Like,
they're not. They're not. Listen, only until recent times where you had like a team like the Suns and the Timberwolves. And not the Trailblazers, the Sacramento, the Kings. Those have been like the bottom tier teams ever since.
And New Orleans too.
But
yeah,
you can't say New Orleans. Wait, you can't say New Orleans.
Why not?
Because New Orleans was like an expansion team, and New Orleans also just lost their fucking major player. New Orleans was in the fucking playoffs like every other year, man.
Hold on, Look. So I'm looking at
Go
the
look at the power rankings every year. Just look at the power
Yeah.
rankings.
The first
look,
seven,
look.
if
And
most of the teams
but
are
you're
in the
not
West.
okay. I'm glad you said that, right? Okay, you said the power rankings, right? So
Yeah.
you're talking about look, the
Yeah, I see it
Warriors,
tomorrow,
right?
too.
That's one team in the West, right? But so they're whooping everybody's ass in the West because you play more teams in the West. Like when they went 73-9, majority of those games against Western teams. Like y'all are saying that they were beating competition, but where's the competition if the Warriors are running through them every playoff?
Listen to the team they beat. Listen to the team they beat. That's the same. The 73-9 season you talking about, bro. That's when they had, bro. That is, in my opinion, that was the most fucking exciting regular season game ever when they came back from being down versus fucking OKC and stuff hit that motherfucking half court shot.
Oh, and then Klay Thompson was that was
Fantastic.
crazy.
You're trying to give me PTSD, bro.
Hey, you shouldn't have been an OKC fan, young fella. This is what I'm telling you. They didn't beat trash teams, and they look at the road they had to go through to get to the finals that year in the 73-9 year, man. Again,
wait a minute. Okay, so let's look at it, right? So they played the Spurs, they swept them. They played the
Lakers.
The Lakers. Wait, that year? What year are you talking about?
No, they didn't play. The Lakers didn't make the playoffs that year.
No, the 73-9 year you talking about, right? Fantastic.
The Lakers didn't make. The Lakers
yeah, bro. They blew through everybody in that playoffs.
Yeah, bro. They was 73-9 team. They was supposed to, but the competition that they played against was still fucking stiff competition.
But I'm saying though, right? So you
can't listen. That's like you saying the 96 Bulls blow through everybody in the conference.
Hey, remember one thing. And the 73-9 team, right? Remember, Oklahoma City had them down 3-1 in that series.
Exactly. And they choked.
Exactly.
See, I have a question actually.
Go ahead, Manzano.
I was still.
Go
ahead.
We're talking about why not? How do you create parity in the NBA? Like, can you know how baseball has like that? What's it called? I forgot what they. For the help the bottom feeding teams that are constantly in the top of the draft, like even out the amount of money that is distributed. Why can't you do that with basketball? It seems like the top teams are the ones that are always getting the good players and not in the draft.
Everybody wants to play in LA. Nobody wants to play in Minnesota.
No, that's not true though. That's not true. That's not even true in the NBA because again, the NBA has some of the best parity because they give these players these max contracts in these horrible franchises, and they pretty much until they start complaining about staying there, they're there. Anthony Davis did his max deal, and then he complained to get out of fucking New Orleans. Same thing that James Harden just did with Houston. Same thing that who else was before
Cat
that?
is trying to do with Timberwolves.
Russell Westbrook
Cat is trying to do that with Port.
Well,
no, I see what he's saying though. No, what you saying, Anthony? You saying like how these big teams can just pay the luxury tax and stuff like that and just get like better players than the small market teams? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, to even out the amount of like because it seems like when you look at baseball, I know we're talking about basketball, but in sports in general, you see in baseball specifically, the big teams don't care about the luxury tax. And they basically are paying to win World Series championships.
That's what you do though. That's everybody does that. You pay the price to be the man on top. So I mean, I don't understand. Like you can't.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time,
small market teams like Miami, like. Small market teams like Miami, Chicago.
Miami's not a small market team. Miami's not a small market team.
No. What he's saying, Fantastic, is in baseball, teams like the Miami Marlins, teams like the Oakland A's, Tampa Bay Rays, they get a luxury tax from the big teams. While in the NBA, they don't do that, and he's wondering why.
No, they do have a luxury tax in the NBA.
No. Why the big teams don't pay the teams like Cleveland's of the world? The reason is because the NBA is more of an entertainment league. The fan bases, they care about the name on the back of the jersey than the team in the front. Like I'll give you an example. If you were let's say you're a fan of
the Lakers.
No, not the Lakers. I'm trying to name a good player. let's say you're a fan of the KD fan or a Harden fan. You don't give a damn about the Washington
The
Wizards.
Nets.
You don't care. You're like, why are they here? You don't care about the Knicks because they have no stars. You're like, why are they here? That's what the NBA fan is like. They don't care about the Utah Jazz. They only care about where the stars are. That's all they care about.
So,
They're the
so
only
you're saying
sport.
the fans are. So what you're saying is the fans are the ones that are affecting all of this. Like
Yes.
they don't care
Yes.
about the logo of the team. They care more about the
No.
players.
Yes. It's a player's fandom. Yes.
Sometimes is the one. The NBA is the leading players league. Every other team, like May said, every other franchise is a team league, but the NBA is strictly a players league.
Yes.
Do you think that's
the
good or
players.
bad? Do you think
That's
that's
why
good or
when you
bad?
see that's why you see the jerseys that these young kids wear. They're not wearing. I'll give you an example. They're not wearing R.J. Barrett jerseys in New York. They're wearing Kevin Durant's jerseys.
Yeah, that's why you get the biggest endorsements with basketball players.
Yes, sir.
That's always been the
Yeah,
same.
that's how
No,
it's
no,
done.
no, 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 no,
I mean,
no,
yeah,
no,
my-
no, no. I gotta jump in
Go
and
ahead.
salute. Hey, let me do a roundabout or
Sir
whatever.
Tice, go ahead, bro.
Soccer
Let me
is the
do it.
highest endorsement sport, actually.
I'm
not
talking
basketball.
stateside. Wait,
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no.
stateside.
Thank you, Anthony, for saying this. Okay, well, first of all, roundabout. Thanks, Mace, for letting me back on
No
again.
problem, bro.
Shout out to you, General. I love putting it up with you or whatever. And I got another old schooler in here along with Mace. Anthony made a good point. Agon, what's good? Happy New Year. Young Swift, always good to get the young brother getting this good knowledge. My man, Citizen Lou or Zarlu now in this,
Lou's been great
what's up,
tonight.
or
Lou's been
Zarlu
outstanding.
in these current days. Okay, to what Fantastic said, one of the things that and it's funny, I want to go at Fantastic on some kind of fucking topic, but we disagree on so much. But I finally think I figured out a disagreement with him. The NBA is not necessarily a players league or an endorsement league. It is and people love saying, "Oh, it's a players league. It's a players league," or the coaches and the coach. It's a players. No, it's not. It is a star players league.
That's why I said
There's
it's not
no,
players
no, no. I
league.
know, right? Exactly. I'm just tying into this. The top 15, realistically, the top 5 guys, because guys like Paul George really aren't stars, regardless of their gaudy stats this season. And they're the ones where the endorsements comes, and this ties into your point, Mace, with the jerseys, the casual fan or the young fan, the 15 to 25-year-old, who unfortunately will be the 35-year-old in 10 years. This is where that trend follows, but this is why they don't care about the game that happened tonight, where all 3 of those dudes in Brooklyn were playing together and they were completely uncohesive together. Because I watched the entire game in its entirety. They don't care about that because they think, it don't matter. And cohesion, chemistry, who cares about that? We just gonna wait for the playoffs. But anybody that has played the game, and I suspect that this is everyone on this panel or have followed the game, they know that the game, and I'll shut up after I say this, they know that the game is going to come down to the chemistry you build and what have you, and they have too many ball-dominant guys who don't want to defer to KD, the one guy who can be your extra bailout guy. I'm done.
Fantastic. Take it.
Well, this is what I'm saying. You can say it's a star players league, but I would still go against that because certain players that aren't star players still have a big following. I wouldn't say that Kyrie is a star player. Kyrie's not a star player compared to a KD, a LeBron, a AD,
No, I disagree. Kyrie is definitely a star player.
He's not a star.
He's made the All-Star. He's made the All-Star game.
Both are right. No, let him roll. 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 He's right and you're right. Let him roll. Let him roll.
Yes, what's up, baby?
James Harden is more of a star player than Kyrie is. Again, in order for you to be a star player, you have to be a number one guy. If you're not a number one guy, you've never been a number one guy, and you're not an MVP caliber guy, it's really hard to say that you're a star player. I don't see Kyrie as a star player. Is Kyrie a good player? Good to great level?
What is the point? What is the point of your I'm not being a dickhead and asking you this. Okay, when we say, okay, here, let me just use a simple definition. When I say star, I'm referring to you're recognized by casual fans who couldn't even tell you the third person. Okay.
Yeah,
now,
so that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So
okay,
that's
okay, no, we get that. Would you, Zarlu, would you agree with that?
Can y'all hear me?
And there's
Yeah,
two,
I wanted
actually,
I wanted to say this real quick.
There's actually
Yeah, if Ken Manzano,
superstar.
give us a second. Go ahead, answer that, Lou.
Yeah, real quick. What you were saying, fantastic about the star. So the players, what you call it, the players collective agreement, whatever. They kind of have a standard on what a star is, and the Derrick Rose rule. So I think if a player falls under the Derrick Rose rule, where it's like, I think if you
That's
made
less
the
than 5 people. That's less than, I'm sorry, it's 8 people. Pardon me.
No, not necessarily, because I think it's if you made the All-Star game, if you've been selected an All-Star like 4 times, I can't remember the specifics of it, right?
Okay, no. Here's
Do you
what
know
it
the
is.
specifics of the Derrick Rose rule?
Okay. No. You're kind of merging, conflating one point to another, and we got respect, so I'm not trying to do it like that or whatever. Okay. So the Derrick Rose rules is this: when a rookie is on their rookie contract, it was basically put in place to whereas it's like they could be eligible for more than their extension. They could be eligible. Okay, so that's why. So when Derrick Rose in his 3rd year, when he said, "Hey, I don't care about LeBron them in Miami or what have you, I can be the MVP," and it's like, what the fuck? And then he goes out and do it. Then they flamed out in the Eastern Conference Finals, but we won't get into that. But it was a way to reward, and the only 3 people that have gotten that has been Derrick Rose, Giannis, and I want to say
but it's not about whether you got the
Roy.
extension. It's not about whether you got the extension. It's whether you eligible. That's
It's not an extension. It's like a super max. I say Brandon Roy. God damn it, who's the big baller up in Portland who got the right mindset? I can't think of his fucking name now. Dame Dollar.
All right, so here it is, man. Let me go on and break this shit down for you real quick. All right, name me the star player on the Knicks right now.
There is none. There's the coach on TV.
Shit, you got there for all I know.
The best player is Julius Randle.
And
the best player is Julius Randle. You're right, General. Continue.
Hold on, fellas. We're not talking about the best. Name me who's the star player right now in Toronto.
Pascal Siakam.
Drake. He in a star player.
Pascal Siakam. No. Are we talking about the best player or the star player?
He said star player.
I said star. Recognize.
They don't have a no. They don't have one. But
no, they don't have.
Now, are we saying all-star or star?
No,
they don't have one. They don't have one.
The all-star.
No, I agree with this point.
They don't have one.
Oh my God.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
So
we agree.
You can be voted in to be an all-star.
No, it's not about an all-star.
It's about star.
Right. Okay. So what's the difference? How do you become a star in the first place?
Shooting a 3 in Steph Curry's face in NBA Finals.
it's through recognition, right? Okay.
Right.
So and to become a star in the NBA, you have to be voted to be a star, which gets you onto that's why they have the all-star selection. All right. That's how that happens. So I just gave you 2 teams that right now currently that do not have a star on.
That's bullshit because Pascal Siakam was voted the last 2 years. If you're gonna go there, dog,
you screaming
not
like
about that.
He is
Sire Tice.
He is not.
Pascal Siakam was
calm
voted
down,
twice.
bro. Calm.
He is not.
No, because I don't agree with the logic, and we just passionate about it, bro.
Okay.
He is not
basketball.
So he's
relax, brother.
So he's only a 2-time star, right?
Stop. He's a 2-time All-Star because he was voted to the All-Star team.
Right.
So you have to understand how that comes about. Now, this is what I want you to do. I want you to compare him to those that are considered to be stars in the NBA right now.
Okay, so here's who's okay. You mean by popular fucking opinion, which doesn't mean
that's how you
shit?
become a fucking star.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not even gonna try to get. I'm not gonna get.
No.
I'm simply trying to show you the logic here, brother. That's it.
No, here's the logic, Britt. I got one thing. General, and General's respect and pardon my outburst, but it's just all this. Case in point. Blake Griffin would be considered a star on my Pistons. Blake Griffin fucking sucks right now, and he's only 1 year removed from his best season. No. He's only 31. No, my point. No. My point is he's only 1 year removed from his best season, but he's considered a star. He had recognizable thing or what have you. Now, I'm going to name some current guys. Okay, case in point. Like a guy like Chris Middleton. Is Chris Middleton a fucking star that's known by? Of course fucking not.
No, but he is up and coming, which is why which is why he got the big contract.
Well, cracking up.
Stars are always stars. When you talk about stars in the league, as soon as free agency hit, you start hearing certain names come up. You start hearing them mentioned in trade rumors. That's when you know nobody's trying to fucking trade for anybody on the Knicks right now, whether they're in free agency or not.
Yeah, but that's an awful comparison that you picked a team that doesn't really have emerging dynamic guys. Case in point. We saw Pascal Siakam's comeuppance when Kawhi came there in 2018. What I'm saying is that there's less than 5 real. How about this? Let's agree to this. There's only 5 legitimate stars, and these to me are guys you can put on any motherfucking team in the league, and that team will rise up. There's literally and it's always been that way. Now, everybody else, they're like on the very good plane or the all-stars, and I would actually put Pascal Siakam. That's not me with that noise in the background.
Actually,
anyways,
let me say this, man. No, give me 1 second. I'm gonna give it right back to you. Dante S makes an excellent point. There's very all-stars, not many superstars.
Agreed.
And for him, there's only 7 superstars. So
ask Dante to name them.
Dante S.
We can all name them. So we'll do Kevin Durant,
right?
Anthony Davis, LeBron. That's 3. Anthony Davis,
LeBron.
Curry. Yeah, you're right.
Giannis.
6.
Would you consider Klay Thompson a superstar?
No. That's what I'm saying. I would give it more than 7. I don't think it's 7. I think it's more than 7.
No. We talk about guys who will
because you can
impact.
Because you can lose and still be a superstar. You know what I'm saying? Like
superstar wins and losses don't matter, man. It's like what people buy your merchandise, who would sell out the arena.
Right.
Marfa says Harden. Yeah, the Nets got 3 of them.
Yeah, Harden. I would say Kyrie. I don't know.
No, they don't. But can those three guys play together? And if you guys saw the game tonight, granted,
Kyrie, man.
But that's kind of irrelevant. That's a little irrelevant though, because they don't. Just because you can't play with them, don't mean he's not a superstar.
N.B.A. fan says Luka.
Yeah, he is. I'll give him props. He is.
Jokic and Embiid.
I wouldn't give Embiid.
Shit, you crazy as hell. You got to give him B1. He's one.
I agree with the general there.
And there's more than 7.
Okay,
there's more than 7.
You got to look at the young kid over there in Memphis right now.
Okay,
he a superstar. You like Ja Morant?
You goddamn right.
General, before you include your Ja Morant to the panel, you got Jimmy Butler's above both of those guys. Okay.
You're out of your goddamn mind, bro.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
How am I out of my mind with a two-way? There's only 4 elite level two-way players.
There's a lot of niggas that can do what Jimmy Butler do.
Superstar, bro.
No, really? Name them.
Name Kawhi. Zion Williamson.
That's one. Okay. Oh wow. You named
Paul George.
Paul George falls
Klay
under pressure, and we have
Klay Thompson.
We have. Hold a second. No. We have 8 years of seeing Paul George under pressure and seeing how he performed, where we see Jimmy Butler, you compare the BLM Bowl, as I call it, or what have you, and how he, damn, this dude put up 40. I'm just using one.
Would you take Klay Thompson? Would you take Jimmy Butler over Klay Thompson?
Absolutely, I would, because he's even a better defender. Klay Thompson can't necessarily create his own shot as well as Jimmy Butler, but he can shoot better than Jimmy Butler. But yes, I'm taking Jimmy Butler because I've seen what he done to 3 teams and be able to get these 2 Minnesota and Chicago garbage teams to the playoffs. That's what I like to see. Like, what is your impact to the team? Do you
NBA
take
fans
away?
said Ja is on the friends of
Well,
top 20, but non-superstar. I disagree.
I would take Clay over Jimmy Butler any day.
Clay Thompson got a
I
game that
question
can fit in
for
with anybody, any team.
That's what I'm
It
saying.
I have
Hey,
a
guys.
question
depends
for
on the mate. Like
Mace,
who
I have
kind of
a
started team.
question for General and Tice real quick. Guys, when you look at the 2 guys from Miami, the 2 guards, do you think they're going to be do you consider them up and coming, not superstars, but stars?
Are you referring to Hero and who's the other guard you're referring to?
The point guard.
Duncan and Tice.
No, I do not. No, I do not. I just think they're
No.
very good serviceable players.
You want the
No, I
Beastie
do
Boys?
not.
You want the Beastie Boys?
He called them the Beastie Boys.
And Sir Tice lives in South Florida. Amazon.
No, I do not. They had a breakout season. Now, what you have to look at it, can they maintain that level of play?
Exactly. I agree with you.
So this
It's Trey Young as our general.
Hell no.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
He's an emerging. I think he's an emerging star.
Yeah,
I would
he
say it
is.
like
Right,
that.
young guy.
Right there, bro.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like I'm a Grizzlies fan, but off what resume are y'all giving him a superstar status? Like off
I
what
didn't
resume?
say superstar. I said
I didn't say
star.
superstar. I said star. I make.
Oh,
I,
my
oh,
bad.
I make a
Okay.
distinction.
I get.
Dante,
Okay, right. Okay, I'm with. No, I'm with
name
you.
one
Guys, hold up. Dante
name-
F got his list. You asked him for it. Here you go. KD, Bron, AD, Kawhi, Steph, Harden.
That's what we. Yeah, that's. But you said
That's
7,
the
Dante.
same list. That's the same.
And don't
list.
forget Dame. You damn right. Dame.
Dame.
Oh,
Yeah, Dame.
You
And what
definitely have to put
They make a
Dame.
lot of dumbass decisions.
No,
Come on,
hold on a
man.
second.
You
Not
nitpicking now.
not any more than I'm sorry. James
James
Harden
Harden,
is the
superstar,
most
bro.
overrated MVP, and James Harden was the MVP that year. Let me
How
give him
come he's
right,
doing
but
Gatorade commercials, bro?
No,
no, but James Harden.
Russell Westbrook is the
Go ahead,
most
General.
overrated
Out the
MVP.
second round. Dame can't get out the second round. He
Yeah,
can't
Dame
be
can't do
Dame
nothing.
was in the Western
Guys, why are y'all
Conference
looking at a
2 years ago.
team
What are you
game?
talking about?
Why are y'all looking at a team game from just a one-person perspective? You say you can't get out the second round.
He got out the second round.
One second. Let me say this. When Dame lost Nicholas Batum, when he lost LaMarcus Aldridge, when he was still all-star level, when he lost I'm forgetting he
Robin
basically lost
Lopez
all
and
Robin
Lopez.
Lopez.
No, wait.
It
Sir
was
Trice,
two other-
he didn't lose LaMarcus Aldridge. LaMarcus Aldridge
No, they
ran
left
from
in
him.
free agency, right?
Yeah,
They left
he
in free
ran
agency.
from Dame. He got
Yeah,
tired of playing with
yeah,
Dame.
and how
but guess
far
what? The
to
next
San
year,
Antonio.
the
He got
next
tired of
year.
Dame shooting from half
But
court
here's
all
the
game.
point. But here's the point.
But
The
that's
next
fine.
year,
Where is LaMarcus Aldridge now?
In the
right,
same
and
place
what-
San
Dame is.
Antonio.
Not
Hey,
making it
hold
to
on a
the
second.
finals in the
LaMarcus
same
is
place
old.
Dame is.
Okay,
LaMarcus
but
was
when
an
is the last
all-star.
time? When is the last time LaMarcus Aldridge made a fucking playoff?
Last year, the year before last.
Yeah, didn't they make it? Yes, what I'm saying. What are you
No,
talking
the year before last. And LaMarcus has been a 2-time All-Star
Yeah.
in San Antonio. So let's not act like he was just a scrub.
Yeah, and he
Only-
getting 20 and 10 numbers.
Never say he was a scrub. The
I
point is,
didn't say
Leonard
he was
carries
a
the
scrub.
franchise.
Okay, but the
Damian-
point is
You
that
know
you,
what Damian Lillard's nickname is, Sir Tice? You know his
What's up?
nickname? He's nicknamed the franchise, bro. You know why? Because when those 4 guys left,
Yep. Thank you, Mace. Thank you. You're making my point.
I'm proving my point right now. He had to carry that franchise, make
Yep.
playoffs every year with nobody, until CJ McCollum emerged.
Exactly. And when
And
nobody
I'm-
expected them and they were expecting him, Dame's, because that's why I hate about the NBA, even though I love it, is people think that, everybody has to jump and pair up together. No. Whatever happened to, I know this sounds corny for the young guys, whatever happened with developing something, and I gotta say, chemistry is more important than star names.
Well, we
But-
saw that with the Warriors. We saw development with the Warriors.
Look at Portland now, though. 5
Yeah,
years later, look at them now.
What are they doing now, Mace?
Right now, they're the 6th seed, but they're winning. I think they're winning 6.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, Dame, look.
Are y'all forgetting Dame got washed by Drew Holiday? Are y'all forgetting about that?
Man, y'all, you look at individual. Okay,
Drew Holiday's nice, bro. He's playing good for me.
They ain't trying to listen to that young swim.
Who hasn't gotten washed in the NBA? Are y'all forgetting that Allen Iverson crossed up Michael Jordan and dropped 30 on his ass?
No, I remember he carried. I remember he carried the ball. He
Y'all
carried the
forget
ball
that?
on Michael Jordan. That was a
Come
carry.
on, man, get out of here.
Man,
No,
that
look
was
at the clip. It was a
that wasn't
carry.
a 4
Young
game
Swift,
sweep in the
young
playoffs
Swift,
that got
young
them
Swift,
there.
young
Now,
Swift. Does it matter? Does it matter your stat line or that your team wins or advance?
Team wins, bro.
Okay, no, I'm asking the young brother, young Swift, because this is the thing I see with the y'all young cats. Okay, let me say this: we have an emerging star, and y'all gonna laugh at me, but hey, the stats don't lie. With my Pistons, Jeremy Grant, a guy who I always saw potential in,
Yes.
but I never saw like this dude is averaging 25, shooting damn near 50%. God damn. So what that just shows you is that he couldn't do it when he was with Philly. He couldn't do it with OKC, and we all know the reason why there, what have you. I'm not saying that they should have deferred to him by any means. I'm just simply saying, hey, you got a guy you got to give up even your rebounds to there, or that used to be there. But sometimes, fellas, it's just about, and we all know this, but I'm just articulating it. It's just about the right position to be in.
Let me say this about Dame real quick. So all you got to do against the Portland, they'll be up 20, and as long as the team don't quit, they'll come back. I mean, they've blown more leads than any team this year, this season. I mean, they're not. I don't understand when this Dame is a superstar stuff just because he shoot from half court like that. I don't understand.
But see, you keep talking. But see,
Dame wins big
but
games,
see,
bro.
let me say this.
Playoffs. Why don't you ask Paul George?
Let me say this.
Him 2 years.
He did.
Now, let General rock. Let General rock.
Let me say this. You see, you keep picking apart this bullshit about every other player. Only thing Kyrie does is dribble, shoot. That's it.
Even Kyrie, yo, out of his own mouth, even Kyrie,
Hold on,
Kyrie said that Dame is better than him, bro. Out of his own mouth.
Hold on, Mace. Now, what pre LeBron James coming back to Cleveland? What did Kyrie accomplish?
Oh, they won 15 games.
The lottery.
Yeah, they got to the lottery. I mean, look. I'm not arguing
Mace,
that part,
could you
General.
put
You're
my
right
comment
about.
up on the screen. Mace, can you put my comment up on
But
the
the
screen?
problem
I want
is,
Daniel's
the
opinion.
problem is,
What's up on the screen, bro?
The problem is
The comment that I put up before it came on the back on the panel.
Okay, I'll do it right now. Give me
the
a second.
problem
General, go ahead.
is you keep knocking all of these players who have proven themselves on teams and taking teams by themselves, damn near, like Dame Dollar.
Where did Dame take the Portland by himself? Where did Dame take Portland by himself?
Okay.
2 years ago, where you been, Mars, bro?
Western Conference Finals 2 years ago for starters.
Wait. Okay.
They lost to they lost to a stacked Golden State team. That's for starters. Let's go to that's one bookend. And
then they beat who they beat. Okay, they beat OKC to get there, right?
They beat OKC.
It doesn't matter who they beat.
That was the first. No, that was the first round.
But you see,
in Denver.
But there goes my whole point.
This is
bullshit.
This is the
Bro, you need to calm
nitpicking.
down,
This
bro.
is the nitpicking that I'm talking about. You want to sit there and you want to crucify Dame, but you want to give Kyrie all the props in the world who hasn't done anything yet.
No.
That's completely false because he has done. But what do you mean, bro? Wasn't he averaging like what 30 points a game?
It doesn't matter
in
what
that
he
final?
averaged. We're talking about was he able before LeBron came back?
See, and there y'all go.
Before he came back, before LeBron James came back to fucking Cleveland, did he get close?
You want to talk about
General.
No, okay, General. No, hold on. I'm gonna answer General point. Okay, so how long was Kyrie in Cleveland before LeBron came back? What, 3 years?
3 years.
About
3 years, right?
Yeah.
So okay, so now how long was Dame in Portland for them 3 years? What was he doing?
Very simple. General. Ask Lou this question. Ask Lou this question, General.
Why don't you ask it?
Ask Lou. No, because y'all two, Lou, you know we cool, man. So, all right, Lou, I'll just say this because I've hogged it, and I would like General to say it better than me because I've taken some of his time. So my bad. General, ask him about when Kyrie was the leader of the Boston Celtics, and he had two dogs, young guys coming up under him, but he still didn't. So So General, I'll let you finish.
Exactly what he said when he was in Boston.
But like so when I was look, I came on Kyrie because we were talking about Kyrie was better than that's what I was saying. Kyrie was better than Allen, and then I'm getting on Dame. I'm just laying out the facts about Dame. And bro, what you said about you're right. I didn't disagree with nothing you said.
I'm not disagreeing. I have to disagree with you because we're laying out the same facts that you're trying to lay out about other players who have proven that basically being
Portland,
the lead,
I got you with Bradley
by
Beal.
basically them being the lead player on their team, taking them to the playoffs.
Okay, but what I was saying, right? So you're saying when I was talking about
Kyrie
Dame,
you can't put Kyrie there because he hadn't done that.
Dame did it by himself, bro. I don't want to hear nothing. In 2015, bro, let me ask you a question. My good friend, who is he up here? Right
Fire
here.
Tice.
No, my other buddy up here. Lou. Let me ask you a question. You dogging Dame Lillard. I'm gonna
is it dogging us the truth?
It's not the truth. You dogging them, bro.
What was I saying the truth? That they not blowing? They're not blowing. So they not blowing 20-point leads. They not. Dame ain't shooting.
Mr. Lou.
LaMarcus Aldridge. Wait. LaMarcus Aldridge didn't do his best to get away from Dame. All these things I'm saying is lies.
No, it was his free
not
agency.
saying lies, bro. But you're not telling facts either because he didn't. LaMarcus Aldridge wanted to go home back to Texas. He was jealous. Because Dame was getting all the fame, bro. Dame was getting his hype. Let me say it again to you one more time. Two things. One, out of Kyrie's own mouth, he said a few years back, Dame is better than him.
Man, that's psychological. That's psychological warfare. That ain't nothing real.
Okay, that's fine.
You say that to him. You know what I'm saying?
Real simple. In that 2018, you said all they beat OKC. No, you're also forgetting how they beat Denver in 7 games when Denver was favored, and then that's when Golden State sunned them. But they weren't favored to beat Denver, and that's when Jokic was just the fucking. I mean, by the way, we don't even count last season, and well, at least I don't. So that's just a year before last season. So let's not act like that Dame hasn't stepped up and answered the bell in game 7s or things like that, where people like Paul George.
Look, I understand. Y'all like Dame. I can tell. Like
I promise you, bro. I promise you.
Lou, come on. You know we do better arguments better than that.
We'll see at the end of this year, bro, where Portland is.
They're going to end up in the second round.
When Dame hitting them half-court threes on Sports Center.
So we're going to see. So we're also going to see what the hell, what the hell Kyrie's going to do now that he has help over there. Now
look, I'm gonna be real with you, General. I'm gonna be real with you. As Kyrie, his mentality, his personality, I really don't jive with Kyrie like that.
And but
he is better than Allen Iverson.
But you keep throwing his name. Allen Iverson is not in the game anymore. He's been retired.
That was the initial argument,
right?
Let me put it to you this way, Lou. You have to blow my head off to have Kyrie Irving on my team, bro. I would never do it.
But Mace, him and Allen Iverson do the same thing, but Kyrie is more efficient at it.
I don't disagree with that, bro. But Lou, let me say this, Lou, you're a smart guy. Let's not reduce these brothers and include me, to we just like. Listen, I cannot fucking stand LeBron. I ain't talking about the personal thing. I don't even like the fact that this guy's was a good defender and he flops better than Bill Laimbeer, okay? But I'm not going to dare fucking say that this motherfucker hasn't improved his jump shot to where I'm like, God damn, that shit is good. So what I'm saying is that it's not just because we like Dame or because we dislike Kyrie. These are some solid brothers or what have you. And that's why I sometimes get heated with me. That's all I'm saying, Lou.
But don't take it like that, like I'm discrediting y'all. What I'm saying is everything y'all was telling me was like stuff that y'all see as like a leader. Like y'all was saying, he took the team by himself. He get to shine. Like you get what I'm saying? Y'all are right. I mean, what I'm saying is all this stuff y'all talking about ain't got nothing to do with the numbers and the facts.
The
I
facts are
understand.
that he did.
No.
You go,
I
General.
know Sir Dice. I know where he's coming from now.
Okay.
Mace, I have a question for everybody
Yeah,
on the panel.
I'm gonna
You
read
guys,
your question after this one. Give me a second. I'm gonna read your question up there. What you guys think about Bradley Beal? You think he's a star?
A star.
He's a very good player, borderline super. Well, okay,
No,
for
star,
me,
not
That
superstar.
much better
Star.
on the
no, he's
Warriors.
definitely a star. Absolutely, he's
Well,
a star.
according
He's
to
not a
NBA,
superstar.
according to NBA fan, the Lakers are trying to make a move to get him. You put that.
You know
Which I
what's
don't think will
funny? If
work.
he goes to the Lakers, man, that's a good question. I mean,
I don't know what he's gonna do.
Cause what's he
Can
averaging
you
right now?
can you have
A
three
lot.
bad bitches? Can you have three bad bitches in a starting lineup? You gotta have people that do the dirty fucking work.
Yeah, he
That's why they made the
25
fucking move for Marcus
Nice,
Morris. And when I
calm down.
No. I'm sorry.
you
I
hyped
can't
up,
hear. No. I'm saying that's why they made the move for Marcus Morris, a guy who will do that dirty work, who will leap for the loose balls, who will set the screens, who was willing to take the charges. And we get too caught up in this. Oh, we need a triple three. People forget that when LeBron and Dwayne and Bosh did that. Bosh was the willing, thank you. And y'all already know what I'm going to say. He was the one who took the back seat and became a better jump shooter. Didn't play like he did in Toronto, but you need guys. And I don't think in Brooklyn that you can have that because those guys, by the way, KD is the alpha dog, whether I like him or not. KD's the alpha dog.
The alpha dog there.
So those other two guys got to figure it out. But if you put Bradley Beal with a prime Anthony Davis, is LeBron Mr. Eagle main? Is he willing to now? And we know that he likes to defer, but I'm just simply saying it's not about just setting up these star
if it gets him another ring, he'll take it.
But I don't think that's gonna work because Anthony Davis already don't like. You could tell he don't like playing with Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, you can tell.
I agree with that. Good observation.
Because okay, state of the Lakers union address. Because you don't come to a fucking team fresh off the championship and then you make it known I'm starting. Who the fuck are you? You're lucky to be here.
Who said that?
Dennis Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder
He's
came
right.
to the Lakers and demanded and said, I'm starting. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hear nothing else about it. That it is what it is.
He has been balling though, General, but I agree with you.
Yeah, 25 the other night in the loss.
But again, this is why this is what upsets the team chemistry when you get somebody who comes in who really hadn't proven themselves outside of being a pretty decent player at this particular point. He's turned into he's been a solid player in his career. Solid.
General, you're a lifelong Laker fan, right?
Better believe he is.
Okay, real quick. For you young guys, listen to me, Mason, General, real quick. We're just going to be brief. When Bob McAdoo came there, remember the controversy? It's like, this selfish son of a bitch is coming here. Okay, and then y'all, and for y'all don't know, Bob McAdoo was a fucking MVP.
A beast.
And he came to come off the bench after, well, I won't get into the history. And he actually fit in, but it was because you had a Kareem there who was the solid vet, and then you had just this dynamic emerging player that we will never ever fucking see again. Y'all may have heard his name or whatever, I won't even don't even have to say it to where he's like, shit. This is my last straw. So maybe I just think that these guys are just so into their brands and all that bullshit that many of them.
Today's player, yes,
right.
I got a question for you guys.
Manzano says the two teams, the perfect example of making the playoffs with chemistry, are the Miami Heat during the bubble and the Golden State Warriors before Klay Thompson got hurt. What you guys think about that?
I agree with him definitely with the Heat. And I'll add the Dallas Mavericks.
I would use
in 2011.
That's Spurs that year with Tim Duncan.
And this whole argument we're having with like the superstar and star players and stuff like that, I understand why you guys are saying this, but realistically, there's teams that made the playoffs and won championships that didn't have superstars really.
Like the 2004 Pistons.
Hey,
realistically, would you
young
consider
Swift, you was awesome tonight. Thank you, brother.
would you guys realistically consider Charles Barkley a
Awesome,
superstar?
young Swift.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Hell,
of
fuck
course.
yes.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
What the fuck?
No, because they used to. The reason why I'm asking that is there's actually people that are saying he's a star, but he wasn't a superstar because
Man, he was
Listen,
man.
man.
Superstar.
In 1990, Charles Barkley should have been the MVP, and they only gave it to Magic Johnson is because it was the year after Kareem retired, and they were expecting the Lakers to sink. Charles Barkley actually got more first place votes. I'm not, but that's just votes and perception. Listen, Barkley was a dynamic, incredible. Fuck all that championship bullshit for a second. I don't mean to minimize a championship. I'm just simply saying when you an alpha dog stud, it's obvious. And if you really, trust me, man, what you just, I know you weren't deliberately, you were asking a question. Us brothers who seen this guy, he was the guy we feared.
I keep telling these guys on here when we have these conversations. What you need to do is go to YouTube.
I'm too young to remember Charles.
All right, so what I'm trying to help you out.
No, don't acquiesce to it, Anthony, because old cats they love to throw that in our face.
No, what you have to do is what y'all need to do is you need to go back and you need to look up some of these players and look at their highlights before you start talking about who is better.
That's what YouTube is for, fellas.
That's
I'm
what
gonna tell y'all this.
do.
All right, you know what? So, because I'm a young cat and I know how to use YouTube. So I'm gonna tell y'all. I looked at Tim Hardaway's crossovers and they was way better than Allen Iverson's. He didn't carry.
But I'm not.
Who did it? You say again?
Tim Hardaway crossover. That was a nasty crossover.
But you got to keep
I agree with that.
Keep this in mind. If you were just talking crossover, though, keep this in mind, Lou. Allen Iverson is really like a 5'11" dude doing it. Tim Hardaway.
More excuses.
No, it's not an excuse. It's the fact that this guy is an undersized player and still had to do it. Now, let me be clear.
Isaiah Thomas was 5'9" and he led the league in scoring.
No, actually, I'm sorry. Isaiah Thomas never, and Isaiah Thomas is my all-time.
The one on Boston
Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas is my all-time favorite player.
Isaiah Boston Celtics.
No,
Isaiah
he's talking
Thomas,
about the other
Okay,
Isaiah.
and guess what?
Isaiah Thomas, Detroit Pistons, when you see on N.B.A. TV,
Okay. Oh wow, I forget. Okay, I get.
I'm talking about the Boston Celtics. He led the league in scoring.
Okay, that doesn't mean that his crossover. You kind of just change.
No, because
you just kind of change the narrative.
No, you keep talking about something. He's 5'11". I'm telling you, Isaiah Thomas.
I'm making a point that Tim Hardaway. Okay,
because y'all keep bringing up
let's
height.
say this. Okay, no. Here's why. Let me make this. I'm glad you make that distinction, and we can keep the discussion going on. Let me explain the difference between their two crossovers. Okay, Allen Iverson would do it wide, and he would have to extend it wide because to compensate for his height. But he was also quicker than Hardaway, and he took more contact than Hardaway in creating his own shot. Now, let me be clear on this.
It ain't Tim Hardaway's fault that he out here. It ain't his fault.
Tim Hardaway.
Is it also not Tim Hardaway's fault that when he had one of the second best two guard of the 90s in Mitch Richmond, that they couldn't do anywhere near what Allen Iverson did with Tyrone Hill, let's name the names: Eric Snow, Dikembe Mutombo, George, North Carolina.
But hold on, wait. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this, bro. Hold on, bro. Let me say this, bro, because this the problem, right? So I get on Allen Iverson. Then y'all bring up his height.
I'm not.
Then I bring you other players with the same height.
But you keep doing is this is what you keep doing. When you look at the total body of work, and you say, well, Kyrie was better than that, and I'm asking you when. I'm asking you when, and I'm asking you how, and I'm asking you this for a very specific reason. When you look at what Allen Iverson did, took a team. I won't say they were bums. They were solid role. They were solid role players. He took a bunch of solid role players, and him being the lone superstar on that team. He took that team as the lone superstar and took them all the way to the NBA Finals. Has Kyrie Irving done that yet?
Okay.
No.
So no. Right?
Okay.
Okay.
And has Kyrie had
so you can talk about
stats.
You can talk about stats.
You could talk about all this other
Numbers.
bullshit. You
Numbers
could talk
is
about
bullshit.
numbers. You could talk about stats. Has he taken a team as
Well-
the lone superstar? If Kyrie had done what Allen did when he was post LeBron in Cleveland and taken the Cavaliers, put them on his back, and took them all the way to the NBA championship, I would say you have an argument.
Don't forget Allen. Don't forget Allen did. Don't forget that Allen. One second, real quick, just a simple statement. Don't forget Allen did that in a hand checking era, which
I just
Kyrie
said that.
does.
I brought that up.
My bad, General. My bad. Okay, go ahead.
I brought that up too. Allen did that. Allen Iverson. It's not an asterisk. Allen Iverson played in an era where you didn't just skip through the lane and do all that fucking dribble, and then decide to fucking shoot a pass.
And let me say
Allen
this.
Iverson did that in a league that was far more physical than this league is present day.
And let me say this.
See, I have a question. Well, this argument, why, when we're comparing great players, we're comparing different eras of playing styles.
Yep.
Why do we have to do this? That's kind of unfair.
It is unfair because old heads always win, Anthony. That's what I'm saying.
That's
like,
wrong.
No matter what we do,
That's wrong.
They always have this.
And I can't believe you.
They always had this
I can't believe you, Lou.
nonsense where they can just add things to the
I can't believe
conversation
you,
nobody was
Lou.
arguing about.
I can't believe you, Lou.
I'm not one of those
all
dudes.
people. I can't believe you, Lou, of all people, use that weak ass arguing tactic when you've been the one who's been diverting and deflecting the points when we're just talking about just skill set. Okay,
Everything General actually I said right. I said everything when he said what does he do? I said he hasn't done it yet. I've not diverted.
You talked about no, but then you're gonna try to make it like old heads is this whatever. That's bull fucking shit.
That's truth now because y'all do love to bring that up now. Y'all do love to bring up this revisionist history.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna pull rank. You right. Fuck it. We do it because we seen more than you. Now what?
No, it is.
You want to go there?
But I'm saying, but y'all don't even. That's what I'm saying.
Sir Tice, you know what it is? Guys like Lou, guys like N.B.A. fan. Agon, how old are you?
I'm 41.
Agon's with us. Guys like Lou and N.B.A. fan, you know what they judge their things by?
Highlights,
information,
analytics. Analytics.
Yep.
Because last week,
analytics.
But wait a minute, hold on.
Last week, Laurel and N.B.A. fan went at it. I don't do it with analytics. He did it with analytics. I looked up the shit about Jordan and LeBron, and I couldn't talk. I said, "Yo," I said,
"Okay." So let me just say this real quick. Now, you look, I ain't got no, you know, what I mean, if I got nothing against old heads, you know, what I mean, Mr. Mays, General Search. I ain't got nothing against y'all at all. Like this is just friendly banter. But I'm gonna say this though.
It doesn't matter to me if you do.
You know, I'm gonna say this though. Y'all do this shit because now y'all conflating stuff now because y'all said that. I'm talking about analytics. I just gave y'all an example of Tim Hardaway not carrying when I was talking about Allen Iverson. I gave y'all that wasn't nothing to do with analytics. I'm telling y'all that, but then y'all had an excuse for that. He the same height as Allen Iverson.
I said Hardaway had a better crossover.
Well, it wasn't you. It wasn't you, Mace. It was
okay. I agree with it.
It wasn't me on that because I simply said he had to compensate for that for his size, but he did more with it in doing that. That's all I'm saying. Well, you're right. You're right.
We stuck on this carrying the ball thing. He did that. Everybody think about the carrying the dribble when he crossed over Jordan. You think about the carrying then, but the league stopped that a couple years in his career. That's when they started emphasizing on that palming rule. They got rid of that, so he wasn't doing that his whole career. That was just and they stopped that. So you can't. We stuck on that carrying thing, but that's not what he was doing his whole career. Not
Good
about
point, Agon.
But no, I see what you're saying, Agon. But what I was saying, go ahead, Anthony.
When you guys look at, I have a question. When you got you, Mace, Tice, and Agon, when you guys look at the NBA today, and the NBA when you guys were watching it, like in the 80s, 90s, and maybe late 70s and stuff like that, is there a player that can say had the best year
for the 70s?
No, he didn't ask. You can minimize the debates or the eras all you want. Those guys will still bust everybody's ass on this panel. So let's not disrespect the old heads. Okay. Not you. Not you. Somebody had said he's at the 70s. So what? So what? They were born when they were born.
Who are the?
Go ahead and finish your question.
when you look at players like a point guard or a shooting guard, when you guys were in the 80s and 90s, who had the best Euro step, where it looks like a travel, but it really isn't? You know what I'm talking about? A Euro step.
You're
Where
gonna
the Euro
love.
step is?
You're gonna love. You're
80s
gonna
and
love
90s.
this. You're gonna love this. There's a clip of Elgin Baylor from the '60s before I
Yeah.
was born doing the goddamn Euro step. Ain't no
Doing the
shit
Euro
fucking
step.
new. You
Hey,
know, I mean,
let me ask my older
and
gentleman
they
this.
call.
Let me ask
Drazen
my,
Petrovic, bro. And
I'm,
the first player coming in, like Drazen Petrovic did the Euro step very well. He did it so he can give space to hit his jump shot or his free.
Gervin did
y'all
it
old,
also.
my old brethren. Let me
I
ask y'all a
thought
question.
Jay used to do it too.
How come y'all don't never bring up Wilt
I'm
Chamberlain?
talking about American players. I'm talking about specifically.
I
Why
bring up
we-
Wilt
why we
Chamberlain
never
all the
been- why we-
time, Lou, not on these online discussions. I bring him up all the time because I try to say that, okay, like one of the things that I'll say this very briefly and keep the discussion blowing, but one of the things that really pisses me off when people compare eras, which I think is stupid, but I know it's also a natural thing.
But you just did it though.
But hang on a second. Hold on, bro. Let me finish at least, and you get my context, my point. Everyone always looks at it from the modern player perspective. They don't look at it from, okay, you give Wilt Chamberlain the same things that these guys have, and you do this. But here's the thing: people forget Wilt Chamberlain was a professional athlete in 3 sports. Wilt Chamberlain ran at 4.4. A 4.4 in 1950 fucking something or whatever when he ran it. Okay, Wilt Chamberlain was a professional volleyball player, but most of all, fuck the other sports. Wilt Chamberlain, in his last year in the N.B.A. at 36, which is older than Dwight Howard, he still led the N.B.A. in rebounds in an era when at his position, and this is why I say when you really want to compare guys, did they play against the best guys of their era? And in that era, that was the era of the best centers. He still led the league with rebounds with Kareem, Nate Thurman, Dave Cowens, Willis Reed, all these guys. Nowadays, center doesn't the center doesn't exist. So this man was a stud beyond studs. And just very briefly, Larry Brown told a story. He said Wilt Chamberlain was 42 years old, and he saw Magic Johnson, Bernard King, and I forget a couple other pro players. And he was playing with my UCLA guys when Larry Brown used to coach the UCLA Bruins. He said, let's run with y'all. And he said they ran a game and Magic shot a shot and Wilt blocked it and Magic called goaltending. And he said, game. You can find this whole conversation. And this is Larry Brown, who has no dog in the fight. And he said, Magic was like, no, fuck that. And then Wilt told him, Wilt, mind you, was in his 40s. Magic was in his prime. Bernard King in his prime. And there was 2 other pros who I forget now. He said, Magic never got another motherfucking shot off that game. And Wilt ran them off the court. And they asked Magic that story. And Magic said, yeah, that's true. So the point is that, yes, that man, and we do talk about, well, those of us who are knowledgeable of the history, we talk about them. But as far as the media, I can't tell you. They want y'all to buy more gym shoes. So that's my point. That's my ramble.
Facts.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm ready to wrap this up, fellas.
Yeah, it's been a good talk, man.
You guys have given me a great 4.5 hours, and I appreciate it. I'm going to go around the room. General, I want you to stay with me. I'm going to start with Manzano. Final thoughts, bro.
Thank you guys, the older guys, for giving me knowledge on the older players I've never seen before, because, like I said, it's hard to find highlights, even on YouTube. It's hard to find highlights on Wilt and stuff like that, because they didn't really have a ton of highlights.
Manzano, talk to me in general. We will, and Wilt is actually before our time, technically.
Yeah, Anthony, they're gonna put you on they're gonna put you on their lap and then tell you old stories.
Just shut up.
Hey, General, just let that ride. Just let that ride, General. Don't just let that ride.
No, because
we sin good. We sin let that ride. I feel great.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay because in sports, when you ask these dudes who's the best boxer of all time, they're gonna tell you some young kid.
Yep.
Because they don't know the history of the sport. When You ask these motherfuckers who's the best baseball player, the best hitter. They're gonna tell you some young guy because they don't know the history of the sport. That's what it is. Period.
They don't know about Tony Gwynn and Rod
Senior. They never seen. They don't know about. They don't know about Ken Griffey Sr. They don't know about Ken Griffey Jr. They don't know about these guys.
Yeah, they don't know about Ken Griffey. Yeah, they don't.
So this.
No, I know.
Wait a minute. I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Cortland, I love you, bro. You goddamn right. Kareem's the GOAT. You damn right, Cortland. He's the GOAT.
I don't disagree. He has a great first name too. Hint, hint, hint.
I think Evander Holyfield is one of the best boxers.
Did
See,
Kareem come in the league as Lou Alcindor or?
Yes, he did. Lou Alcindor. His name is Lou Alcindor. Yes.
Yeah, but you gotta fix your phone. Now you say Evander Holyfield.
I think he was a great boxer.
Hey, General. Boxing. Yeah, he was. Boxing is. I was a boxer, so.
No. So was I. I'm gonna take it just a little bit. I ain't gonna go too deep. So you say
go into it.
That you say Evander Holyfield. Evander Holyfield could not carry Larry Holmes' jock to the goddamn ring. Evander Holyfield, although a good boxer, would not last 3 rounds with Muhammad Ali. Evander Holyfield could not beat either one of the Spinks brothers. Neither one of them he could beat.
I'm not gonna go there. He would definitely beat Leon.
Wait a minute. Hey, how many championships did Evander Holyfield have?
Oh, General, let me jump in. Look at my icon. Real quick.
Wait a minute, brother.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Post crack Leon? Are you talking about?
See now y'all bringing the man drug habit in there.
No, we're not talking about that. But you can't base championships because at the time
his decline.
Right. No, but at the time, brother, you can't say championships because there weren't 3 belts. There was only 2. So you can't base it off of that. Now we can talk boxing. I'll even pay you to come on this and I'll give you the walk, whatever, on that. General, continue. I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you say you can't just judge on championships.
But that's what scarred his legacy was the drug abuse. That's why he didn't turn out to be the fighter that everybody predicted or said that he was capable of being. Yeah. Period. Point blank.
Oh, okay.
But it's hard. Exactly. It's hard, but it's fair.
It's what?
It's hard, but it's fair.
Oh, you talking about the drug? Oh, no, it's cool. No, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and head out, man. I'm gonna give you something to eat. Hey,
no, you stay on. You stay on. I want to give my final thought to you.
I gotta get
you know, since I'm like a guy. It's like a guy and go.
I'm mad fantastic left for this, but I do got a final thought. I got on late when y'all talking about Kobe, but he might have I don't know. This could be bad on the history. We consider with all the drama going on with N.B.A. and China and all that, but remember, Kobe Bryant was the original ambassador for that.
Yeah, good point.
I think stain on his legacy could be in the end. So
yeah, and
niggas love China, so they
he started an investment firm with a dude, and when he died, he ran off with the money and he fled to China.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like $200 million.
Ambassador. Yep.
Yeah, and he fled to China.
Yep.
I'll just end on this just briefly.
But I did want to say something.
Go ahead, Joe.
I know Mason. So y'all and I wish Fantastic was still here too. You Lakers fans.
I'm not a Lakers fan.
Well, General, okay. I'm holding you Lakers fans. Well, Lakers fans accountable for the rest of these next 3 years because y'all are letting LeBron destroy the league, do all this nonsense. Y'all ain't holding.
You can't blame a Laker fan for that.
No, I am. Y'all ain't saying nothing. Lakers fans ain't saying nothing. So
because they let them have. Talk. Yeah, but let me see.
Since you said Lakers fans are not saying this, then I'll go ahead on. I'll break it down like I did once before. Here's the problem: the Lakers as an organization have no problem. They have no problems going out and paying the money to get the best players to give them a chance to win a fucking championship. Other teams won't do it.
That's not what I was saying.
Yeah, because they're running a business.
That is the point.
No, it had nothing to do with getting players and free agents. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about how LeBron is ruining the N.B.A. and y'all aren't saying anything about it.
He didn't.
But
how did they
but
ruin the NBA?
what do you mean, brother? Y'all should.
the
How
ratings
did they?
The
are
ratings
in
are in the
tank.
trash.
How? Wait a
Nobody
minute.
want
How
nobody.
did it ruin?
LeBron is
How
not
did
fun
they?
to watch. LeBron
How
is
did
not
they?
fun to
It
watch.
didn't.
Can we bring it back? Can we bring it back? This is a Mace. Maybe we should have another topic.
This
And
is it's an ignorant ass. But wait a minute. Let me say this. That's an ignorant ass argument because LeBron was not a Laker. LeBron was not a Laker when he made the move from Cleveland to motherfucking Miami, was he?
No, but I'm saying though,
That's a
right? Y'all the
casualty of
marketing.
fucking
It's
sport.
not an ignorant. It's not an
That's
ignorant
a
conversation.
no.
Y'all the
LeBron went to LA by himself.
It
I
is.
seen that.
well,
how
how
about
how is
this?
it ignorant?
Can
Hold
we
on,
bring
wait,
it back?
wait,
How
hold
about
on,
no?
wait,
You want to blame?
Mace. Let's schedule
One
another.
at a
Let's
time. One at a
schedule
time.
another. Let's
Sir,
schedule
sir,
another
Oh
one.
man,
Friday
you,
night.
let me respond.
NBA nights, guys, is Wednesdays
let
and
us
Friday
finish.
nights.
Let me finish this.
Go ahead,
Let me
Joe. Go
finish
ahead.
this. I just want to finish this. So you want to blame the Lakers organization for something that an individual player did way before he even got to LA? That
No, I'm talking
doesn't
about
make
what he's
sense to
doing
me.
now, and y'all aren't saying anything about it.
Why should we say anything about
With y'all sham ass championship that y'all got.
Damn,
You know
dude,
that
you won't
bubble
let this
ring.
go.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all let Anthony. Y'all let him steal.
I
Y'all let him
tried
steal.
to. I
Y'all
tried,
let him
Mace.
steal
I
the NBA
tried.
Finals MVP from Anthony
So
Davis.
now,
Y'all watch the NBA Finals ratings drop
I
by
tried.
80%. Y'all aren't saying a damn thing. Y'all ain't holding LeBron accountable, and you know y'all gonna get what y'all gonna get.
I'm not in this now.
We ain't hold
But anyway,
okay. Well, how do you want us to hold LeBron accountable?
but the way y'all hold Kwame Brown accountable, the way
Should we
y'all
hold
held
LeBron? Should we hold?
the way y'all
Should
held
we
Smush
hold
Parker
That's a
accountable.
good one. That was actually a good one.
Should we hold
And he's
LeBron
been good
accountable?
tonight.
Should we
What you
hold
say,
LeBron? Should we hold LeBron accountable the same way Oklahoma City fans should hold Kevin Durant accountable when he left and went to an already stacked team? Should we hold LeBron accountable when James Harden,
okay,
his
Steve,
latest,
they booed him, right?
wait a minute.
Like
No. Should we? And they burned his jerseys in Cleveland too.
They
Now,
burned his
should we hold
jerseys in
LeBron
Miami, by
James
the way,
accountable?
too.
Yeah,
So
everybody
you
They
know.
burn him in Miami.
okay.
They're gonna burn him in LA too, but it's gonna be too
Hold
late.
on.
Y'all shit gonna
No,
be done.
LA ain't gonna
Hold on.
care.
And that's the
I'm
problem
just
I
finish
have,
this
Mace.
out.
Hey, we
Should we? Oh my God.
General,
Should we hold LeBron accountable the same way we should hold the latest casualty for what he did, James Harden? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
So you want Laker fans to hold? You see, because you're trolling is what you're attempting to do. He's a businessman.
You get
number
it.
one. He's a basketball player.
And that's the
number
problem,
one.
though.
He's a basketball player number one. He's a businessman number two. And
I
if
think it's number.
if LeBron has enough pull to say, hey, you know what? I think we should go after Anthony Davis, and the team does it and be successful at doing it, is that his fault or is that all the other teams? Because really and truly, New Orleans had a chance to stop the fucking deal. But you know what they didn't want to do? They didn't want to sell out the whole goddamn team. You know what else they didn't want to do? They looked at the young talent. They looked at the young talent that was being offered up. They looked at the draft picks and they looked at the money. So you want to hold LeBron accountable. You want to hold my Lakers accountable for some bullshit that happened with
I'm gonna help you both out
because it's like y'all seeing all this snake shit he doing with how he forcing teams' hands to do trades.
I agree with that.
He's ruining the league, and it's cool. Y'all okay with it right now because y'all got a championship.
He did not force anybody's hand to do anything. The Lakers made an offer to a team that they couldn't refuse. That was it. Should you hold Jerry Jones? Should you hold Jerry Jones accountable when Jerry Jones went into his own fucking personal bank account and paid Deion Sanders a signing bonus because he wanted to win a fucking NFL championship? He paid the man $25 million out of his pocket.
But General, you're kind of killing your own point.
Yeah, bro, we talking about basketball.
General, you're kind of killing. No, General, you're kind of killing your own point in that you're kind of.
Brother,
okay, my bad.
What I'm showing you is the business aspect of the game. It's two sides.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
You're right. You're right. There's a back end to the NBA. There's a front end and back end. You're right.
Can I say this? I'll say it briefly. That'll help both sides.
Because you know what? Let me give
continue.
you one final. I'm gonna give you one final. I'm gonna give you one final example. Remember when the Charlotte Hornets was taken over by the NBA, Chris Paul was supposed to go to the Lakers. Everybody in the NBA ownership, front office, team were in an uproar because they said, y'all got to be out y'all about to be out y'all goddamn mind if you think we're gonna let that trade happen. You send Chris Paul to the Lakers with that team that they have, we might as well hand them the championship trophy for the next 3 years. Guess what didn't happen? Chris Paul didn't go to the Lakers. Had every right to. The deal was all but done. You know why he didn't go? Because the owners got together and said, that's not fair.
Technically, that is true. You're forgetting the part. You're forgetting one part. No, you're forgetting one part. You guys are forgetting one part. The league owned the team at the time, and that would have made the Hornets, even though they didn't get much, less profitable. But you are correct on the thing with the owners. I'll just say this very briefly. You guys can go back and forth. You guys both made good points, even though some of the shit that Lou was saying was kind of on some trolling shit. But let me just say this, General, real quick before we talk about the old school, new school, real quick. That's been my problem with the Lakers, is that they've bought championships. And when I say bought championships, before the salary cap was what it was now, they went over it. And the reason that they went over it deliberately, because they had a local TV contract, your local TV contract in the NBA, and this is acknowledging Lou's business point, you don't have to share that. You just have to share your shared revenue. But their local TV contract is 10 times more than the next team in the league. And it wasn't until the late I'm sorry.
Did they
go ahead.
Did they or did they not get fined? Did they?
No, but they got dollar for dollar. Let me add this.
Wait a minute. No, let me tell you what's happening, because I'm a lifelong Lakers fan. So when that happens, so when that happens, guess what happens? They have to pay what's called a luxury tax.
Luxury tax. I'm gonna explain the luxury tax too.
I don't need to explain it. Other teams in the NBA have the same. Other teams in the NBA have the same option. They choose
check this out, Lou. I'm sorry,
it.
I meant General Lou. Lou, here's the thing. Before the 2012 lockout agreement, before that agreement, the luxury tax was a dollar for dollar luxury tax, meaning whatever dollar you were. Now it's more of a punitive. So if you're over 1 year, you're going to be ×2. Then if you're over the third year, it's going to be ×3. So whereas for teams who want to play that strategy, it's going to be more financially costly to this.
Now, I was going to bring that up because the Golden State luxury bill is $100 million right now.
No, but it's because it was a ×3. It wasn't like the Lakers. So you got a 50 hypothetically in when they acquired Shaq and they were over in 1997 or the 96-97 season. I noticed off the top of my head they were 25 over, but all they had to do was pay. They had to pay $50 million, which was nothing in what they made. Fuck this thing. We can have this whole thing, because I'll tell you, as a former Laker fan before they started fucking with my Pistons, I know their history inside out. I followed it. Let me say this, Lou. Even though me and General seem like we go back and forth, we just both love the game and this, and obviously Mace, and this is how we combine. The reason why we come off so passionate when you guys me throwing those little jabs is that, like I said earlier, we've seen it, but we've also had grandparents. I didn't say parents, grandparents who have seen previous eras, but also we've been coached by those guys. So, and we also know some of these older guys, and we see the similarities.
I didn't get coached.
I'm not saying you didn't. I'm not saying you didn't.
I see what you're saying, but I really gotta go for real. Hey Mace, hey man, we said every Wednesday we're gonna do this. I'm gonna come back
Wednesday and Friday night. So this Friday,
we hate each other for a change and shit, right?
Yeah, I'm with it. Hey, I'm with it. Hey, salute to the General, salute to Ty, salute to everybody who's on here, man. I'm really hungry. I gotta go. So hey man, this was fun. Y'all have a good one, man.
You too, Lou. Thank you so much. It was great. Take care, bro.
Hey, General, I wish we was across each other, because I think we have more in common than we don't or whatever. So my bad if I'm just sometime getting like that. It's actually good to talk with some knowledgeable brothers about sports, which ain't in a lot of our proximity. So that's my thing. So please don't take anything personal, brother.
Right. And no, I don't, brother. I know. I don't. I got you, brother. I agree with you, man. You're right. We do, because we're in the same age group. We have, we know the history a little bit better than a lot of other people do. We understand the old era, the new era, and the modern era. So that's the problem, and that's why I say when we have these conversations, a lot of dudes talk this shit about LeBron. Okay, I tell you what you do. Go back and look at Michael Jordan's highlights. Go back and look at Kobe's highlights. Fuck all the stats and all that bullshit. Put it to the test, the eye test, what we used to call the candy test. This is why they have the N.B.A. combine. This is why they have the NFL combine. So you can look at the player and see what he's capable of doing.
I can
That's why those
prove what
things
you just
exist.
I can prove what you just said. And one thing, and I guess I'll go because Mace, you're looking like, and this ties into this. I was literally watching these games. For whatever well, we won't get into why I was watching them today. Okay. My thing, like I have an argument with a younger guy. He's like, they should tank. And I'm like, dude, do you realize that players' jobs, management jobs are on the line, are being evaluated? You just can't go out there. It tells me you're looking at this from a video game perspective, but hear me out. I said, so what are you tanking for? A lottery pick or a real legitimate lottery pick? Let's just call it the top 10, not the top 15. A top 15 pick from 1980. I'm just using that because that's considered the so-called modern era. From 1980 to 1995, a top 10 lottery pick. That dude typically had 2.5 to 3 years of college, had a good body of work, and was going to come in and be a difference maker. Now, we have to wait 3 years for a number one pick to average 15 points, or no disrespect to you, General. I think you'll agree with this. Lonzo Ball was not worth a number 2 pick. He's a decent player.
His brother has come into the N.B.A. and has done more in one quarter than Lonzo Ball, what his name is, the one who's in the Pelicans has done his entire.
Lonzo,
right?
and
LaMelo, Melo.
But hold on a second. Let me say this, Mace.
So
I'm just being brief. I'll end up saying this just brief. I promise it's brief. You had the Hakeems. You had the Len Biases. We didn't get a chance to see Len Bias as a pro, but Len Bias was the number 2 pick, and it was ridiculous if Boston would have gotten that, thank God. But then you get a stud. I'm just saying these top 3. Now, were there busts? Absolutely. I'm just simply saying that alone, just a development of a player where these guys who come in with the ball in their hand all the time, but then they see other guys who got the ball in their hand, and then they realize they don't even know how to move without the ball.
Okay. So number one, so back to your comment about they should bust. Number one, when that's asinine to me, because they're looking at a player which they make. Wait, let me finish, brother.
Okay.
I'm just using the same example. So you're saying, okay, they should blow up the rest of the season. They should bust the rest of the season so we can get the number 1 pick. Okay, what if you don't need the number 1 fucking pick?
I didn't say that. I said
what if
people
the number
said
1 pick is a center and you are right? That I didn't say that you said it.
Oh, okay, got you.
Oh,
got you. My bad.
When Ja Morant came out and went to what did he go? Number 1 overall?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Okay, he went number 2. Who went number 1 that year, Mace?
Ja Morant. Zion Williamson.
Okay, Zion Williamson. He went where? To
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Okay. All right. So if they had kept Anthony Davis over there, now what? Do you really need a Zion? Because you got Anthony Davis and Boogie Cousins over there. Do you really need a Zion? No. You would need what? A fucking guard. So that would mean that they would have to. Then that would mean Ja Morant would move up to number 1, and he'd go to New Orleans.
So this is why I say, man, it's just fucking.
I agree with you. No, I was like, I agree with you.
I don't know.
No, I think what you're saying simply, just to sum up what you're saying, is that fans who watch the game, they don't consider teams' needs. But let me add one more thing into you. I think what we don't recognize, let me rephrase that. I think a lot of these players' motivations are different. Some of these stud guys or stud talents do not want to be number one guys. My second favorite team, y'all gonna laugh, but I lived there for 15 years, so be it, is Minnesota Timberwolves. And I seen Andrew Wiggins, and I'm like, this guy's talent is unreal. But guess what? He's a guy who don't want the pressure. He just wants to make the money, and he'll just kind of do his job. And that's the problem, is that I think that a lot of these guys do have obvious talents, but they're not looking at the intangibles. Is this guy we're going to invest our franchise in wanting to lead one of the most talented players, and y'all going to appreciate this, one of the most talented players I've ever fucking seen up close do a workout was J.R. Ryder. Jesus Christ, this guy was good, but he was a knucklehead, as we all know, or whatever. So it just seems like, but guess what? JR even played 2 years. My simple point was just that these one and done guys come into the league, and you don't compare and people try to shit on the older players. No, the older player or the players from old were ready to come in and contribute, even if it was a role player role. You saw great college players, Danny Manning, become just decent, good role players. He was an all-star 1 year, I think, but you get my point.
So you can also look at another player who was the perennial fucking Naismith College All-American when he came out. Oh, where did he play? He played over there in Kentucky. What was his name?
Bowie.
Sam
Bowie?
fucking Bowie.
Yeah.
What happened to Sam Bowie? Okay, that's too old for y'all. That's too old. I'm going too far back. Let's go to the modern era. There was a kid who came out of high school. New York spent a ton of money on the motherfucker. He barely played one season out of the 8 seasons he was there. He sat on the bench for the most of the goddamn time he was in New York and custom made 3-piece suits. What was his name, Mace?
Is that Eddie Curry?
Eddie Curry. All right, hold on. That's still too old for you? Yeah, because that was like 20 plus years ago. Almost 30 now. So hold on. I'll move forward. Let's look at a modern motherfucker who came out of Ohio State. Was supposed to be the next coming, the greatest goddamn center since Elijah Wan, Shaq, and Kareem. What happened to him? Where is he at now?
Exactly. No, you're making great points.
So I mean, I just keep it 100% real, and this is due to the knowledge of the game. This is due to playing the game, watching the game, growing up, idolizing players like Dr. J, idolizing players like Mr. Finger Roll himself,
George Gervin,
number 44, George Gervin.
Why is Dr. J?
Why is Dr. J forgotten? Because
right. It's the most
because the argument you guys had earlier. Reason why Dr. J is forgotten, because when he had Philly with all that talent, he couldn't do it. But when Moses came, they did it, and Moses got all the credit.
He was playing against juggernaut teams. He wasn't a selfish guy.
He had a bomb squad with him, though. It wasn't like he was playing by himself.
You're gonna laugh at this. I'm general. I'm not saying because you're a Laker fan, people, and I'm putting this over my Pistons. I ain't talking about like greatest thing. I said there are two most dominant teams that I've ever seen in my lifetime, and I've been watching the game since 1979. And that is the 1983 76ers, who only lost one game in the playoffs, and the 2001 Lakers. As far as it's one thing to be the Bulls and go 72-10, but the Bulls lost a couple of times in the playoffs and lost twice to Seattle. That Laker team of 2001, the one game they lost was to that one dude from Virginia. Okay, the step over game. And then the 76ers, they only lost, I believe it was to Milwaukee in the Eastern Conference Final. Sad that I remember this shit. I mean, as far as his dominance could match you up at any position, those are the two dominant teams I've ever fucking seen.
I don't know.
But
I think the '86 Celtics were better.
The best passing team I've ever seen on that. I'll agree with you there. And you got to remind me on that.
The passing team was the 2014 Spurs. This Aztec Game 3. Greatest passing display I ever seen in my life.
I'm not
in Miami.
I won't disagree with that. I see what's the name left. I'm sorry for yelling and all this. I just get passionate. It's just good to talk with sports with some guys. So my bad on the disrespect there or whatever. Let me send you something before I head out, man. So
Hey,
thank you again.
let me say this real quick since I got you up here. The fight's Saturday, so you know to come up here Saturday. I'm gonna get the fight up like I did the last fight. Who was it fighting the last time? Some guy.
We were talking about boxing last time, which is my sport. And I was gonna
No. He fought Garcia. Who's the guy who fought Garcia?
Oh, you're talking about Errol Spence and Garcia.
Yeah, I had that fight. I had that fight that night. I'm gonna get the fight this Saturday night. So come up, bro, and I'll let you and Cypher, do the fight, bro.
I appreciate that. Hey, General, it's always much love. First time I'm talking to you this year, so Happy New Year, brother.
Oh yeah, Happy New Year to you, fam. Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
it's all
come back
good.
Friday night. I'm gonna have the NBA. I do NBA every Wednesday and Friday night, so I'll have it back.
I probably do. You were saying something, General? I mean, I'm not disregarding what you said, Mace.
Yeah,
you were saying something.
It's all good, man. I mean, we just, old war horses. We in the fight. We understand the game. We understand history.
Come up.
We understand the game. We understand history, and it's that's what happens when it's barbershop talk for me.
You know what's messed up, General, is when I was younger. Yeah, I'm on that Sydney shit. When I was younger, General, my grandfather, 5 years old, talking to me about Willie Horton on the baseball tip. We followed every goddamn sport, including track and field. These motherfuckers nowadays only follow one fucking sport, or maybe what they play fantasy.
They don't follow a sport. They follow players.
Good
individual
point.
Players.
There
See,
you
that's
go.
the problem. And it's just like I said earlier. This is why I won't be gullible enough or stupid enough or dumb as fuck enough to sit here and say, "Oh, well, this player is the greatest of all time." Because that's a slap in the face to the rest of the great players, the legends of the game.
You guys both know this.
Now,
you're spot on.
It's a little bit different when you want to talk boxing, because boxing is a mano sport. You goddamn it out there on the stage by yourself. It ain't no teammate missed a free throw or they missed a defensive assignment or motherfucker missed a block. No, it's you if you get knocked the fuck out. So that's the difference when you talk about a sport like boxing compared to a team sport. And this is the thing that they don't get. They don't understand that.
Right. And I won't get into and by the way, Mace will tell you, I'll break this down, the boxing thing to the science, but I try to break it down to whereas I can even break it down to getting the casual fan into becoming a fan into it. But what you just said about the team sport and only following one thing, I'll never forget. And I'm not saying it because he's my boy. I'm saying it because he made a great point. Isaiah said, when I was coming up, I didn't watch the pros because the Bulls sucked and we couldn't get the TV anyway, but I watched a lot of college and my brothers. So that's what I was inspired by. These kids, he said, and there was a lot of players that were like that. These kids, they're inspired by video games, and look what's happening. The game has turned into a video game. Brothers, you two both, I know you agree with this. I can't stand seeing a goddamn 3-on-1 break and these motherfuckers will stop and pull a goddamn three. And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? You on a 3-on-1 break and you taking a 40% shot over an 80% or a 90% shot on a fast break. Y'all are the masters, y'all being the Lakers or whatever, as you know, General. That's why you watched it. You'd see Magic hit Worthy or Wilkes or whatever, and then sometimes Kareem would even come down and fill the lane. These guys don't even want to. It's like you watch the game and people don't even understand the concept anymore. It's like, well, let's just look at his stat line. It don't even matter who won. And I'm like, what the fuck? Or who's a good defender anymore. I asked this one guy, and I'll shut up after I say this. I said, give me some attributes of a good defender. Go. Shot blocking. I said, not if you're a guard. So, I mean, and this just shows you these guys don't know the game. You laughing and shit.
but you see, that's my whole point. That's the whole point that I was trying to get across, is when you have the conversation, you have to actually have some point of relevance that you could look at and say, okay, I know the game from this point, from this era, from this point of an era to this point. Okay. These guys haven't done the legwork, nor have they done the homework. They only look at, they're quick to pull up stats. Well, the stat says he shoots 48% from three and he shoots 88% from the free throw line. But what are the intangible things that he did outside of his personal stats?
There's a
You know,
player
it was
that
something. I saw Iman Shumpert. I saw Iman Shumpert. Used to play with the Cavs and LeBron, and he
I
said
love that
something.
guy. Hell of a
He said,
defender.
yes, he said something that was very interesting. He said, "Man, let me tell y'all something that y'all don't know about LeBron." He said, "I remember it was this game we were playing, and I forget who we was playing or whatever. But anyway,
Yo, Ian, are you listening? Hop
anyway,
up and I want to talk to you for a little bit.
he said so." LeBron on the flight, they was going, he was like, yeah, you know, well, this guy, he likes to do this, and this guy, he likes to do that, and this guy, this is his patented move, and he's going to go to the left, and he's going to wheel back to the right, and then he'll look for either pass or go to the bucket. And he was sitting there, he was like, what the fuck is, this is what Iman Shumpert said. He said, I was saying to myself, like, what the fuck is he talking about? He said, but then when we got there and the game started, he said, I'll be goddamn if exactly what he said wasn't happening. He said, so the guy's a special guy because he knows players, moves, stats,
Tendencies.
positioning on the floor, tendencies. He knows what they like to do, what they're most prone to do. So he's a special player. All right.
And I will never take that. Yeah.
Nobody could have saw what was coming down the pike when Magic Johnson hit the league, when the Showtime Lakers were in their full effect. They didn't even know. A lot of times, teams didn't even know what the fuck hit him. He said, how can a guy at 6'9" move so fast, so gracefully, and then do the shit he was doing? No look passes. It was like he knew the motherfucker was there.
Have you ever read Showtime?
I got the book, but I haven't read. I haven't.
Oh man, Mace, have you, Mace? I think I told you this because we talked about this when I first started coming up on your panels. Real briefly, General. I'm not going to tell you the whole thing because you, as a Laker fan, you're going to be like, "Ain't this a bitch? How have I not read this goddamn book?" You ain't going to be able to put it down because I couldn't put this shit down. But what one of the stories was? Oh, you read it, Mace?
I didn't read it, but I know.
Okay, Joe, no, check. No, I think it's even the audio thing is on YouTube. But General, check this out. There's one story. They coming into training camp, and Haywood. They just acquired Haywood.
Spencer Haywood.
Yeah, they just acquired Haywood, and many of them was just no. Well, I won't get into the I don't want to kill this, but let's just say the first practice came, and they're like, "Who is this motherfucking hot shot?" Yeah, we heard. He was staying at Julius's house or Dr. J's house and shit. So he must think he the shit or whatever. And Magic is just like, okay, he hearing this shit. And the before in the playoffs, Dr. J had let him Magic stay with him just to like see what N.B.A. life was in the playoffs in the 79 whatever playoffs. Anyways, I'm cutting to the end. He said, man, when the first practice happened, they did their first suicide. Magic burned them. And then he looked at them as they running up. He said, yeah, I might be a rookie, but I'm going to burn all y'all asses or whatever. He said, but he didn't look Kareem's way. Next thing you know, they ran their scrimmage. Man, he said they said Magic was hitting them with passes that was popping them in the face and all this shit. And they're like, ain't this a bitch? But they were open. So they can't just look at it like, he's like, hey, yo, you supposed to catch that. And Kareem, they said one person in the book, I don't want to give it away, but one person in the book said Kareem looked at him with a look like, I have finally found somebody who is as passionate as the game with me. And next thing you know, they catching those passes and they're like, we are off to the motherfucking races. But it was because Magic's confidence with that, you know.
Oh yeah, I got to that point. I just hadn't
Oh, you did?
completed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got to that
Yeah.
point. I know that the whole story, man. The whole story that about the name Buck. The reason why he called him Buck is because Magic was Buck, the fucking Westfall. God rest his soul. Magic would
What's
always,
that? Yeah.
yeah, he would always buck the system. He would tell him to do one thing,
Yep.
and Magic would do something totally, would create something totally different. And then Westfall would get upset. And he said, "Well, we won the game. It worked though, didn't it?" And that's
Right.
when they let him go. That's when they turned him loose. Because early on in that '79 season, you remember the Lakers wasn't off to the greatest start in that '79 season. They wasn't
And you know
doing too well at the
what's
start of the
crazy?
season.
You talk about telling these young brothers to go to highlights. Fuck the highlights. These fucking games exist in their goddamn entirety on YouTube. And I've actually sat and watched these games, General and Mace. And my thing is guess what? These younger guys, and now I'm sounding like one of these older guys, whatever, who gives a fuck? These younger guys, they don't consume even the game like we consume it. Many only watch the last 2 minutes of the game or look at the highlights on their phone. First quarter, and that's just, it's like, man, y'all don't see the beauty in this. And that's what I've always appreciated about every single fucking sport I follow. And I follow them all except curling in the sense, but the pageantry, the practice. I've seen Ben Wallace. I was telling this one cat, I've seen Ben Wallace in practice go round the horn on nail threes. And then a chick who I was with at the time, she was like, he can't shoot worth shit, but he's nailing them here. I'm like, baby, it's a different situation when nobody guarding you and shit, But anyway, we'll meander on and on and on, man. So, but this is good. Again, I just appreciate this shit,
Yeah, for
I'll
sure,
be
man.
back again Friday night. Wednesdays and Fridays are NBA nights. Go ahead, Zimmer. Wrap it up, man.
All right, Mace, man.
Yeah, wrap it up, Jim.
I'll be sure to be back, man, and hopefully we can do this again. And I don't necessarily like all the old head versus young head talk. That's nonsense to me. That's why we have the division that we have now within our community.
It's sad,
You know
isn't
what I'm
it?
saying? Yeah, it's sad,
It's
bro.
sad. Instead of these young guys appreciating what we saw. See, this is how I look at it. General and me are the same age. General, when we were young, remember? When our uncles, our fathers, our grandfathers would tell us stories, we would smile because to us, it was stories. It's something that you pass down. These young people under 40, oh my God, everything with these young people is facts, 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 facts. They don't enjoy the
Why do you think that
moment.
and that's why my brother Mace, that history has just gotten to be more narrative than the actual details in it. And that's even outside of sports.
It's sad. The white man's teaching in college campuses the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Because they don't want, the only history they want you to know is what they like to preach.
Well,
And it's sad
and guess what? And guess what? If anybody else led, they would do the same thing. My problem with us is that we have a history of oral history and learning from the elders, and we've gotten away from, not us, but as in your
they have
story.
gotten away with it, and the big reason is the obvious reason. There was no fathers in the home.
Well, a short attention span also too. I
Yeah,
mean,
short
I'm
attention
still
span.
I'm a baseball fan, and most people tell me, white kids included, it's just too slow. It's just like, dude, everything isn't gonna be in fast motion. There's a lot of things happening that you don't see. I could still sit up and watch a regular season Padres. Well, whatever. We get it. We all on the same page,
You
brothers.
Tiger fan, bro?
Of course, I'm all Detroit sports, so including the Red Wings. Yeah,
Hey,
so
I haven't had you in a while, bro. What you think of the hiring of Campbell today? I know him as Campbell
let's
because he coached in Miami.
you want here's the thing. I would love to hear your
Just
thoughts
give me
on
a minute
Campbell.
or two.
This new brother GM.
Yeah, made a fool out of
Let me
himself.
tell you
Yes.
this. me tell you, his name is Brad Holmes. He's from Las. No, I
The
was gonna say
Rams,
Las
yeah,
Vegas.
I
He's from
saw
the
that
Rams.
yesterday. Yeah.
My brother, I have never been this excited as a
Okay.
Lions fan of 40 years because I'm finally seeing, and he's also, it's not just because he's black, it's not just because he went to an HBCU, it's the fact that he understands talent and
Yeah,
it's
he
not from
does.
it's not from a booth, and he has a track record of developing and drafting talent that people passed on. People passed on Aaron Donald. Okay, people, and he saw something. They said he was undersized, so we're finally getting somebody now. As far as Campbell goes, here's the thing: the little that I know about him, I'm more excited about Aaron Glenn. I'm like, wait a minute, we're gonna get Aaron Glenn, the DB, the dude for the Jets. Oh shit! And it's
He
not
played.
because of the.
On a serious note about Aaron Glenn, and I
Uh-huh.
found this out a couple of months ago. That brother's really paid his dues.
Not
People
only
don't realize it.
he's been on 7 teams, so he's been in New Orleans for 5 years. I look at what the players say. There's a couple little things that I follow where players talk about, like,
Yeah, of course.
their things. And my thing is forget like, I keep saying I'll end on this. On my sports
As
group,
long as
I
you
was
want.
as on my sports group, one guy said he didn't like the Campbell hire and he think it should be an impact player. And I said, brother, in the last 20 years, there's only been 3 fucking coaches that have won the Super Bowl that actually played in the NFL. I thought every sports fan knew that a great player, that it's very rare for a great player to be a damn good Super Bowl winning coach or what have you. And of course, it's like, oh, you just a old slappy Lions fan. I'm like, dude, your point was garbage. You said an impact player. I gave you the last, I said outside of Tony Dungy, Bill Cowher, and give me a second, I'm forgetting one coach, and he only played very briefly. Sean Payton, who played very briefly as a scab player. Those are the only coaches who won a Super Bowl from 2020 on to now that were players, let alone definitely not impact players. I think Dungy was a Pro Bowler, but my point is that, man, with the Lions, we need a culture shift, and I think that this brother's going to get it. And because the woman who owns the team now, yes, she's a part of the Ford family, but she's technically not a part of the family, if that makes sense. She has she's I want to say she's in her late 50s or what have you. So
Yeah, I
she
saw
doesn't
her
have that.
yesterday.
She doesn't have that whole old guard of we just keep this as a tax write-off for Ford. So I mean, so this Dan Campbell, for them, Mace, they gave him a 6-year deal, which
Oh,
tells
really?
me
They gave Campbell 6 years. That's
6
different.
years, which tells me they're tearing it up inside out. That's what that has to mean, right? So I'll see. Listen, if we just judge him with the Saints, hey, I love it, but a lot of that is personnel, so but for the first time, man, I was never happy with the Millen hire. Then we went
Yeah.
to Martin Mayhew, the brother, but he was reporting under Millen. He was decent. Our number
Yeah.
one problem, and I'll shut up after this, I promise again, has been our draft. Sue Johnson, Darius Slay. I'm trying to think of Tyler Hawkinson, who our current tight end now. The kid from Ohio State, Okuda, who we drafted last year. Outside of those got people I named. There haven't really been many impact players that we've gotten in the draft in our positions. So a lot of that in football, that's how it's built, as you very well know.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Campbell since he coached you guys, or was it interim and it's incomplete, or what are your thoughts?
I like Campbell. I wish the Dolphins should have went with him instead. I think what you're going to get
I
out
can't
of
think it was the
Campbell.
Gaze.
Yeah, I think what you're going to get out of Campbell is a little similar to what we have in Miami right now with Brian Flores.
Mm-hmm.
But because both of them, even though Campbell wasn't with Belichick, Flores has more of a because he grew up here in New York City, in Brooklyn.
Oh,
He
I didn't
has
know
more.
that.
Yeah, he has more of a Parcellian mentality. And Dave Campbell is definitely Parcells.
Okay.
You're gonna see a kick-ass coach who ain't gonna take shit from nobody, and this is the most important thing. He's a big man. He's 6'6", 6'7". He can get in players' faces, and if you want to meet him outside, he'll meet you outside. What's up, Mr. Man?
I
He's
like that.
no, he not yet. No, Mr. Miami, I love you, my brother. Um, you're gonna like him a lot. I think him going with Sean Payton for 5 years is gonna help you guys. You guys are gonna benefit from it. I think that the Lions may be in the right direction, man.
Well, it got to happen before my lifetime, but the way that this guy, check your phone, by the way, or whatever. I just,
I appreciate
um,
it.
yeah. So, yeah, man, it's been a tough week, and when I say a tough week, so pardon my yelling again. I'm not gonna get into it on the air,
Don't worry
but
about it.
I have a friend, yeah, who's dealing with a tragedy, and it's happened to his daughter, and I just,
I'm sorry.
and then yeah, man, but then just to hear these sports discussions and just getting away, and then hearing the encouraging news, or at least for a change with the Lions, but I'm dealing with the cynical. I mean, it's so bad in Detroit, man, or for Lions area. We'll just say it like that. You got the cynical fan, oh, same old line. I'm like, listen, so you
My
want them
nurse
to
is
rebuild?
my nurse is from Detroit, so
You
I'll
get
talk
it.
to her on Friday. Yeah, yeah.
All right. So Friday, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'll just probably go to my normal spot 'cause I'm trying to keep it low. So I'll definitely call in, bro.
Yeah, yo, anytime, bro. You can come in tomorrow. I don't care, bro. I mean,
All right. See the topic I can contribute. I'll definitely
it's
jump
all
on.
NBA Friday, Wednesday and Friday night
No.
for NBA.
What's your Thursday tomorrow? You got something or no?
Well, you can talk anything. I don't care.
All right. We'll figure out something. So if I see you, I'll see you, man. You have a good night, brother.
It'd be good to great having you. Thank you, Sir Tice. Thank you for the contribution. Yeah, Atlanta got a new coach. Mr. Miami's laughing. Campbell get Super Bowl rings with the Saints. No, yeah, he did. I've never been to Detroit. Neither have I. It used to be an all African American city, believe it or not. Now they got a lot of Middle Easterns there now. They even have the signs on the highway in Punabi. It's a shame that black people, us as a peoples, man, we can't do shit right, man. Um, Ian, I wish Ian would have stayed, but I would love to talk Dolphins this late at night. I don't mind talking Dolphins this late. Let me give you the latest. The Dolphins are the leader in the clubhouse for Deshaun Watson if they want to go that route. Houston, I guess they'll hire their coach next week. I don't know who's the leader in the clubhouse, but Houston's keeping it close to the vest. It's true what they're saying. If Deshaun gives the word, he's out of there. Be the biggest coup for any team that gets him. I don't care about draft picks if it has to do with Watson. I don't care about draft picks. But if we don't get Watson, then the gun is in the head of Christopher Greer because Chris Greer better get 5 starters out of his first 5 draft picks. There's no excuse. 5 starters. And Penei Sewell better be one of those picks at 3. I don't want nobody else. I don't give a fuck about Devontae Smith. I don't give a fuck about Jamar Chase. I don't care about none of those guys. Okay? You better hit on those picks. And what do I want in those 5 picks? I'll tell you right now. 1, I want the offensive tackle from Oregon. People have told me about the other kid too. That's a monster. I don't know who it is. Miami Dolphins going to say bye to the number 3 and 18 picks, Mr. Miami. You believe that? My young brother, you believe that? I wish Hawk would have stayed because that conversation was getting awesome. Yeah, I can see that. I can see other scenarios too, Mr. Miami. I don't think Houston's going to be too greedy here. I think they're going to take what they can get. That's why I think, my little brother. I think they're going to take what they can get. This is the biggest draft in the history of our franchise with the Miami. Well, I had a lot. This room was packed tonight, my brother, but it's late, man. As we speak, I'm done 5.5 hours, bro. And the regulars weren't here tonight. There was no eye test. There was no big time. There were no guys like that, bro. Ian was here a half hour ago. I don't know why he should have came up. I told him to come up. I will talk some trade scenarios with him. I had a great night tonight. Made my day because I've been struggling. The draft. Let me find out what day is the NFL draft. Find that out, bro. All right. The draft is April 29th to May 1st. And the hottest player on the draft board right now is Zach Wilson. Is Zach Wilson. I told you guys about that. So the draft is exactly, what's today's day? Today is today is the 21st of the Tennessee's in Cleveland this year. 9:37:68. The draft is 97 days away. I know it's quiet, right? This is one of the quietest nights I've experienced up here, bro. Let me see what's in the manosphere tonight, and I'm out of here. Little bro, it's in Cleveland, yeah, little brother. It's in Cleveland. Oh yeah, this interview Mike Singletary for defensive coordinator. Wow. Should hire him. He's a legend in that town. One of the greatest players to ever wear the uniform. Good evening, Abdul. Let me see what's in the manosphere right now. I had a great N.B.A. show here tonight, bro. All right, Kevin Samuels is on. See who else is on. Yeah, just Kevin Samuels is on. Nobody else. Well, I subscribe to on. All right, folks, I'm out of here. Let me get out of here. Mr. Miami, yeah. Bills, Chiefs, Sunday night. Zacky's on? Let me check out what he's doing. My little brother going into the manosphere. Good for you. Let me see who's up with Zacky. That boy loves talking about women, boy, I tell you. Yeah. Let me get out of here. See what you're saying, little brother. Have a blessed night. I love you too, brother. I'll see you tomorrow morning. And yes. Hold up. Good day, evening, peace, brother. We want to party. We want to party. No club and no chicken box. Friends up. Later, little brother. I love you, man. Everybody, no drinking, no clubbing, no extracurricular activities, no smoking, illegal drugs, no sex, no women. I will see you tomorrow night. I'll see you tomorrow morning up here. Good morning from the Oasis. Sleep well, everybody. Abdul Jones, be good, bro.